Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious by Carl Jung. Audiobook created by Log. Part 1. Archetypes of the Collective Unconscious. The concept of the collective unconscious. Concerning the archetypes with special reference to the ANIMA concept. Archetypes of the collective unconscious. The hypothesis of a collective unconscious belongs to the class of ideas that people at first find strange but soon come to possess and use as familiar conceptions. This has been the case with the concept of the unconscious in general, after the philosophical idea of the unconscious, in the form presented chiefly by Karras and von Hartmann, had gone down under the overwhelming wave of materialism and empiricism, leaving hardly a ripple behind it. It gradually reappeared in the scientific domain of medical psychology. At first, the concept of the unconscious was limited to denoting the state of repressed or forgotten contents. Even with Freud, who makes the unconscious, at least metaphorically, take the stage as the acting subject, it is really nothing but the gathering place of forgotten and repressed contents, and has a functional significance thanks only to these. For Freud, accordingly, the unconscious is of an exclusively personal nature, although he was aware of its archaic and mythological thought forms. A more or less superficial layer of the unconscious is undoubtedly personal. I call it the personal unconscious. But this personal unconscious rests upon a deeper layer, which does not derive from personal experience and is not a personal acquisition but is inborn. This deeper layer I call the collective unconscious. I have chosen the term collective because this part of the unconscious is not individual but universal. In contrast to the personal psyche, it has contents and modes of behavior that are more or less the same everywhere and in all individuals. It is, in other words, identical in all men and thus constitutes a common psychic substrate of a suprapersonal nature which is present in every one of us. Psychic existence can be recognized only by the presence of contents that are capable of consciousness. We can therefore speak of an unconscious only insofar as we are able to demonstrate its contents. The contents of the personal unconscious are chiefly the feeling tone complexes, as they are called. They constitute the personal and private side of psychic life. The contents of the collective unconscious, on the other hand, are known as archetypes. The term archetype occurs as early as Philo-Judaeus, with reference to the imago Dei, God image, in man. It can also be found in Irenaeus, who says, "The creator of the world did not fashion these things directly from himself, but copied them from archetypes outside himself." In the Corpus Hermeticum, God is called to archetypov phos, archetypal light. The term occurs several times in Dionysius the Areopagite, as for instance in De Caelesti Hierarchia, the second, Immaterial Archetypes, and in De Divinis Nominibus, I, 6, Archetypal Stone. The term archetype is not found in St. Augustine, but the idea of it is. Thus in De Diversis Questionibus LX 3, he speaks of ideae principales, which are themselves not formed, but are contained in the divine understanding. Archetype is an explanatory paraphrase of the Platonic. For our purposes, this term is apposite and helpful, because it tells us that so far as the collective unconscious contents are concerned, we are dealing with archaic or, I would say, primordial types, that is, with universal images that have existed since the remotest times. The term representation collectives, used by Lévi-Brühl to denote the symbolic figures in the primitive view of the world, could easily be applied to unconscious contents as well, since it means practically the same thing. Primitive tribal lore is concerned with archetypes that have been modified in a special way. They are no longer contents of the unconscious, but have already been changed into conscious formulae taught according to tradition, generally in the form of esoteric teaching. This last is a typical means of expression for the transmission of collective contents originally derived from the unconscious. Another well-known expression of the archetypes is myth and fairy tale, but here too we are dealing with forms that have received a specific stamp and have been handed down through long periods of time. The term archetype thus applies only indirectly to the representations collectives, since it designates only those psychic contents which have not yet been submitted to conscious elaboration and are therefore an immediate datum of psychic experience. In this sense, there is a considerable difference between the archetype and the historical formula that has evolved. Especially on the higher levels of esoteric teaching, the archetypes appear in a form that reveals quite unmistakably the critical and evaluating influence of conscious elaboration. Their immediate manifestation, as we encounter it in dreams and visions, is much more individual, less understandable, and more naive than in myths, for example. The archetype is essentially an unconscious content that is altered by becoming conscious and by being perceived, and it takes its color from the individual consciousness in which it happens to appear. What the word archetype means in the nominal sense is clear enough, then from its relations with myth, esoteric teaching, and fairy tale. But if we try to establish what an archetype is, psychologically, the matter becomes more complicated. So far, mythologists have always helped themselves out with solar, lunar, meteorological, vegetal, and other ideas of the kind. The fact that myths are first and foremost psychic phenomena that reveal the nature of the soul is something they have absolutely refused to see until now. Primitive man is not much interested in objective explanations of the obvious, but he has an imperative need, or rather, his unconscious psyche has an irresistible urge to assimilate all outer sense experiences to inner psychic events. It is not enough for the primitive to see the sun rise and set. This external observation must at the same time be a psychic happening. The sun in its course must represent the fate of a god or hero who, in the last analysis, dwells nowhere except in the soul of man. All the mythologized processes of nature, such as summer and winter, the phases of the moon, the rainy seasons, and so forth, are in no sense allegories of these objective occurrences. Rather, they are symbolic expressions of the inner, unconscious drama of the psyche which becomes accessible to man's consciousness by way of projection, that is, mirrored in the events of nature. The projection is so fundamental that it has taken several thousand years of civilization to detach it in some measure from its outer object. In the case of astrology, for instance, this age-old scientia intuitiva came to be branded as rank heresy because man had not yet succeeded in making the psychological description of character independent of the stars. Even today, people who still believe in astrology fall almost without exception for the old, superstitious assumption of the influence of the stars. And yet, anyone who can calculate a horoscope should know that, since the days of Hipparchus of Alexandria, the spring point has been fixed at Odeg Aries, and that the zodiac on which every horoscope is based is therefore quite arbitrary, the spring point having gradually advanced since then into the first degrees of Pisces, owing to the precession of the equinoxes. Primitive man impresses us so strongly with his subjectivity that we should really have guessed long ago that myths refer to something psychic. His knowledge of nature is essentially the language and outer dress of an unconscious psychic process. But the very fact that this process is unconscious gives us the reason why man has thought of everything except the psyche in his attempts to explain myths. He simply didn't know that the psyche contains all the images that have ever given rise to myths, and that our unconscious is an acting and suffering subject with an inner drama which primitive man rediscovers, by means of analogy, in the processes of nature both great and small. The stars of thine own fate lie in thy breast. says Sini to Wallenstein, a dictum that should satisfy all astrologers if we knew even a little about the secrets of the heart. But for this, so far, men have had little understanding. Nor would I dare to assert that things are any better today. Tribal lore is always sacred and dangerous. All esoteric teachings seek to apprehend the unseen happenings in the psyche, and all claim supreme authority for themselves. What is true of primitive lore is true in even higher degree of the ruling world religions. They contain a revealed knowledge that was originally hidden, and they set forth the secrets of the soul in glorious images. Their temples and their sacred writings proclaim in image and word the doctrine hallowed from of old, making it accessible to every believing heart, every sensitive vision, every farthest range of thought. Indeed, we are compelled to say that the more beautiful, the more sublime, the more comprehensive the image that has evolved and been handed down by tradition, the further removed it is from individual experience. We can just feel our way into it and sense something of it, but the original experience has been lost. Why is psychology the youngest of the empirical sciences? Why have we not long since discovered the unconscious and raised up its treasure house of eternal images? Simply because we had a religious formula for everything psychic, and one that is far more beautiful and comprehensive than immediate experience. Though the Christian view of the world has paled for many people, the symbolic treasure rooms of the East are still full of marvels that can nourish for a long time to come the passion for show and new clothes. What is more, these images, be they Christian or Buddhist or what you will, are lovely, mysterious, richly intuitive. Naturally, the more familiar we are with them, the more does constant usage polish them smooth, so that what remains is only banal superficiality and meaningless paradox. The mystery of the virgin birth, or the homoousia of the Son with the Father, or the Trinity, which is nevertheless not a triad, these no longer lend wings to any philosophical fancy. They have stiffened into mere objects of belief. So it is not surprising if the religious need, the believing mind, and the philosophical speculations of the educated European are attracted by the symbols of the East, those grandiose conceptions of divinity in India and the abysms of Taoist philosophy in China, just as once before the heart and mind of the men of antiquity were gripped by Christian ideas. There are many Europeans who began by surrendering completely to the influence of the Christian symbol until they landed themselves in a Kierkegaardian neurosis, or whose relation to God, owing to the progressive impoverishment of symbolism, developed into an unbearably sophisticated I-U relationship, only to fall victims in their turn to the magic and novelty of Eastern symbols. This surrender is not necessarily a defeat. Rather, it proves the receptiveness and vitality of the religious sense. We can observe much the same thing in the educated Oriental, who not infrequently feels drawn to the Christian symbol or to the science that is so unsuited to the Oriental mind, and even develops an enviable understanding of them. That people should succumb to these eternal images is entirely normal. In fact, it is what these images are for. They are meant to attract, to convince, to fascinate, and to overpower. They are created out of the primal stuff of revelation and reflect the ever-unique experience of divinity. That is why they always give man a premonition of the divine while at the same time safeguarding him from immediate experience of it. Thanks to the labors of the human spirit over the centuries, these images have become embedded in a comprehensive system of thought that ascribes an order to the world, and are at the same time represented by a mighty, far-spread, and venerable institution called the Church. I can best illustrate my meaning by taking as an example the Swiss mystic and hermit, Brother Nicholas of Flue, who has recently been canonized. Probably his most important religious experience was the so-called Trinity vision, which preoccupied him to such an extent that he painted it, or had it painted, on the wall of his cell. The painting is still preserved in the parish church at Saxeln. It is a mandala divided into 6 parts, and in the center is the crowned countenance of God. Now we know that Brother Klaus investigated the nature of his vision with the help of an illustrated devotional booklet by a German mystic, and that he struggled to get his original experience into a form he could understand. He occupied himself with it for years. This is what I call the elaboration of the symbol. His reflections on the nature of the vision, influenced as they were by the mystic diagrams he used as a guiding thread, inevitably led him to the conclusion that he must have gazed upon the Holy Trinity itself, the summum bonum, eternal love. This is borne out by the expurgated version now in Saxeln. The original experience, however, was entirely different. In his ecstasy there was revealed to Brother Klaus a sight so terrible that his own countenance was changed by it, so much so, indeed, that people were terrified and felt afraid of him. What he had seen was a vision of the utmost intensity. Wölfflin, our oldest source, writes as follows: "All who came to him were filled with terror at the first glance. As to the cause of this, he himself used to say that he had seen a piercing light resembling a human face. At the sight of it he feared that his heart would burst into little pieces. Therefore, overcome with terror, he instantly turned his face away and fell to the ground. And that was the reason why his face was now terrible to others." This vision has rightly been compared with the one in Revelation 1:13ff, that strange apocalyptic Christ image, which for sheer gruesomeness and singularity is surpassed only by the monstrous 7-eyed lamb with 7 horns, REBIRTH 5:6f. It is certainly very difficult to see what is the relationship between this figure and the Christ of the Gospels. Hence Brother Klaus's vision was interpreted in a quite definite way by the earliest sources. In 1508, the humanist Karl Bovilis, Charles de Buell, wrote to a friend, "I wish to tell you of a vision which appeared to him in the sky, on a night when the stars were shining and he stood in prayer and contemplation. He saw the head of a human figure with a terrifying face, full of wrath and threats." This interpretation agrees perfectly with the modern amplification furnished by Revelation 1:13. Nor should we forget Brother Klaus's other visions, for instance of Christ in the bearskin, of God the Father and God the Mother, and of himself as the Son. They exhibit features which are very undogmatic indeed. Traditionally, this great vision was brought into connection with the Trinity picture in the church at Saxeln, and so, likewise, was the wheel symbolism in the so-called Pilgrim's Tract. Brother Klaus, we are told, showed the picture of the wheel to a visiting pilgrim. Evidently, this picture had preoccupied him for some time. Blanca is of the opinion that, contrary to tradition, there is no connection between the vision and the Trinity picture. This skepticism seems to me to go too far. There must have been some reason for Brother Klaus's interest in the wheel. Visions like the one he had often caused mental confusion and disintegration, witness the heart bursting into little pieces. We know from experience that the protective circle, the mandala, is the traditional antidote for chaotic states of mind. It is therefore only too clear why Brother Klaus was fascinated by the symbol of the wheel. The interpretation of the terrifying vision as an experience of God need not be so wide of the mark either. The connection between the great vision and the Trinity picture, and of both with the wheel symbol, therefore seems to me very probable on psychological grounds. This vision, undoubtedly fearful and highly perturbing, which burst like a volcano upon his religious view of the world, without any dogmatic prelude and without exegetical commentary, naturally needed a long labor of assimilation in order to fit it into the total structure of the psyche, and thus restore the disturbed psychic balance. Brother Klaus came to terms with his experience on the basis of dogma, then firm as a rock, and the dogma proved its powers of assimilation by turning something horribly alive into the beautiful abstraction of the Trinity idea. But the reconciliation might have taken place on a quite different basis provided by the vision itself and its unearthly actuality, much to the disadvantage of the Christian conception of God, and no doubt to the still greater disadvantage of Brother Klaus himself, who would then have become not a saint but a heretic, if not a lunatic, and would probably have ended his life at the stake. This example demonstrates the use of the dogmatic symbol. It formulates a tremendous and dangerously decisive psychic experience, fittingly called an experience of the divine, in a way that is tolerable to our human understanding, without either limiting the scope of the experience or doing damage to its overwhelming significance. The vision of divine wrath, which we also meet in Jakob Boehme, ill accords with the God of the New Testament, the loving Father in heaven, and for this reason it might easily have become the source of an inner conflict. That would have been quite in keeping with the spirit of the age, the end of the 15th century, the time of Nicholas Cusanus, whose formula of the complexio oppositorum actually anticipated the schism that was imminent. Not long afterwards, the Yahwistic conception of God went through a series of rebirths in Protestantism. Yahweh is a God concept that contains the opposites in a still undivided state. Brother Klaus put himself outside the beaten track of convention and habit by leaving his home and family, living alone for years, and gazing deep into the dark mirror so that the wondrous and terrible boon of original experience befell him. In this situation, the dogmatic image of divinity that had been developed over the centuries worked like a healing draught. It helped him to assimilate the fatal incursion of an archetypal image and so escape being torn asunder. Angelus Silesius was not so fortunate. The inner conflict tore him to pieces, because in his day the stability of the church that dogma guarantees was already shattered. Jakob Boehme, too, knew a god of the wrath fire, a real deus absconditus. He was able to bridge the profound and agonizing contradiction on the one hand by means of the Christian formula of Father and Son, and embody it speculatively in his view of the world, which, though Gnostic, was in all essential points Christian. Otherwise, he would have become a dualist. On the other hand, it was undoubtedly alchemy, long brewing the union of opposites in secret that came to his aid. Nevertheless, the opposition has left obvious traces in the mandala appended to his XL questions concerning the soul, showing the nature of the divinity. The mandala is divided into a dark and a light half, and the semicircles that are drawn round them, instead of joining up to form a ring, are turned back to back. Dogma takes the place of the collective unconscious by formulating its contents on a grand scale. The Catholic way of life is completely unaware of psychological problems in this sense. Almost the entire life of the collective unconscious has been channeled into the dogmatic archetypal ideas and flows along like a well-controlled stream in the symbolism of creed and ritual. It manifests itself in the inwardness of the Catholic psyche. The collective unconscious, as we understand it today, was never a matter of psychology, for before the Christian Church existed there were the antique mysteries, and these reach back into the gray mists of Neolithic prehistory. Mankind has never lacked powerful images to lend magical aid against all the uncanny things that live in the depths of the psyche. Always the figures of the unconscious were expressed in protecting and healing images, and in this way were expelled from the psyche into cosmic space. The iconoclasm of the Reformation, however, quite literally made a breach in the protective wall of sacred images, and since then one image after another has crumbled away. They became dubious, for they conflicted with awakening reason. Besides, people had long since forgotten what they meant. Or had they really forgotten? Could it be that men had never really known what they meant, and that only in recent times did it occur to the Protestant part of mankind that actually we haven't the remotest conception of what is meant by the virgin birth, the divinity of Christ, and the complexities of the Trinity. It almost seems as if these images had just lived, and as if their living existence had simply been accepted without question and without reflection, much as everyone decorates Christmas trees or hides Easter eggs without ever knowing what these customs mean. The fact is that archetypal images are so packed with meaning in themselves that people never think of asking what they really do mean. That the gods die from time to time is due to man's sudden discovery that they do not mean anything, that they are made by human hands, useless idols of wood and stone. In reality, however, he has merely discovered that up till then he has never thought about his images at all. And when he starts thinking about them, he does so with the help of what he calls reason, which in point of fact is nothing more than the sum total of all his prejudices and myopic views. The history of Protestantism has been one of chronic iconoclasm. One wall after another fell, and the work of destruction was not too difficult once the authority of the Church had been shattered. We all know how, in large things as in small, in general as well as in particular, piece after piece collapsed, and how the alarming poverty of symbols that is now the condition of our life came about. With that, the power of the Church has vanished too, a fortress robbed of its bastions and casemates, a house whose walls have been plucked away, exposed to all the winds of the world and to all dangers. Although this is, properly speaking, a lamentable collapse that offends our sense of history, the disintegration of Protestantism into nearly 400 denominations is yet a sure sign that the restlessness continues. The Protestant is cast out into a state of defenselessness that might well make the natural man shudder. His enlightened consciousness, of course, refuses to take cognizance of this fact, and is quietly looking elsewhere for what has been lost to Europe. We seek the effective images, the thought forms that satisfy the restlessness of heart and mind, and we find the treasures of the East. There is no objection to this, in and for itself. Nobody forced the Romans to import Asiatic cults in bulk. If Christianity had really been, as so often described, alien to the Germanic tribes, they could easily have rejected it when the prestige of the Roman legions began to wane. But Christianity had come to stay because it fits in with the existing archetypal pattern. In the course of the centuries, however, it turned into something its founder might well have wondered at had he lived to see it. And the Christianity of Negroes and other dark-skinned converts is certainly an occasion for historical reflections. Why, then, should the West not assimilate Eastern forms? The Romans too went to Eleusis, Samothrace, and Egypt in order to get themselves initiated. In Egypt there even seems to have been a regular tourist trade in this commodity. The gods of Greece and Rome perished from the same disease as did our Christian symbols. People discovered then, as today, that they had no thoughts whatever on the subject. On the other hand, the gods of the strangers still had unexhausted mana. Their names were weird and incomprehensible, and their deeds portentously dark, something altogether different from the hackneyed chronique scandaleuse of Olympus. At least one couldn't understand the Asiatic symbols, and for this reason they were not banal like the conventional gods. The fact that people accepted the new as unthinkingly as they had rejected the old did not become a problem at that time. Is it becoming a problem today? Shall we be able to put on, like a new suit of clothes, ready-made symbols grown on foreign soil, saturated with foreign blood, spoken in a foreign tongue, nourished by a foreign culture, interwoven with foreign history, and so resemble a beggar who wraps himself in kingly raiment, a king who disguises himself as a beggar? No doubt this is possible. Or is there something in ourselves that commands us to go in for no mummeries, but perhaps even to sew our garment ourselves. I am convinced that the growing impoverishment of symbols has a meaning. It is a development that has an inner consistency. Everything that we have not thought about and that has therefore been deprived of a meaningful connection with our developing consciousness has got lost. If we now try to cover our nakedness with the gorgeous trappings of the East, as the Theosophists do, we would be playing our own history false. A man does not sink down to beggary only to pose afterwards as an Indian potentate. It seems to me that it would be far better stoutly to avow our spiritual poverty, our symbol-lessness, instead of feigning a legacy to which we are not the legitimate heirs at all. We are, surely, the rightful heirs of Christian symbolism, but somehow we have squandered this heritage. We have let the house our fathers built fall into decay, and now we try to break into Oriental palaces that our fathers never knew. Anyone who has lost the historical symbols and cannot be satisfied with substitutes is certainly in a very difficult position today. Before him there yawns the void, and he turns away from it in horror. What is worse, the vacuum gets filled with absurd political and social ideas, which one and all are distinguished by their spiritual bleakness. But if he cannot get along with these pedantic dogmatisms, he sees himself forced to be serious for once with his alleged trust in God, though it usually turns out that his fear of things going wrong if he did so is even more persuasive. This fear is far from unjustified, for where God is closest the danger seems greatest. It is dangerous to avow spiritual poverty, for the poor man has desires, and whoever has desires calls down some fatality on himself. A Swiss proverb puts it drastically. Behind every rich man stands a devil, and behind every poor man too. Just as in Christianity the vow of worldly poverty turned the mind away from the riches of this earth, so spiritual poverty seeks to renounce the false riches of the Spirit in order to withdraw not only from the sorry remnants, which today call themselves the Protestant Church, of a great past, but also from all the allurements of the odorous East, in order finally to dwell with itself alone, where, in the cold light of consciousness, the blank barrenness of the world reaches to the very stars. We have inherited this poverty from our fathers. I well remember the confirmation lessons I received at the hands of my own father. The catechism bored me unspeakably. One day I was turning over the pages of my little book in the hope of finding something interesting when my eye fell on the paragraphs about the Trinity. This interested me at once, and I waited impatiently for the lessons to get to that section. But when the longed-for lesson arrived, my father said, "We'll skip this bit. I can't make head or tail of it myself." With that, my last hope was laid in the grave. I admired my father's honesty, but this did not alter the fact that from then on all talk of religion bored me to death. Our intellect has achieved the most tremendous things, but in the meantime our spiritual dwelling has fallen into disrepair. We are absolutely convinced that even with the aid of the latest and largest reflecting telescope, now being built in America, men will discover behind the farthest nebulae no fiery empyrean, and we know that our eyes will wander despairingly through the dead emptiness of interstellar space. Nor is it any better when mathematical physics reveals to us the world of the infinitely small. In the end, we dig up the wisdom of all ages and peoples, only to find that everything most dear and precious to us has already been said in the most superb language. Like greedy children, we stretch out our hands and think that, if only we could grasp it, we would possess it too. But what we possess is no longer valid, and our hands grow weary from the grasping, for riches lie everywhere as far as the eye can reach. All these possessions turn to water, and more than one sorcerer's apprentice has been drowned in the waters called up by himself, if he did not first succumb to the saving delusion that this wisdom was good and that was bad. It is from these adepts that there come those terrifying invalids who think they have a prophetic mission. For the artificial sundering of true and false wisdom creates a tension in the psyche, and from this there arises a loneliness and a craving like that of the morphine addict, who always hopes to find companions in his vice. When our natural inheritance has been dissipated, then the spirit too, as Heraclitus says, has descended from its fiery heights. But when spirit becomes heavy, it turns to water, and with Luciferian presumption the intellect usurps the seat where once the spirit was enthroned. The spirit may legitimately claim the patria potestas over the soul. Not so the earth-born intellect, which is man's sword or hammer, and not a creator of spiritual worlds, a father of the soul. Hence Ludwig Klages and Max Scheler were moderate enough in their attempts to rehabilitate the spirit. For both were children of an age in which the spirit was no longer up above but down below, no longer fire but water. Therefore the way of the soul in search of its lost father, like Sophia seeking Bythos, leads to the water, to the dark mirror that reposes at its bottom. Whoever has elected for the state of spiritual poverty, the true heritage of Protestantism carried to its logical conclusion, goes the way of the soul that leads to the water. This water is no figure of speech, but a living symbol of the dark psyche. I can best illustrate this by a concrete example, one out of many. A Protestant theologian often dreamed the same dream. He stood on a mountain slope with a deep valley below and in it a dark lake. He knew in the dream that something had always prevented him from approaching the lake. This time he resolved to go to the water. As he approached the shore, everything grew dark and uncanny, and a gust of wind suddenly rushed over the face of the water. He was seized by a panic fear and awoke. This dream shows us the natural symbolism. The dreamer descends into his own depths, and the way leads him to the mysterious water. And now there occurs the miracle of the pool of Bethesda. An angel comes down and touches the water, endowing it with healing power. In the dream it is the wind, the pneuma, which bloweth where it listeth. Man's descent to the water is needed in order to evoke the miracle of its coming to life. But the breath of the Spirit rushing over the dark water is uncanny, like everything whose cause we do not know, since it is not ourselves. It hints at an unseen presence, a noumen to which neither human expectations nor the machinations of the will have given life. It lives of itself, and a shudder runs through the man who thought that spirit was merely what he believes, what he makes himself, what is said in books, or what people talk about. But when it happens spontaneously, it is a spookish thing, and primitive fear seizes the naive mind. The elders of the Elgonyi tribe in Kenya gave me exactly the same description of the nocturnal god whom they call the maker of fear. He comes to you, they said, like a cold gust of wind, and you shudder, or he goes whistling round in the tall grass. An African pan who glides among the reeds in the haunted noontide hour, playing on his pipes and frightening the shepherds. Thus, in the dream, the breath of the pneuma frightened another pastor, a shepherd of the flock, who in the darkness of the night trod the reed-grown shore in the deep valley of the psyche. Yes, that erstwhile fiery spirit has made a descent to the realm of nature, to the trees and rocks and the waters of the psyche, like the old man in Nietzsche's Zarathustra, who, wearied of humankind, withdrew into the forest to growl with the bears in honor of the Creator. We must surely go the way of the waters, which always tend downward, if we would raise up the treasure, the precious heritage of the Father. In the Gnostic hymn to the soul, the son is sent forth by his parents to seek the pearl that fell from the king's crown. It lies at the bottom of a deep well, guarded by a dragon, in the land of the Egyptians, that land of flesh pots and drunkenness with all its material and spiritual riches. The son and heir sets out to fetch the jewel, but forgets himself and his task in the orgies of Egyptian worldliness, until a letter from his father reminds him what his duty is. He then sets out for the water and plunges into the dark depths of the well, where he finds the pearl on the bottom, and in the end offers it to the highest divinity. This hymn, ascribed to Bardesanes, dates from an age that resembled ours in more than one respect. Mankind looked and waited, and it was a fish, levatus de profundo, drawn from the deep, that became the symbol of the Savior, the bringer of healing. As I wrote these lines, I received a letter from Vancouver from a person unknown to me. The writer is puzzled by his dreams, which are always about water. Almost every time I dream, it is about water. Either I am having a bath, or the water closet is overflowing, or a pipe is bursting, or my home has drifted down to the water's edge, or I see an acquaintance about to sink into water, or I am trying to get out of water, or I am having a bath and the tub is about to overflow, etc. Water is the commonest symbol for the unconscious. The lake in the valley is the unconscious, which lies, as it were, underneath consciousness, so that it is often referred to as the subconscious, usually with the pejorative connotation of an inferior consciousness. Water is the valley spirit, the water dragon of Tao, whose nature resembles water, a yang embraced in the yin. Psychologically, therefore, water means spirit that has become unconscious. So the dream of the theologian is quite right in telling him that down by the water he could experience the working of the living spirit like a miracle of healing in the pool of Bethesda. The descent into the depths always seems to precede the ascent. Thus, another theologian dreamed that he saw on a mountain a kind of castle of the Grail. He went along a road that seemed to lead straight to the foot of the mountain and up it. But as he drew nearer, he discovered to his great disappointment that a chasm separated him from the mountain, a deep, darksome gorge with underworldly water rushing along the bottom. A steep path led downwards and toilsomely climbed up again on the other side, but the prospect looked uninviting and the dreamer awoke. Here again the dreamer, thirsting for the shining heights, had first to descend into the dark depths, and this proves to be the indispensable condition for climbing any higher. The prudent man avoids the danger lurking in these depths, but he also throws away the good which a bold but imprudent venture might bring. The statement made by the dream meets with violent resistance from the conscious mind, which knows spirit only as something to be found in the heights. Spirit always seems to come from above, while from below comes everything that is sordid and worthless. For people who think in this way, spirit means highest freedom, a soaring over the depths, deliverance from the prison of the chthonic world, and hence a refuge for all those timorous souls who do not want to become anything different. But water is earthy and tangible. It is also the fluid of the instinct-driven body, blood and the flowing of blood, the odor of the beast, carnality heavy with passion. But water is earthy and tangible. It is also the fluid of the instinct-driven body, blood and the flowing of blood, the odor of the beast, carnality heavy with passion. The unconscious is the psyche that reaches down from the daylight of mentally and morally lucid consciousness into the nervous system that for ages has been known as the sympathetic. This does not govern perception and muscular activity like the cerebrospinal system, and thus control the environment, but though functioning without sense organs, it maintains the balance of life and, through the mysterious paths of sympathetic excitation, not only gives us knowledge of the innermost life of other beings, but also has an inner effect upon them. In this sense, it is an extremely collective system, the operative basis of all participation mystique, whereas the cerebrospinal function reaches its high point in separating off the specific qualities of the ego and only apprehends surfaces and externals, always through the medium of space. It experiences everything as an outside, whereas the sympathetic system experiences everything as an inside. The unconscious is commonly regarded as a sort of encapsulated fragment of our most personal and intimate life, something like what the Bible calls the heart and considers the source of all evil thoughts. In the chambers of the heart dwell the wicked blood spirits, swift anger and sensual weakness. This is how the unconscious looks when seen from the conscious side. But consciousness appears to be essentially an affair of the cerebrum, which sees everything separately and in isolation, and therefore sees the unconscious in this way too, regarding it outright as my unconscious. Hence it is generally believed that anyone who descends into the unconscious gets into a suffocating atmosphere of egocentric subjectivity, and in this blind alley is exposed to the attack of all the ferocious beasts which the caverns of the psychic underworld are supposed to harbor. True, whoever looks into the mirror of the water will see first of all his own face. Whoever goes to himself risks a confrontation with himself. The mirror does not flatter, it faithfully shows whatever looks into it, namely, the face we never show to the world because we cover it with the persona, the mask of the actor. But the mirror lies behind the mask and shows the true face. This confrontation is the first test of courage on the inner way, a test sufficient to frighten off most people. For the meeting with ourselves belongs to the more unpleasant things that can be avoided so long as we can project everything negative into the environment. But if we are able to see our own shadow and can bear knowing about it, then a small part of the problem has already been solved. We have at least brought up the personal unconscious. The shadow is a living part of the personality and therefore wants to live with it in some form. It cannot be argued out of existence or rationalized into harmlessness. This problem is exceedingly difficult because it not only challenges the whole man, but reminds him at the same time of his helplessness and ineffectuality. Strong natures, or should one rather call them weak, do not like to be reminded of this, but prefer to think of themselves as heroes who are beyond good and evil, and to cut the Gordian knot instead of untying it. Nevertheless, the account has to be settled sooner or later. In the end, one has to admit that there are problems which one simply cannot solve on one's own resources. Such an admission has the advantage of being honest, truthful, and in accord with reality, and this prepares the ground for a compensatory reaction from the collective unconscious. You are now more inclined to give heed to a helpful idea or intuition, or to notice thoughts which had not been allowed to voice themselves before. Perhaps you will pay attention to the dreams that visit you at such moments, or will reflect on certain inner and outer occurrences that take place just at this time. If you have an attitude of this kind, then the helpful powers slumbering in the deeper strata of man's nature can come awake and intervene. For helplessness and weakness are the eternal experience and the eternal problem of mankind. To this problem there is also an eternal answer, otherwise it would have been all up with humanity long ago. When you have done everything that could possibly be done, the only thing that remains is what you could still do, if only you knew it. But how much do we know of ourselves? Precious little, to judge by experience. Hence there is still a great deal of room left for the unconscious. Prayer, as we know, calls for a very similar attitude and therefore has much the same effect. The necessary and needful reaction from the collective unconscious expresses itself in archetypally formed ideas. The meeting with oneself is, at first, the meeting with one's own shadow. The shadow is a tight passage, a narrow door, whose painful constriction no one is spared who goes down to the deep well. But one must learn to know oneself in order to know who one is. For what comes after the door is, surprisingly enough, a boundless expanse full of unprecedented uncertainty, with apparently no inside and no outside, no above and no below, no here and no there, no mine and no thine, no good and no bad. It is the world of water, where all life floats in suspension, where the realm of the sympathetic system, the soul of everything living, begins, where I am indivisibly this and that, where I experience the other in myself and the other than myself experiences me. No, the collective unconscious is anything but an encapsulated personal system. It is sheer objectivity, as wide as the world and open to all the world. There I am, the object of every subject, in complete reversal of my ordinary consciousness, where I am always the subject that has an object. There I am, utterly one with the world, so much a part of it that I forget all too easily who I really am. Lost in oneself is a good way of describing this state, but this self is the world, if only a consciousness could see it. That is why we must know who we are. The unconscious no sooner touches us than we are it. We become unconscious of ourselves. That is the age-old danger, instinctively known and feared by primitive man, who himself stands so very close to this pleroma. His consciousness is still uncertain, wobbling on its feet. It is still childish, having just emerged from the primal waters. A wave of the unconscious may easily roll over it, and then he forgets who he was and does things that are strange to him. Hence primitives are afraid of uncontrolled emotions, because consciousness breaks down under them and gives way to possession. All man's strivings have therefore been directed towards the consolidation of consciousness. This was the purpose of rite and dogma. They were dams and walls to keep back the dangers of the unconscious, the perils of the soul. Primitive rites consist accordingly in the exorcising of spirits, the lifting of spells, the averting of the evil omen, propitiation, purification, and the production by sympathetic magic of helpful occurrences. It is these barriers, erected in primitive times, that later became the foundations of the Church. It is also these barriers that collapse when the symbols become weak with age. Then the waters rise and boundless catastrophes break over mankind. The religious leader of the Taos Pueblo, known as the Locotenente Gobernador, once said to me, "The Americans should stop meddling with our religion, for when it dies and we can no longer help the sun, our father, to cross the sky, the Americans and the whole world will learn something in 10 years' time. For then the sun won't rise anymore. In other words, night will fall, the light of consciousness is extinguished, and the dark sea of the unconscious breaks in. Whether primitive or not, mankind always stands on the brink of actions it performs itself but does not control. The whole world wants peace, and the whole world prepares for war. To take but one example, mankind is powerless against mankind, and the gods, as ever, show it the ways of fate. Today we call the gods factors, which comes from facere, to make. The makers stand behind the wings of the world theater. It is so in great things as in small. In the realm of consciousness we are our own masters. We seem to be the factors themselves. But if we step through the door of the shadow, we discover with terror that we are the objects of unseen factors. To know this is decidedly unpleasant, for nothing is more disillusioning than the discovery of our own inadequacy. It can even give rise to primitive panic, because, instead of being believed in, the anxiously guarded supremacy of consciousness, which is in truth one of the secrets of human success, is questioned in the most dangerous way. But since ignorance is no guarantee of security, and in fact only makes our insecurity still worse, it is probably better, despite our fear, to know where the danger lies. To ask the right question is already half the solution of a problem. At any rate, we then know that the greatest danger threatening us comes from the unpredictability of the psyche's reactions. Discerning persons have realized for some time that external historical conditions, of whatever kind, are only occasions. jumping-off grounds for the real dangers that threaten our lives. These are the present politico-social delusional systems. We should not regard them causally as necessary consequences of external conditions, but as decisions precipitated by the collective unconscious. This is a new problem. All ages before us have believed in gods in some form or other. Only an unparalleled impoverishment of symbolism could enable us to rediscover the gods as psychic factors, that is, as archetypes of the unconscious. No doubt this discovery is hardly credible at present. To be convinced, we need to have the experience pictured in the dream of the theologian, for only then do we experience the self-activity of the Spirit moving over the waters. Since the stars have fallen from heaven and our highest symbols have paled, a secret life holds sway in the unconscious. That is why we have a psychology today, and why we speak of the unconscious. All this would be quite superfluous in an age or culture that possess symbols. Symbols are spirit from above, and under those conditions the spirit is above too. Therefore, it would be a foolish and senseless undertaking for such people to wish to experience or investigate an unconscious that contains nothing but the silent, undisturbed sway of nature. Our unconscious, on the other hand, hides living water, spirit that has become nature, and that is why it is disturbed. Heaven has become for us the cosmic space of the physicists, and the divine empyrean a fair memory of things that once were. But the heart glows, and a secret unrest gnaws at the roots of our being. In the words of the Voluspa, we may ask, "What murmurs Wotan over Mimir's head? Already the spring boils." Our concern with the unconscious has become a vital question for us, a question of spiritual being or non-being. All those who have had an experience like that mentioned in the dream know that the treasure lies in the depths of the water and will try to salvage it. As they must never forget who they are, they must on no account imperil their consciousness. They will keep their standpoint firmly anchored to the earth, and will thus, to preserve the metaphor, become fishers who catch with hook and net what swims in the water. There may be consummate fools who do not understand what fishermen do, but the latter will not mistake the timeless meaning of their action, for the symbol of their craft is many centuries older than the still unfaded story of the Grail. But not every man is a fisherman. Sometimes this figure remains arrested at an early, instinctive level, and then it is an otter, as we know from Oscar Schmitz's fairy tales. Whoever looks into the water sees his own image, but behind it living creatures soon loom up. Fishes, presumably, harmless dwellers of the deep. Harmless, if only the lake were not haunted. They are water beings of a peculiar sort. Sometimes a nixie gets into the fisherman's net, a female, half-human fish. Nixies are entrancing creatures. Half drew she him, half sank he down, and never more was seen. The nixie is an even more instinctive version of a magical feminine being whom I call the ANIMA. She can also be a siren, Melusina, mermaid, wood nymph, grace, or Earl King's daughter, or a lamia or succubus, who infatuates young men and sucks the life out of them. Moralizing critics will say that these figures are projections of soulful emotional states and are nothing but worthless fantasies. One must admit that there is a certain amount of truth in this. But is it the whole truth? Is the nixie really nothing but a product of moral laxity? Were there not such beings long ago in an age when dawning human consciousness was still wholly bound to nature? Surely there were spirits of forest, field, and stream long before the question of moral conscience ever existed. What is more, these beings were as much dreaded as adored, so that their rather peculiar erotic charms were only one of their characteristics. Man's consciousness was then far simpler, and his possession of it absurdly small. An unlimited amount of what we now feel to be an integral part of our psychic being disports itself merrily for the primitive in projections ranging far and wide. The word projection is not really appropriate, for nothing has been cast out of the psyche. Rather, the psyche has attained its present complexity by a series of acts of introjection. Its complexity has increased in proportion to the despiritualization of nature. An alluring nixie from the dim bygone is today called an erotic fantasy, and she may complicate our psychic life in a most painful way. She comes upon us just as a nixie might. She sits on top of us like a succubus. She changes into all sorts of shapes like a witch, and in general displays an unbearable independence that does not seem at all proper in a psychic content. Occasionally she causes states of fascination that rival the best bewitchment, or unleashes terrors in us not to be outdone by any manifestation of the devil. She is a mischievous being who crosses our path in numerous transformations and disguises, playing all kinds of tricks on us, causing happy and unhappy delusions, depressions and ecstasies, outbursts of affect, etc. Even in a state of reasonable introjection, the nixie has not laid aside her roguery. The witch has not ceased to mix her vile potions of love and death. Her magic poison has been refined into intrigue and self-deception, unseen though none the less dangerous for that. But how do we dare to call this elfin being the ANIMA? Anima means soul and should designate something very wonderful and immortal. Yet this was not always so. We should not forget that this kind of soul is a dogmatic conception whose purpose it is to pin down and capture something uncannily alive and active. The German word Seele is closely related, via the Gothic form Seiwalo, to the Greek word, which means quick-moving, changeful of hue, twinkling, something like a butterfly, pschinki in Greek, which reels drunkenly from flower to flower and lives on honey and love. In Gnostic typology, the anthropos psychikos, psychic man, is inferior to the pneumatikos, spiritual man, and finally there are wicked souls who must roast in hell for all eternity. Even the quite innocent soul of the unbaptized newborn babe is deprived of the contemplation of God. Among primitives, the soul is the magic breath of life, hence the term anima, or a flame. An uncanonical saying of our Lord's aptly declares, "Whoso is near unto me is near to the fire." For Heraclitus, the soul at the highest level is fiery and dry, because psinchi as such is closely akin to cool breath. Psychion means to breathe. To blow, synchros and psuchos mean cold, chill, damp. Being that has soul is living being. Soul is the living thing in man, that which lives of itself and causes life. Therefore God breathed into Adam a living breath that he might live. With her cunning play of illusions, the soul lures into life the inertness of matter that does not want to live. She makes us believe incredible things, that life may be lived. She is full of snares and traps, in order that man should fall, should reach the earth, entangle himself there, and stay caught, so that life should be lived. As Eve in the Garden of Eden could not rest content until she had convinced Adam of the goodness of the forbidden apple. Were it not for the leaping and twinkling of the soul, man would rot away in his greatest passion, idleness. A certain kind of reasonableness is its advocate, and a certain kind of morality adds its blessing. But to have soul is the whole venture of life, for soul is a life-giving demon who plays his elfin game above and below human existence, for which reason, in the realm of dogma, he is threatened and propitiated with superhuman punishments and blessings that go far beyond the possible deserts of human beings. Heaven and hell are the fates meted out to the soul and not to civilized man, who in his nakedness and timidity would have no idea of what to do with himself in a heavenly Jerusalem. The anima is not the soul in the dogmatic sense, not an anima rationalis, which is a philosophical conception, but a natural archetype that satisfactorily sums up all the statements of the unconscious, of the primitive mind, of the history of language and religion. It is a factor in the proper sense of the word. Man cannot make it. On the contrary, it is always the a priori element in his moods, reactions, impulses, and whatever else is spontaneous in psychic life. It is something that lives of itself, that makes us live. It is a life behind consciousness that cannot be completely integrated with it, but from which, on the contrary, consciousness arises. For, in the last analysis, psychic life is for the greater part an unconscious life that surrounds consciousness on all sides, a notion that is sufficiently obvious when one considers how much unconscious preparation is needed, for instance, to register a sense impression. Although it seems as if the whole of our unconscious psychic life could be ascribed to the anima, she is yet only one archetype among many. Therefore, she is not characteristic of the unconscious in its entirety. She is only one of its aspects. This is shown by the very fact of her femininity. What is not masculine, is most probably feminine, and because the not, I, is felt as not belonging to me and therefore as outside me, the anima image is usually projected upon women. Either sex is inhabited by the opposite sex up to a point, for, biologically speaking, it is simply the greater number of masculine genes that tips the scales in favor of masculinity. The smaller number of feminine genes seems to form a feminine character, which usually remains unconscious because of its subordinate position. With the archetype of the anima, we enter the realm of the gods, or rather, the realm that metaphysics has reserved for itself. Everything the anima touches becomes numinous, unconditional, dangerous, taboo, magical. She is the serpent in the paradise of the harmless man with good resolutions and still better intentions. She affords the most convincing reasons for not prying into the unconscious, an occupation that would break down our moral inhibitions and unleash forces that had better been left unconscious and undisturbed. As usual, there is something in what the anima says, for life in itself is not good only, it is also bad. Because the anima wants life, she wants both good and bad. These categories do not exist in the elfin realm. Bodily life as well as psychic life have the impudence to get along much better without conventional morality, and they often remain the healthier for it. The anima believes in the kalon kagathon, the beautiful and the good, a primitive conception that antedates the discovery of the conflict between aesthetics and morals. It took more than 1,000 years of Christian differentiation to make it clear that the good is not always the beautiful, and the beautiful not necessarily good. The paradox of this marriage of ideas troubled the ancients as little as it does the primitives. The anima is conservative and clings in the most exasperating fashion to the ways of earlier humanity. She likes to appear in historic dress, with a predilection for Greece and Egypt. In this connection, we would mention the classic anima stories of Rider Haggard and Pierre Benoit. The Renaissance dream known as the Hypnerotomachia of Polifilo and Goethe's Faust likewise reached deep into antiquity in order to find le vrai mot for the situation. Polifilo conjured up Queen Venus, Goethe, Helen of Troy. Agnella Jaffe has sketched a lively picture of the anima in the age of Biedermeier and the Romantics. If you want to know what happens when the anima appears in modern society, I can warmly recommend John Erskine's private life of Helen of Troy. She is not a shallow creation, for the breath of eternity lies over everything that is really alive. The anima lives beyond all categories, and can therefore dispense with blame as well as with praise. Since the beginning of time, man, with his wholesome animal instinct, has been engaged in combat with his soul and its demonism. If the soul were uniformly dark, it would be a simple matter. Unfortunately, this is not so, for the anima can appear also as an angel of light, a psychopomp who points the way to the highest meaning, as we know from Faust. If the encounter with the shadow is the apprentice piece in the individual's development, then that with the anima is the masterpiece. The relation with the anima is again a test of courage, an ordeal by fire for the spiritual and moral forces of man. We should never forget that in dealing with the anima we are dealing with psychic facts which have never been in man's possession before, since they were always found outside his psychic territory, so to speak, in the form of projections. For the son, the anima is hidden in the dominating power of the mother, and sometimes she leaves him with a sentimental attachment that lasts throughout life and seriously impairs the fate of the adult. On the other hand, she may spur him on to the highest flights. To the men of antiquity, the anima appeared as a goddess or a witch, while for medieval man the goddess was replaced by the Queen of Heaven and Mother Church. The desymbolized world of the Protestant produced first an unhealthy sentimentality and then a sharpening of the moral conflict, which, because it was so unbearable, led logically to Nietzsche's beyond good and evil. In centers of civilization, this state shows itself in the increasing insecurity of marriage. The American divorce rate has been reached, if not exceeded, in many European countries, which proves that the anima projects herself by preference on the opposite sex, thus giving rise to magically complicated relationships. This fact, largely because of its pathological consequences, has led to the growth of modern psychology, which in its Freudian form cherishes the belief that the essential cause of all disturbances is sexuality, a view that only exacerbates the already existing conflict. There is a confusion here between cause and effect. The sexual disturbance is by no means the cause of neurotic difficulties, but is, like these, one of the pathological effects of a maladaptation of consciousness, as when consciousness is faced with situations and tasks to which it is not equal. Such a person simply does not understand how the world has altered and what his attitude would have to be in order to adapt to it. In dealing with the shadow or anima, it is not sufficient just to know about these concepts and to reflect on them. Nor can we ever experience their content by feeling our way into them or by appropriating other people's feelings. It is no use at all to learn a list of archetypes by heart. Archetypes are complexes of experience that come upon us like fate, and their effects are felt in our most personal life. The anima no longer crosses our path as a goddess, but it may be as an intimately personal misadventure, or perhaps as our best venture. When, for instance, a highly esteemed professor in his 70s abandons his family and runs off with a young red-headed actress, we know that the gods have claimed another victim. This is how demonic power reveals itself to us. Until not so long ago, it would have been an easy matter to do away with the young woman as a witch. In my experience, there are very many people of intelligence and education who have no trouble in grasping the idea of the anima and her relative autonomy, and can also understand the phenomenology of the animus in women. Psychologists have more difficulties to overcome in this respect, probably because they are under no compulsion to grapple with the complex facts peculiar to the psychology of the unconscious. If they are doctors as well, their somato-psychological thinking gets in the way, with its assumption that psychological processes can be expressed in intellectual, biological, or physiological terms. Psychology, however, is neither biology nor physiology nor any other science than just this knowledge of the psyche. The picture I have drawn of the anima so far is not complete. Although she may be the chaotic urge to life, something strangely meaningful clings to her, a secret knowledge or hidden wisdom, which contrasts most curiously with her irrational elfin nature. Here I would like to refer again to the authors already cited. Rider Haggard calls she wisdom's daughter. Benoit's Queen of Atlantis has an excellent library that even contains a lost book of Plato. Helen of Troy, in her reincarnation, is rescued from a Tyrian brothel by the wise Simon Magus and accompanies him on his travels. I purposely refrained from mentioning this thoroughly characteristic aspect of the anima earlier, because the first encounter with her usually leads one to infer anything rather than wisdom. This aspect appears only to the person who gets to grips with her seriously. Only then, when this hard task has been faced, does he come to realize more and more that behind all her cruel sporting with human fate, there lies something like a hidden purpose which seems to reflect a superior knowledge of life's laws. It is just the most unexpected, the most terrifyingly chaotic things which reveal a deeper meaning. And the more this meaning is recognized, the more the anima loses her impetuous and compulsive character. Gradually breakwaters are built against the surging of chaos, and the meaningful divides itself from the meaningless. When sense and nonsense are no longer identical, the force of chaos is weakened by their subtraction. Sense is then endued with the force of meaning and nonsense with the force of meaninglessness. In this way, a new cosmos arises. This is not a new discovery in the realm of medical psychology, but the age-old truth that out of the richness of a man's experience there comes a teaching which the Father can pass on to the Son. In elfin nature, wisdom and folly appear as one and the same, and they are one and the same as long as they are acted out by the anima. Life is crazy and meaningful at once, and when we do not laugh over the one aspect and speculate about the other, life is exceedingly drab, and everything is reduced to the littlest scale. There is then little sense and little nonsense either. When you come to think about it, nothing has any meaning, for when there was nobody to think, there was nobody to interpret what happened. Interpretations are only for those who don't understand. It is only the things we don't understand that have any meaning. Man woke up in a world he did not understand, and that is why he tries to interpret it. Thus the anima and life itself are meaningless insofar as they offer no interpretation. Yet they have a nature that can be interpreted, for in all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order, in all caprice a fixed law, for everything that works is grounded on its opposite. It takes man's discriminating understanding, which breaks everything down into antinomial judgments, to recognize this. Once he comes to grips with the anima, her chaotic capriciousness will give him cause to suspect a secret order, to sense a plan, a meaning, a purpose over and above her nature, or even, we might almost be tempted to say, to postulate such a thing, though this would not be in accord with the truth. For in actual reality we do not have at our command any power of cool reflection, nor does any science or philosophy help us, and the traditional teachings of religion do so only to a limited degree. We are caught and entangled in aimless experience, and the judging intellect with its categories proves itself powerless. Human interpretation fails, for a turbulent life situation has arisen that refuses to fit any of the traditional meanings assigned to it. It is a moment of collapse. We sink into a final depth. Apuleius calls it a kind of voluntary death. It is a surrender of our own powers, not artificially willed but forced upon us by nature. Not a voluntary submission and humiliation decked in moral garb, but an utter and unmistakable defeat, crowned with the panic, fear of demoralization. Only when all props and crutches are broken, and no cover from the rear offers even the slightest hope of security, does it become possible for us to experience an archetype that up till then had lain hidden behind the meaningful nonsense played out by the anima. This is the archetype of meaning, just as the anima is the archetype of life itself. It always seems to us as if meaning, compared with life, were the younger event, because we assume, with some justification, that we assign it of ourselves, and because we believe, equally rightly no doubt, that the great world can get along without being interpreted. But how do we assign meaning? From what source in the last analysis do we derive meaning? The forms we use for assigning meaning are historical categories that reach back into the mists of time, a fact we do not take sufficiently into account. Interpretations make use of certain linguistic matrices that are themselves derived from primordial images. From whatever side we approach this question, everywhere we find ourselves confronted with the history of language, with images and motifs that lead straight back to the primitive wonder world. Take, for instance, the word idea. It goes back to the eidos concept of Plato, and the eternal ideas are primordial images stored up ev uperon ranio topo, in a supracelestial place, as eternal, transcendent forms. The eye of the seer perceives them as imagines et l'air, or as images in dreams and revelatory visions. Or let us take the concept of energy, which is an interpretation of physical events. In earlier times it was the secret fire of the alchemists, or phlogiston, or the heat force inherent in matter, like the primal warmth of the Stoics, or the Heraclitean pour ai zoon, ever-living fire, which borders on the primitive notion of an all-pervading vital force, a power of growth and magic healing that is generally called mana. I will not go on needlessly giving examples. It is sufficient to know that there is not a single important idea or view that does not possess historical antecedents. Ultimately, they are all founded on primordial archetypal forms, whose concreteness dates from a time when consciousness did not think, but only perceived. Thoughts were objects of inner perception, not thought at all, but sensed as external phenomena, seen or heard, so to speak. Thought was essentially revelation, not invented but forced upon us, or bringing conviction through its immediacy and actuality. Thinking of this kind precedes the primitive ego consciousness, and the latter is more its object than its subject. But we ourselves have not yet climbed the last peak of consciousness, so we also have a pre-existent thinking, of which we are not aware so long as we are supported by traditional symbols, or, to put it in the language of dreams, so long as the father or the king is not dead. I would like to give you an example of how the unconscious thinks and paves the way for solutions. It is the case of a young theological student, whom I did not know personally. He was in great straits because of his religious beliefs, and about this time he dreamed the following dream. He was standing in the presence of a handsome old man dressed entirely in black. He knew it was the white magician. This personage had just addressed him at considerable length, but the dreamer could no longer remember what it was about. He had only retained the closing words. And for this, we need the help of the black magician. At that moment the door opened and in came another old man exactly like the first, except that he was dressed in white. He said to the white magician, "I need your advice," but threw a sidelong, questioning look at the dreamer, whereupon the white magician answered, "You can speak freely. He is an innocent." The black magician then began to relate his story. He had come from a distant land where something extraordinary had happened. The country was ruled by an old king who felt his death near. He, the king, had sought out a tomb for himself. For there were in that land a great number of tombs from ancient times, and the king had chosen the finest for himself. According to legend, a virgin had been buried in it. The king caused the tomb to be opened in order to get it ready for use. But when the bones it contained were exposed to the light of day, they suddenly took on life and changed into a black horse, which at once fled into the desert and there vanished. The black magician had heard of this story and immediately set forth in pursuit of the horse. After a journey of many days, always on the tracks of the horse, he came to the desert and crossed to the other side, where the grasslands began again. There he met the horse grazing, and there also he came upon the find on whose account he now needed the advice of the white magician. For he had found the lost keys of paradise, and he did not know what to do with them. At this exciting moment the dreamer awoke. In the light of our earlier remarks, the meaning of the dream is not hard to guess. The old king is the ruling symbol that wants to go to its eternal rest, and in the very place where similar dominants lie buried. His choice falls, fittingly enough, on the grave of ANIMA, who lies in the death trance of a sleeping beauty so long as the king is alive, that is, so long as a valid principle, prince or princeps, regulates and expresses life. But when the king draws to his end, she comes to life again and changes into a black horse, which in Plato's parable stands for the unruliness of the passions. Anyone who follows this horse comes into the desert, into a wild land remote from men, an image of spiritual and moral isolation. But there lie the keys of paradise. Now what is paradise? Clearly the Garden of Eden with its two-faced tree of life and knowledge and its four streams. In the Christian version, it is also the heavenly city of the Apocalypse, which, like the Garden of Eden, is conceived as a mandala. But the mandala is a symbol of individuation. So it is the black magician who finds the keys to the solution of the problems of belief weighing on the dreamer, the keys that open the way of individuation. The contrast between desert and paradise therefore signifies isolation as contrasted with individuation, or the becoming of the self. This part of the dream is a remarkable paraphrase of the Oxyrhynchus sayings of Jesus, in which the way to the kingdom of heaven is pointed out by animals, and where we find the admonition, "Therefore know yourselves, for you are the city, and the city is the kingdom." It is also a paraphrase of the serpent of paradise, who persuaded our first parents to sin, and who finally leads to the redemption of mankind through the Son of God. As we know, this causal nexus gave rise to the ophitic identification of the serpent with the sotir, Savior. The black horse and the black magician are half-evil elements whose relativity with respect to good is hinted at in the exchange of garments. The two magicians are indeed two aspects of the wise old man, the superior master and teacher, the archetype of the spirit who symbolizes the pre-existent meaning hidden in the chaos of life. He is the father of the soul, and yet the soul, in some miraculous manner, is also his virgin mother, for which reason he was called by the alchemists the first son of the mother. The black magician and the black horse correspond to the descent into darkness in the dreams mentioned earlier. What an unbearably hard lesson for a young student of theology. Fortunately, he was not in the least aware that the father of all prophets had spoken to him in the dream and placed a great secret almost within his grasp. One marvels at the inappropriateness of such occurrences. Why this prodigality? But I have to admit that we do not know how this dream affected the student in the long run, and I must emphasize that to me, at least, the dream had a very great deal to say. It was not allowed to get lost, even though the dreamer did not understand it. The old man in this dream is obviously trying to show how good and evil function together, presumably as an answer to the still unresolved moral conflict in the Christian psyche. With this peculiar relativization of opposites, we find ourselves approaching nearer to the ideas of the East, to the nirvana of Hindu philosophy, the freedom from opposites, which is shown as a possible way of solving the conflict through reconciliation. How perilously fraught with meaning this Eastern relativity of good and evil is, can be seen from the Indian aphoristic question: who takes longer to reach perfection? The man who loves God, or the man who hates him? And the answer is, he who loves God takes 7 reincarnations to reach perfection, and he who hates God takes only 3, for he who hates God will think of him more than he who loves him. Freedom from opposites presupposes their functional equivalence, and this offends our Christian feelings. Nonetheless, as our dream example shows, the balanced cooperation of moral opposites is a natural truth which has been recognized just as naturally by the East. The clearest example of this is to be found in Taoist philosophy. But in the Christian tradition, too, there are various sayings that come very close to this standpoint. I need only remind you of the parable of the unjust steward. Our dream is by no means unique in this respect, for the tendency to relativize opposites is a notable peculiarity of the unconscious. One must immediately add, however, that this is true only in cases of exaggerated moral sensibility. In other cases, the unconscious can insist just as inexorably on the irreconcilability of the opposites. As a rule, the standpoint of the unconscious is relative to the conscious attitude. We can probably say, therefore, that our dream presupposes the specific beliefs and doubts of a theological consciousness of Protestant persuasion. This limits the statement of the dream to a definite set of problems. But even with this paring down of its validity, the dream clearly demonstrates the superiority of its standpoint. Fittingly enough, it expresses its meaning in the opinion and voice of a wise magician, who goes back in direct line to the figure of the medicine man in primitive society. He is, like the ANIMA, an immortal demon that pierces the chaotic darknesses of brute life with the light of meaning. He is the enlightener, the master and teacher, a psychopomp whose personification even Nietzsche, that breaker of tablets, could not escape, for he had called up his reincarnation in Zarathustra, the lofty spirit of an almost Homeric age, as the carrier and mouthpiece of his own Dionysian enlightenment and ecstasy. For him God was dead, but the driving demon of wisdom became as it were his bodily double. He himself says, "Then one was changed to 2, and Zarathustra passed me by." Zarathustra is more for Nietzsche than a poetic figure. He is an involuntary confession, a testament. Nietzsche, too, had lost his way in the darknesses of a life that turned its back upon God and Christianity, and that is why there came to him the revealer and enlightener, the speaking fountainhead of his soul. Here is the source of the hieratic language of Zarathustra, for that is the style of this archetype. Modern man, in experiencing this archetype, comes to know that most ancient form of thinking as an autonomous activity whose object he is. Hermes Trismegistus, or the Thoth of Hermetic literature, Orpheus, the Poimandris, shepherd of men, and his near relation the Poimen of Hermes, are other formulations of the same experience. If the name Lucifer were not prejudicial, it would be a very suitable one for this archetype. But I have been content to call it the archetype of the wise old man, or of meaning. Like all archetypes, it has a positive and a negative aspect, though I don't want to enter into this here. The reader will find a detailed exposition of the two-facedness of the wise old man in The Phenomenology of the Spirit in Fairy Tales. The 3 archetypes so far discussed, the shadow, the anima, and the wise old man, are of a kind that can be directly experienced in personified form. In the foregoing, I tried to indicate the general psychological conditions in which such an experience arises, but what I conveyed were only abstract generalizations. One could, or rather should, really give a description of the process as it occurs in immediate experience. In the course of this process, the archetypes appear as active personalities in dreams and fantasies, but the process itself involves another class of archetypes which one could call the archetypes of transformation. They are not personalities but are typical situations, places, ways, and means that symbolize the kind of transformation in question. Like the personalities, these archetypes are true and genuine symbols that cannot be exhaustively interpreted, either as signs or as allegories. They are genuine symbols precisely because they are ambiguous, full of half-glimpsed meanings, and in the last resort, inexhaustible. The ground principles, the archetypes of the unconscious, are indescribable because of their wealth of reference, although in themselves recognizable. The discriminating intellect naturally keeps on trying to establish their singleness of meaning and thus misses the essential point. For what we can above all establish as the one thing consistent with their nature is their manifold meaning, their almost limitless wealth of reference, which makes any unilateral formulation impossible. Besides this, they are in principle paradoxical, just as for the alchemists the spirit was conceived as senex et juvenis simul, an old man and a youth at once. If one wants to form a picture of the symbolic process, the series of pictures found in alchemy are good examples, though the symbols they contain are for the most part traditional, despite their often obscure origin and significance. An excellent Eastern example is the Tantric chakra system, or the mystical nerve system of Chinese yoga. It also seems as if the set of pictures in the tarot cards were distantly descended from the archetypes of transformation, a view that has been confirmed for me in a very enlightening lecture by Professor Bernoulli. The symbolic process is an experience in images and of images. Its development usually shows an enantiodromian structure like the text of the I Ching, and so presents a rhythm of negative and positive, loss and gain, dark and light. Its beginning is almost invariably characterized by one's getting stuck in a blind alley or in some impossible situation. And its goal is, broadly speaking, illumination or higher consciousness, by means of which the initial situation is overcome on a higher level. As regards the time factor, the process may be compressed into a single dream or into a short moment of experience, or it may extend over months and years, depending on the nature of the initial situation, the person involved in the process, and the goal to be reached. The wealth of symbols naturally varies enormously from case to case. Although everything is experienced in image form, i.e., symbolically, it is by no means a question of fictitious dangers, but of very real risks upon which the fate of a whole life may depend. The chief danger is that of succumbing to the fascinating influence of the archetypes, and this is most likely to happen when the archetypal images are not made conscious. If there is already a predisposition to psychosis, it may even happen that the archetypal figures, which are endowed with a certain autonomy anyway on account of their natural numinosity, will escape from conscious control altogether and become completely independent, thus producing the phenomena of possession. In the case of an anima possession, for instance, the patient will want to change himself into a woman through self-castration, or he is afraid that something of the sort will be done to him by force. The best-known example of this is Schreber's Memoirs of My Nervous Illness. Patients often discover a whole anima mythology with numerous archaic motifs. A case of this kind was published some time ago by Nelkin. Another patient has described his experiences himself and commented on them in a book. I mention these examples because there are still people who think that the archetypes are subjective chimeras of my own brain. The things that come to light brutally in insanity remain hidden in the background in neurosis, but they continue to influence consciousness nonetheless. When, therefore, the analysis penetrates the background of conscious phenomena, it discovers the same archetypal figures that activate the deliriums of psychotics. Finally, there is any amount of literary and historical evidence to prove that, in the case of these archetypes, we are dealing with normal types of fantasy that occur practically everywhere, and not with the monstrous products of insanity. The pathological element does not lie in the existence of these ideas, but in the dissociation of consciousness that can no longer control the unconscious. In all cases of dissociation, it is therefore necessary to integrate the unconscious into consciousness. This is a synthetic process which I have termed the individuation process. As a matter of fact, this process follows the natural course of life, a life in which the individual becomes what he always was. Because man has consciousness, a development of this kind does not run very smoothly. Often it is varied and disturbed because consciousness deviates again and again from its archetypal, instinctual foundation and finds itself in opposition to it. There then arises the need for a synthesis of the two positions. This amounts to psychotherapy even on the primitive level, where it takes the form of restitution ceremonies. As examples, I would mention the identification of the Australian Aborigines with their ancestors in the Alcaringa period, identification with the Sons of the Sun among the Pueblos of Taos, the Helios Apotheosis in the Isis Mysteries, and so on. Accordingly, the therapeutic method of complex psychology consists on the one hand in making as fully conscious as possible the constellated unconscious contents, and on the other hand in synthesizing them with consciousness through the act of recognition. Since, however, civilized man possesses a high degree of dissociability and makes continual use of it in order to avoid every possible risk, it is by no means a foregone conclusion that recognition will be followed by the appropriate action. On the contrary, we have to reckon with the singular ineffectiveness of recognition and must therefore insist on a meaningful application of it. Recognition by itself does not as a rule do this, nor does it imply, as such, any moral strength. In these cases, it becomes very clear how much the cure of neurosis is a moral problem. As the archetypes, like all numinous contents, are relatively autonomous, they cannot be integrated simply by rational means, but require a dialectical procedure, a real coming to terms with them, often conducted by the patient in dialogue form, so that, without knowing it, he puts into effect the alchemical definition of the meditatio, an inner colloquy with one's good angel. Usually the process runs a dramatic course, with many ups and downs. It expresses itself in, or is accompanied by, dream symbols that are related to the representations collectives, which in the form of mythological motifs have portrayed psychic processes of transformation since the earliest times. In the short space of a lecture, I must content myself with giving only a few examples of archetypes. I have chosen the ones that play the chief part in an analysis of the masculine psyche, and have tried to give you some idea of the transformation process in which they appear. Since this lecture was first published, the figures of the shadow, anima, and wise old man, together with the corresponding figures of the feminine unconscious, have been dealt with in greater detail in my contributions to the symbolism of the self and the individuation process in its relation to alchemical symbolism has also been subjected to closer investigation. The concept of the collective unconscious. Probably none of my empirical concepts has met with so much misunderstanding as the idea of the collective unconscious. In what follows, I shall try to give 1. A definition of the concept, 2. A description of what it means for psychology, 3. An explanation of the method of proof, and 4. An example. 1. Definition. The collective unconscious is a part of the psyche which can be negatively distinguished from a personal unconscious by the fact that it does not, like the latter, owe its existence to personal experience, and consequently is not a personal acquisition, while the personal unconscious is made up essentially of contents which have at one time been conscious but which have disappeared from consciousness through having been forgotten or repressed. The contents of the collective unconscious have never been in consciousness, and therefore have never been individually acquired, but owe their existence exclusively to heredity. Whereas the personal unconscious consists for the most part of complexes, the content of the collective unconscious is made up essentially of archetypes. The concept of the archetype, which is an indispensable correlate of the idea of the collective unconscious, indicates the existence of definite forms in the psyche which seem to be present always and everywhere. Mythological research calls them motifs. In the psychology of primitives, they correspond to Lévi-Bruhl's concept of representations collectives, and in the field of comparative religion they have been defined by Hubert and Mauss as categories of the imagination. Adolf Bastian long ago called them elementary or primordial thoughts. From these references, it should be clear enough that my idea of the archetype, literally a pre-existent form, does not stand alone but is something that is recognized and named in other fields of knowledge. My thesis, then, is as follows. In addition to our immediate consciousness, which is of a thoroughly personal nature and which we believe to be the only empirical psyche, even if we tack on the personal unconscious as an appendix, there exists a second psychic system of a collective, universal, and impersonal nature which is identical in all individuals. This collective unconscious does not develop individually but is inherited. It consists of pre-existent forms, the archetypes, which can only become conscious secondarily and which give definite form to certain psychic contents. 2. The psychological meaning of the collective unconscious medical psychology, growing as it did out of professional practice, insists on the personal nature of the psyche. By this I mean the views of Freud and Adler. 2. The psychological meaning of the collective unconscious. Medical psychology, growing as it did out of professional practice, insists on the personal nature of the psyche. By this I mean the views of Freud and Adler. It is a psychology of the person, and its etiological or causal factors are regarded almost wholly as personal in nature. Nonetheless, even this psychology is based on certain general biological factors, for instance on the sexual instinct or on the urge for self-assertion, which are by no means merely personal peculiarities. It is forced to do this because it lays claim to being an explanatory science. Neither of these views would deny the existence of a priori instincts common to man and animals alike, or that they have a significant influence on personal psychology. Yet instincts are impersonal, universally distributed, hereditary factors of a dynamic or motivating character, which very often fail so completely to reach consciousness that modern psychotherapy is faced with the task of helping the patient to become conscious of them. Moreover, the instincts are not vague and indefinite by nature, but are specifically formed motive forces which, long before there is any consciousness, and in spite of any degree of consciousness later on, pursue their inherent goals. The hypothesis of the collective unconscious is, therefore, no more daring than to assume there are instincts. One admits readily that human activity is influenced to a high degree by instincts, quite apart from the rational motivations of the conscious mind. So if the assertion is made that our imagination, perception, and thinking are likewise influenced by inborn and universally present formal elements, it seems to me that a normally functioning intelligence can discover in this idea just as much or just as little mysticism as in the theory of instincts. Although this reproach of mysticism has frequently been leveled at my concept, I must emphasize yet again that the concept of the collective unconscious is neither a speculative nor a philosophical but an empirical matter. The question is simply this: are there or are there not unconscious universal forms of this kind? If they exist, then there is a region of the psyche which one can call the collective unconscious. It is true that the diagnosis of the collective unconscious is not always an easy task. It is not sufficient to point out the often obviously archetypal nature of unconscious products. for these can just as well be derived from acquisitions through language and education. Cryptomnesia should also be ruled out, which it is almost impossible to do in certain cases. In spite of all these difficulties, there remain enough individual instances showing the autochthonous revival of mythological motifs to put the matter beyond any reasonable doubt. But if such an unconscious exists at all, psychological explanation must take account of it and submit certain alleged personal etiologies to sharper criticism. What I mean can perhaps best be made clear by a concrete example. You have probably read Freud's discussion of a certain picture by Leonardo da Vinci, Saint Anne with the Virgin Mary and the Christ child. Freud interprets this remarkable picture in terms of the fact that Leonardo himself had two mothers. This causality is personal. We shall not linger over the fact that this picture is far from unique, nor over the minor inaccuracy that Saint Anne happens to be the grandmother of Christ, and not, as required by Freud's interpretation, the mother, but shall simply point out that interwoven with the apparently personal psychology, there is an impersonal motif well known to us from other fields. This is the motif of the dual mother, an archetype to be found in many variants in the field of mythology and comparative religion, and forming the basis of numerous representations collectives. I might mention, for instance, the motif of the dual descent, that is, descent from human and divine parents, as in the case of Heracles, who received immortality through being unwittingly adopted by Hera. What was a myth in Greece was actually a ritual in Egypt. Pharaoh was both human and divine by nature. In the birth chambers of the Egyptian temples, Pharaoh's second divine conception and birth is depicted on the walls. He is twice born. It is an idea that underlies all rebirth mysteries, Christianity included. Christ himself is twice born. Through his baptism in the Jordan, he was regenerated and reborn from water and spirit. Consequently, in the Roman liturgy, the font is designated the uterus ecclesia, and, as you can read in the Roman Missal, it is called this even today, in the benediction of the font on Holy Saturday before Easter. Further, according to an early Christian Gnostic idea, the spirit which appeared in the form of a dove was interpreted as Sophia Sapientia, wisdom and the mother of Christ. Thanks to this motif of the dual birth, children today, instead of having good and evil fairies who magically adopt them at birth with blessings or curses, are given sponsors, a godfather and a godmother. The idea of a second birth is found at all times and in all places. In the earliest beginnings of medicine, it was a magical means of healing. In many religions, it is the central mystical experience. It is the key idea in medieval occult philosophy. And, last but not least, it is an infantile fantasy occurring in numberless children, large and small, who believe that their parents are not their real parents but merely foster parents to whom they were handed over. Benvenuto Cellini also had this idea, as he himself relates in his autobiography. Now it is absolutely out of the question that all the individuals who believe in a dual descent have, in reality, always had two mothers, or conversely that those few who shared Leonardo's fate have infected the rest of humanity with their complex. Rather, one cannot avoid the assumption that the universal occurrence of the dual birth motif, together with the fantasy of the two mothers, answers an omnipresent human need which is reflected in these motifs. If Leonardo da Vinci did in fact portray his two mothers in Saint Anne and Mary, which I doubt, he nonetheless was only expressing something which countless millions of people before and after him have believed. The vulture symbol, which Freud also discusses in the work mentioned, makes this view all the more plausible. With some justification, he quotes as the source of the symbol the Hieroglyphica of Horapollo, a book much in use in Leonardo's time. There you read that vultures are female only and symbolize the mother. They conceive through the wind, pneuma. This word took on the meaning of spirit chiefly under the influence of Christianity. Even in the account of the miracle at Pentecost, the pneuma still has the double meaning of wind and spirit. This fact, in my opinion, points without doubt to Mary, who, a virgin by nature, conceived through the pneuma like a vulture. Furthermore, according to Horapollo, the vulture also symbolizes Athene, who sprang, unbegotten, directly from the head of Zeus, was a virgin, and knew only spiritual motherhood. All this is really an allusion to Mary and the rebirth motif. There is not a shadow of evidence that Leonardo meant anything else by his picture. Even if it is correct to assume that he identified himself with the Christ child, he was in all probability representing the mythological dual mother motif, and by no means his own personal prehistory. And what about all the other artists who painted the same theme? Surely not all of them had two mothers. Let us now transpose Leonardo's case to the field of the neuroses and assume that a patient with a mother complex is suffering from the delusion that the cause of his neurosis lies in his having really had two mothers. The personal interpretation would have to admit that he is right, and yet it would be quite wrong. For in reality, the cause of his neurosis would lie in the reactivation of the dual mother archetype, quite regardless of whether he had one mother or two mothers, because, as we have seen, this archetype functions individually and historically without any reference to the relatively rare occurrence of dual motherhood. In such a case, it is of course tempting to presuppose so simple and personal a cause, yet the hypothesis is not only inexact but totally false. It is admittedly difficult to understand how a dual mother motif, unknown to a physician trained only in medicine, could have so great a determining power as to produce the effect of a traumatic condition. But if we consider the tremendous powers that lie hidden in the mythological and religious sphere in man, the etiological significance of the archetype appears less fantastic. In numerous cases of neurosis, the cause of the disturbance lies in the very fact that the psychic life of the patient lacks the cooperation of these motive forces. Nevertheless, a purely personalistic psychology, by reducing everything to personal causes, tries its level best to deny the existence of archetypal motifs, and even seeks to destroy them by personal analysis. I consider this a rather dangerous procedure which cannot be justified medically. Today you can judge better than you could 20 years ago the nature of the forces involved. Can we not see how a whole nation is reviving an archaic symbol, yes, even archaic religious forms, and how this mass emotion is influencing and revolutionizing the life of the individual in a catastrophic manner? The man of the past is alive in us today to a degree undreamt of before the war, and in the last analysis, what is the fate of great nations but a summation of the psychic changes in individuals? So far as a neurosis is really only a private affair, having its roots exclusively in personal causes, archetypes play no role at all. But if it is a question of a general incompatibility or an otherwise injurious condition productive of neuroses in relatively large numbers of individuals, then we must assume the presence of constellated archetypes. Since neuroses are in most cases not just private concerns but social phenomena, we must assume that archetypes are constellated in these cases too. The archetype corresponding to the situation is activated, and as a result, those explosive and dangerous forces hidden in the archetype come into action, frequently with unpredictable consequences. There is no lunacy people under the domination of an archetype will not fall a prey to. If 30 years ago anyone had dared to predict that our psychological development was tending towards a revival of the medieval persecutions of the Jews, that Europe would again tremble before the Roman fasces and the tramp of legions, that people would once more give the Roman salute, as 2,000 years ago, and that, instead of the Christian cross, an archaic swastika would lure onward millions of warriors ready for death, why, that man would have been hooted at as a mystical fool. And today, surprising as it may seem, all this absurdity is a horrible reality. Private life, private ideologies, and private neuroses have become almost a fiction in the world of today. The man of the past who lived in a world of archaic representations collectives has risen again into very visible and painfully real life, and this not only in a few unbalanced individuals but in many millions of people. There are as many archetypes as there are typical situations in life. Endless repetition has engraved these experiences into our psychic constitution, not in the form of images filled with content, but at first only as forms without content, representing merely the possibility of a certain type of perception and action. When a situation occurs which corresponds to a given archetype, that archetype becomes activated and a compulsiveness appears, which, like an instinctual drive, gains its way against all reason and will, or else produces a conflict of pathological dimensions, that is to say, a neurosis. 3. Method of proof. We must now turn to the question of how the existence of archetypes can be produced. Since archetypes are supposed to produce certain psychic forms, we must discuss how and where one can get hold of the material demonstrating these forms. The main source, then, is dreams, which have the advantage of being involuntary, spontaneous products of the unconscious psyche, and are therefore pure products of nature not falsified by any conscious purpose. By questioning the individual, one can ascertain which of the motifs appearing in the dream are known to him. From those which are unknown to him, we must naturally exclude all motifs which might be known to him, as for instance, to revert to the case of Leonardo, the vulture symbol. We are not sure whether Leonardo took this symbol from Horapollo or not, although it would have been perfectly possible for an educated person of that time, because in those days artists were distinguished for their wide knowledge of the humanities. Therefore, although the bird motif is an archetype par excellence, its existence in Leonardo's fantasy would still prove nothing. Consequently, we must look for motifs which could not possibly be known to the dreamer, and yet behave functionally in his dream in such a manner as to coincide with the functioning of the archetype known from historical sources. Another source for the material we need is to be found in active imagination. By this I mean a sequence of fantasies produced by deliberate concentration. I have found that the existence of unrealized, unconscious fantasies increases the frequency and intensity of dreams, and that when these fantasies are made conscious, the dreams change their character and become weaker and less frequent. From this I have drawn the conclusion that dreams often contain fantasies which want to become conscious. The sources of dreams are often repressed instincts which have a natural tendency to influence the conscious mind. In cases of this sort, the patient is simply given the task of contemplating any one fragment of fantasy that seems significant to him, a chance idea perhaps, or something he has become conscious of in a dream, until its context becomes visible, that is to say, the relevant associative material in which it is embedded. It is not a question of the free association recommended by Freud for the purpose of dream analysis, but of elaborating the fantasy by observing the further fantasy material that adds itself to the fragment in a natural manner. This is not the place to enter upon a technical discussion of the method. Suffice it to say that the resultant sequence of fantasies relieves the unconscious and produces material rich in archetypal images and associations. Obviously, this is a method that can only be used in certain carefully selected cases. The method is not entirely without danger because it may carry the patient too far away from reality. A warning against thoughtless application is therefore in place. Finally, very interesting sources of archetypal material are to be found in the delusions of paranoiacs, the fantasies observed in trance states, and the dreams of early childhood from the 3rd to the 5th year. Such material is available in profusion, but it is valueless unless one can adduce convincing mythological parallels. It does not, of course, suffice simply to connect a dream about a snake with the mythological occurrence of snakes, for who is to guarantee that the functional meaning of the snake in the dream is the same as in the mythological setting? In order to draw a valid parallel, it is necessary to know the functional meaning of the individual symbol, and then to find out whether the apparently parallel mythological symbol has a similar context and therefore the same functional meaning. Establishing such facts not only requires lengthy and wearisome researches, but is also an ungrateful subject for demonstration. As the symbols must not be torn out of their context, one has to launch forth into exhaustive descriptions, personal as well as symbological, and this is practically impossible in the framework of a lecture. I have repeatedly tried it at the risk of sending one half of my audience to sleep. 4. An example. I am choosing as an example a case which, though already published, I use again because its brevity makes it peculiarly suitable for illustration. Moreover, I can add certain remarks which were omitted in the previous publication. About 1906, I came across a very curious delusion in a paranoid schizophrenic who had been interned for many years. The patient had suffered since his youth and was incurable. He had been educated at a state school and been employed as a clerk in an office. He had no special gifts, and I myself knew nothing of mythology or archaeology in those days, so the situation was not in any way suspect. One day I found the patient standing at the window, wagging his head and blinking into the sun. He told me to do the same, for then I would see something very interesting. When I asked him what he saw, he was astonished that I could see nothing and said, "Surely you see the sun's penis. When I move my head to and fro, it moves too, and that is where the wind comes from." Naturally, I didn't understand this strange idea in the least, but I made a note of it. Then about 4 years later, during my mythological studies, I came upon a book by the late Albrecht Dieterich, the well-known philologist, which threw light on this fantasy. The work, published in 1910, deals with a Greek papyrus in the Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris. Dieterich believed he had discovered a Mithraic ritual in one part of the text. The text is undoubtedly a religious prescription for carrying out certain incantations in which Mithras is named. It comes from the Alexandrian school of mysticism and shows affinities with certain passages in the Leiden Papyri and the Corpus Hermeticum. In Dieterich's text we read the following directions. Draw breath from the rays, draw in 3 times as strongly as you can, and you will feel yourself raised up and walking towards the height, and you will seem to be in the middle of the aerial region. The path of the visible gods will appear through the disk of the sun, who is God my Father. Likewise the so-called tube, the origin of the ministering wind, for you will see hanging down from the disk of the sun something that looks like a tube. And towards the regions westward it is as though there were an infinite east wind. But if the other wind should prevail towards the regions of the east, you will in like manner see the vision veering in that direction. It is obviously the author's intention to enable the reader to experience the vision which he had, or which at least he believes in. The reader is to be initiated into the inner religious experience either of the author, or, what seems more likely, of one of those mystic communities of which Philo Judaeus gives contemporary accounts. The fire or sun god here invoked is a figure which has close historical parallels, for instance with the Christ figure of the Apocalypse. It is therefore a representation collective, as are also the ritual actions described, such as the imitating of animal noises, etc. The vision is embedded in a religious context of a distinctly ecstatic nature and describes a kind of initiation into mystic experience of the deity. Our patient was about 10 years older than I. In his megalomania, he thought he was God and Christ in one person. His attitude towards me was patronizing, He liked me probably because I was the only person with any sympathy for his abstruse ideas. His delusions were mainly religious, and when he invited me to blink into the sun like he did and waggle my head, he obviously wanted to let me share his vision. He played the role of the mystic sage, and I was the neophyte. He felt he was the sun god himself, creating the wind by wagging his head to and fro. The ritual transformation into the deity is attested by Apuleius in the Isis Mysteries, and moreover in the form of a Helios apotheosis. The meaning of the ministering wind is probably the same as the procreative pneuma, which streams from the sun god into the soul and fructifies it. The association of sun and wind frequently occurs in ancient symbolism. It must now be shown that this is not a purely chance coincidence of two isolated cases. We must therefore show that the idea of a wind tube connected with God or the sun exists independently of these two testimonies, and that it occurs at other times and in other places. Now there are, as a matter of fact, medieval paintings that depict the fructification of Mary with a tube or hosepipe coming down from the throne of God and passing into her body, and we can see the dove or the Christ child flying down it. The dove represents the fructifying agent, the wind of the Holy Ghost. Now it is quite out of the question that the patient could have had any knowledge whatever of a Greek papyrus published 4 years later, and it is in the highest degree unlikely that his vision had anything to do with the rare medieval representations of the conception. Even if through some incredibly improbable chance he had ever seen a copy of such a painting. The patient was certified in his early 20s. He had never traveled, and there is no such picture in the public art gallery in Zurich, his native town. I mention this case not in order to prove that the vision is an archetype, but only to show you my method of procedure in the simplest possible form. If we had only such cases, the task of investigation would be relatively easy, but in reality the proof is much more complicated. First of all, certain symbols have to be isolated clearly enough to be recognizable as typical phenomena, not just matters of chance. This is done by examining a series of dreams, say a few hundred, for typical figures, and by observing their development in the series. The same method can be applied to the products of active imagination. In this way, it is possible to establish certain continuities or modulations of one and the same figure. You can select any figure which gives the impression of being an archetype by its behavior in the series of dreams or visions. If the material at one's disposal has been well observed and is sufficiently ample, one can discover interesting facts about the variations undergone by a single type. Not only the type itself, but its variants too can be substantiated by evidence from comparative mythology and ethnology. I have described the method of investigation elsewhere and have also furnished the necessary case material. Concerning the archetypes, with special reference to the ANIMA concept. Although modern man appears to believe that the non-empirical approach to psychology is a thing of the past, his general attitude remains very much the same as it was before, when psychology was identified with some theory about the psyche. In academic circles, a drastic revolution in methodology, initiated by Fechner and Wundt, was needed in order to make clear to the scientific world that psychology was a field of experience and not a philosophical theory. To the increasing materialism of the late 19th century, however, it meant nothing that there had once been an experimental psychology, to which we owe many descriptions that are still valuable today. I have only to mention Dr. Justinus Kernel's Seherin von Prevorst. All romantic descriptions in psychology were anathema to the new developments in scientific method. The exaggerated expectations of this experimental laboratory science were reflected in Fechner's psychophysics, and its results today take the form of psychological tests and a general shifting of the scientific standpoint in favor of phenomenology. Nevertheless, it cannot be maintained that the phenomenological point of view has made much headway. Theory still plays far too great a role, instead of being included in phenomenology as it should. Even Freud, whose empirical attitude is beyond doubt, coupled his theory as a sine qua non with his method, as if psychic phenomena had to be viewed in a certain light in order to mean something. All the same, it was Freud who cleared the ground for the investigation of complex phenomena, at least in the field of neurosis. But the ground he cleared extended only so far as certain basic physiological concepts permitted, so that it looked almost as if psychology were an offshoot of the physiology of the instincts. This limitation of psychology was very welcome to the materialistic outlook of that time, nearly 50 years ago, and despite our altered view of the world, it still is in large measure today. It gives us not only the advantage of a delimited field of work, but also an excellent excuse not to bother with what goes on in a wider world. Thus it was overlooked by the whole of medical psychology that a psychology of the neuroses, such as Freud's, is left hanging in mid-air if it lacks knowledge of a general phenomenology. It was also overlooked that in the field of the neuroses, Pierre Janet, even before Freud, had begun to build up a descriptive methodology without loading it with too many theoretical and philosophical assumptions. Biographical descriptions of psychic phenomena, going beyond the strictly medical field, were represented chiefly by the work of the philosopher Théodore Flournoy of Geneva in his account of the psychology of an unusual personality. This was followed by the first attempt at synthesis, William James's Varieties of Religious Experience, 1902. I owe it mainly to these two investigators that I learnt to understand the nature of psychic disturbances within the setting of the human psyche as a whole. I myself did experimental work for several years, but through my intensive studies of the neuroses and psychoses, I had to admit that, however desirable quantitative definitions may be, it is impossible to do without qualitatively descriptive methods. Medical psychology has recognized that the salient facts are extraordinarily complex and can be grasped only through descriptions based on case material, but this method presupposes freedom from theoretical prejudice. Every science is descriptive at the point where it can no longer proceed experimentally, without on that account ceasing to be scientific. But an experimental science makes itself impossible when it delimits its field of work in accordance with theoretical concepts. The psyche does not come to an end where some physiological assumption or other stops. In other words, in each individual case that we observe scientifically, we have to consider the manifestations of the psyche in their totality. These reflections are essential when discussing an empirical concept like that of the anima. As against the constantly reiterated prejudice that this is a theoretical invention or, worse still, sheer mythology, I must emphasize that the concept of the anima is a purely empirical concept, whose sole purpose is to give a name to a group of related or analogous psychic phenomena. The concept does no more and means no more than, shall we say, the concept arthropods, which includes all animals with articulated body and limbs, and so gives a name to this phenomenological group. The prejudice I have mentioned stems, regrettable though this is, from ignorance. My critics are not acquainted with the phenomena in question, for these lie mostly outside the pale of merely medical knowledge, in a realm of universal human experience. But the psyche, which the medical man has to do with, does not worry about the limitations of his knowledge. It manifests a life of its own and reacts to influences coming from every field of human experience. Its nature shows itself not merely in the personal sphere or in the instinctual or social, but in phenomena of worldwide distribution. So if we want to understand the psyche, we have to include the whole world. For practical reasons, we can, indeed must, delimit our fields of work, but this should be done only with the conscious recognition of limitation. The more complex the phenomena which we have to do with in practical treatment, the wider must be our frame of reference and the greater the corresponding knowledge. Anyone, therefore, who does not know the universal distribution and significance of the syzygy motif in the psychology of primitives, in mythology, in comparative religion, and in the history of literature, can hardly claim to say anything about the concept of the anima. His knowledge of the psychology of the neuroses may give him some idea of it, but it is only a knowledge of its general phenomenology that could open his eyes to the real meaning of what he encounters in individual cases, often in pathologically distorted form. Although common prejudice still believes that the sole essential basis of our knowledge is given exclusively from outside and that nihil est in intellectu quod non antea fuerit in sensu, it nevertheless remains true that the thoroughly respectable atomic theory of Leucippus and Democritus was not based on any observations of atomic fission, but on a mythological conception of smallest particles, which, as the smallest animated parts, the soul atoms are known even to the still Paleolithic inhabitants of Central Australia. How much soul is projected into the unknown in the world of external appearances is, of course, familiar to anyone acquainted with the natural science and natural philosophy of the ancients. It is, in fact, so much that we are absolutely incapable of saying how the world is constituted in itself, and always shall be, since we are obliged to convert physical events into psychic processes as soon as we want to say anything about knowledge. But who can guarantee that this conversion produces anything like an adequate objective picture of the world? That could only be if the physical event were also a psychic one. But a great distance still seems to separate us from such an assertion. Till then, we must for better or worse content ourselves with the assumption that the psyche supplies those images and forms which alone make knowledge of objects possible. These forms are generally supposed to be transmitted by tradition, so that we speak of atoms today because we have heard directly or indirectly of the atomic theory of Democritus. But where did Democritus, or whoever first spoke of minimal constitutive elements, hear of atoms? This notion had its origin in archetypal ideas, that is, in primordial images which were never reflections of physical events, but are spontaneous products of the psychic factor. Despite the materialistic tendency to understand the psyche as a mere reflection or imprint of physical and chemical processes, there is not a single proof of this hypothesis. Quite the contrary, innumerable facts prove that the psyche translates physical processes into sequences of images which have hardly any recognizable connection with the objective process. The materialistic hypothesis is much too bold and flies in the face of experience with almost metaphysical presumption. The only thing that can be established with certainty, in the present state of our knowledge, is our ignorance of the nature of the psyche. There is thus no ground at all for regarding the psyche as something secondary or as an epiphenomenon. On the contrary, there is every reason to regard it, at least hypothetically, as a factor sui generis, and to go on doing so until it has been sufficiently proved that psychic processes can be fabricated in a retort. We have laughed at the claims of the alchemists to be able to manufacture a lapis philosophorum consisting of body, soul, and spirit as impossible. Hence we should stop dragging along with us the logical consequence of this medieval assumption, namely the materialistic prejudice regarding the psyche, as though it were a proven fact. It will not be so easy to reduce complex psychic facts to a chemical formula. Hence the psychic factor must, ex hypothesi, be regarded for the present as an autonomous reality of enigmatic character, primarily because, judging from all we know, it appears to be essentially different from physico-chemical processes. Even if we do not ultimately know what its substantiality is, this is equally true of physical objects and of matter in general. So if we regard the psyche as an independent factor, we must logically conclude that there is a psychic life which is not subject to the caprices of our will. If, then, those qualities of elusiveness, superficiality, shadowiness, and indeed of futility attach to anything psychic, this is primarily true of the subjective psychic, i.e., the contents of consciousness, but not of the objective psychic, the unconscious, which is an a priori conditioning factor of consciousness and its contents. From the unconscious there emanate determining influences which, independently of tradition, guarantee in every single individual a similarity and even a sameness of experience, and also of the way it is represented imaginatively. One of the main proofs of this is the almost universal parallelism between mythological motifs, which, on account of their quality as primordial images, I have called archetypes. One of these archetypes, which is of paramount practical importance for the psychotherapist, I have named the ANIMA. This Latin expression is meant to connote something that should not be confused with any dogmatic Christian idea of the soul or with any of the previous philosophical conceptions of it. If one wishes to form anything like a concrete conception of what this term covers, one would do better to go back to a classical author like Macrobius, or to classical Chinese philosophy, where the anima, po or kui, is regarded as the feminine and chthonic part of the soul. A parallel of this kind always runs the risk of metaphysical concretism, which I do my best to avoid, though any attempt at graphic description is bound to succumb to it up to a point. For we are dealing here not with an abstract concept but with an empirical one, and the form in which it appears necessarily clings to it, so that it cannot be described at all except in terms of its specific phenomenology. Unperturbed by the philosophical pros and cons of the age, a scientific psychology must regard those transcendental intuitions that sprang from the human mind in all ages as projections, that is, as psychic contents that were extrapolated in metaphysical space and hypostatized. We encounter the anima historically above all in the divine syzygies, the male-female pairs of deities. These reach down, on the one side, into the obscurities of primitive mythology, and up, on the other, into the philosophical speculations of Gnosticism and of classical Chinese philosophy, where the cosmogonic pair of concepts are designated yang, masculine, and yin, feminine. We can safely assert that these syzygies are as universal as the existence of man and woman. From this fact we may reasonably conclude that man's imagination is bound by this motif, so that he was largely compelled to project it again and again, at all times and in all places. Now, as we know from psychotherapeutic experience, projection is an unconscious, automatic process whereby a content that is unconscious to the subject transfers itself to an object so that it seems to belong to that object. The projection ceases the moment it becomes conscious, that is to say, when it is seen as belonging to the subject. Thus the polytheistic heaven of the ancients owes its depotentiation not least to the view first propounded by Euhemeros, who maintained that the gods were nothing but reflections of human character. It is indeed easy to show that the divine pair is simply an idealization of the parents or of some other human couple, which for some reason appeared in heaven. This assumption would be simple enough if projection were not an unconscious process, but were a conscious intention. It would generally be supposed that one's own parents are the best known of all individuals, the ones of which the subject is most conscious. But precisely for this reason they could not be projected, because projection always contains something of which the subject is not conscious and which seems not to belong to him. The image of the parents is the very one that could be projected least, because it is too conscious. In reality, however, it is just the parental imagos that seem to be projected most frequently, a fact so obvious that one could almost draw the conclusion that it is precisely the conscious contents which are projected. This can be seen most plainly in cases of transference, where it is perfectly clear to the patient that the father imago, or even the mother imago, is projected onto the analyst, and he even sees through the incest fantasies bound up with them, without, however, being freed from the reactive effect of his projection, i.e., from the transference. In other words, he behaves exactly as if he had not seen through his projection at all. Experience shows that projection is never conscious. Projections are always there first and are recognized afterwards. We must therefore assume that, over and above the incest fantasy, highly emotional contents are still bound up with the parental imagos and need to be made conscious. They are obviously more difficult to make conscious than the incest fantasies, which are supposed to have been repressed through violent resistance and to be unconscious for that reason. Supposing this view is correct, we are driven to the conclusion that, besides the incest fantasy, there must be contents which are repressed through a still greater resistance. Since it is difficult to imagine anything more repellent than incest, we find ourselves rather at a loss to answer this question. If we let practical experience speak, it tells us that, apart from the incest fantasy, religious ideas are associated with the parental imagos. I do not need to cite historical proofs of this, as they are known to all. But what about the alleged objectionableness of religious associations? Someone once observed that in ordinary society it is more embarrassing to talk about God at table than to tell a risque story. Indeed, for many people it is more bearable to admit their sexual fantasies than to be forced to confess that their analyst is a savior, for the former are biologically legitimate, whereas the latter instance is definitely pathological, and this is something we greatly fear. It seems to me, however, that we make too much of resistance. The phenomena in question can be explained just as easily by lack of imagination and reflectiveness, which makes the act of conscious realization so difficult for the patient. He may perhaps have no particular resistance to religious ideas, only the thought has never occurred to him that he could seriously regard his analyst as a god or savior. Mere reason alone is sufficient to protect him from such illusions. But he is less slow to assume that his analyst thinks himself one. When one is dogmatic oneself, it is notoriously easy to take other people for prophets and founders of religions. Now, religious ideas, as history shows, are charged with an extremely suggestive, emotional power. Among them I naturally reckon all representations collectives, everything that we learn from the history of religion, and anything that has an ism attached to it. The latter is only a modern variant of the denominational religions. A man may be convinced in all good faith that he has no religious ideas, but no one can fall so far away from humanity that he no longer has any dominating representation collective. His very materialism, atheism, communism, socialism, liberalism, intellectualism, existentialism, or what not, testifies against his innocence. Somewhere or other, overtly or covertly, he is possessed by a supraordinate idea. The psychologist knows how much religious ideas have to do with the parental imagos. History has preserved overwhelming evidence of this, quite apart from modern medical findings, which have even led certain people to suppose that the relationship to the parents is the real origin of religious ideas. This hypothesis is based on very poor knowledge of the facts. In the first place, one should not simply translate the family psychology of modern man into a context of primitive conditions, where things are so very different. Secondly, one should beware of ill-considered tribal father and primal horde fantasies. Thirdly, and most importantly, one should have the most accurate knowledge of the phenomenology of religious experience, which is a subject in itself. Psychological investigations in this field have so far not fulfilled any of these three conditions. The only thing we know positively from psychological experience is that theistic ideas are associated with the parental imagos, and that our patients are mostly unconscious of them. If the corresponding projections cannot be withdrawn through insight, then we have every reason to suspect the presence of emotional contents of a religious nature, regardless of the rationalistic resistance of the patient. So far as we have any information about man, we know that he has always and everywhere been under the influence of dominating ideas. Anyone who alleges that he is not can immediately be suspected of having exchanged a known form of belief for a variant which is less known both to himself and to others. Instead of theism, he is a devotee of atheism. Instead of Dionysus, he favors the more modern Mithras, and instead of heaven, he seeks paradise on earth. A man without a dominating representation collective would be a thoroughly abnormal phenomenon. But such a person exists only in the fantasies of isolated individuals who are deluded about themselves. They are mistaken not only about the existence of religious ideas, but also and more especially about their intensity. The archetype behind a religious idea has, like every instinct, its specific energy, which it does not lose even if the conscious mind ignores it. Just as it can be assumed with the greatest probability that every man possesses all the average human functions and qualities, so we may expect the presence of normal religious factors, the archetypes, and this expectation does not prove fallacious. Anyone who succeeds in putting off the mantle of faith can do so only because another lies close to hand. No one can escape the prejudice of being human. The representations collectives have a dominating power, so it is not surprising that they are repressed with the most intense resistance. When repressed, they do not hide behind any trifling thing but behind ideas and figures that have already become problematical for other reasons, and intensify and complicate their dubious nature. For instance, everything that we would like, in infantile fashion, to attribute to our parents or blame them for is blown up to fantastic proportions from this secret source, and for this reason it remains an open question how much of the ill-reputed incest fantasy is to be taken seriously. Behind the parental pair, or pair of lovers, lie contents of extreme tension which are not apperceived in consciousness and can therefore become perceptible only through projection. That projections of this kind do actually occur and are not just traditional opinions is attested by historical documents. These show that syzygies were projected which were in complete contradiction to the traditional beliefs, and that they were often experienced in the form of a vision. One of the most instructive examples in this respect is the vision of the recently canonized Nicholas of Flue, a Swiss mystic of the 15th century, of whose visions we possess reports by his contemporaries. In the visions that marked his initiation into the state of adoption by God, God appeared in dual form, once as a majestic father and once as a majestic mother. This representation could not be more unorthodox, since the Church had eliminated the feminine element from the Trinity 1,000 years earlier as heretical. Brother Klaus was a simple, unlettered peasant who doubtless had received none but the approved church teaching, and was certainly not acquainted with the Gnostic interpretation of the Holy Ghost as the feminine and motherly Sophia. His so-called Trinity vision is at the same time a perfect example of the intensity of projected contents. Brother Klaus's psychological situation was eminently suited to a projection of this kind, for his conscious idea of God was so little in accord with the unconscious content that the latter had to appear in the form of an alien and shattering experience. We must conclude from this that it was not the traditional idea of God, but, on the contrary, an heretical image that realized itself in visionary form, an archetypal interpretation which came to life again spontaneously, independently of tradition. It was the archetype of the divine pair, the syzygy. There is a very similar case in the visions of Guillaume de Digulville, which are described in Le Pèlerinage de l'âme. He saw God in the highest heaven as the king on a shining round throne, and beside him sat the Queen of Heaven on a throne of brown crystal. For a monk of the Cistercian order, which as we know is distinguished for its severity, this vision is exceedingly heretical, so here again the condition for projection is fulfilled. Another impressive account of the syzygy vision can be found in the work of Edward Maitland, who wrote the biography of Anna Kingsford. There he describes in detail his own experience of God, which, like that of Brother Klaus, consisted in a vision of light. He says, "This was God as the Lord, proving by his duality that God is substance as well as force, love as well as will, feminine as well as masculine, mother as well as father." These few examples may suffice to characterize the experience of projection and those features of it which are independent of tradition. We can hardly get round the hypothesis that an emotionally charged content is lying ready in the unconscious and springs into projection at a certain moment. This content is the syzygy motif, and it expresses the fact that a masculine element is always paired with a feminine one. The wide distribution and extraordinary emotionality of this motif prove that it is a fundamental psychic factor of great practical importance, no matter whether the individual psychotherapist or psychologist understands where and in what way it influences his special field of work. Microbes, as we know, played their dangerous role long before they were discovered. As I have said, it is natural to suspect the parental pair in all syzygies. The feminine part, the mother, corresponds to the anima, but since, for the reasons discussed above, consciousness of the object prevents its projection, there is nothing for it but to assume that parents are also the least known of all human beings, and consequently that an unconscious reflection of the parental pair exists which is as unlike them, as utterly alien and incommensurable, as a man compared with a god. It would be conceivable, and has, as we know, been asserted, that the unconscious reflection is none other than the image of father and mother that was acquired in early childhood, overvalued, and later repressed on account of the incest fantasy associated with it. This hypothesis presupposes that the image was once conscious, otherwise it could not have been repressed. It also presupposes that the act of moral repression has itself become unconscious, for otherwise the act would remain preserved in consciousness together with the memory of the repressive moral reaction, from which the nature of the thing repressed could easily be recognized. I do not want to enlarge on these misgivings, but would merely like to emphasize that there is general agreement on one point, that the parental imago comes into existence not in the pre-puberal period or at a time when consciousness is more or less developed, but in the initial stages between the first and fourth year, when consciousness does not show any real continuity and is characterized by a kind of island-like discontinuity. The ego relationship that is required for continuity of consciousness is present only in part, so that a large proportion of psychic life at this stage runs on in a state which can only be described as relatively unconscious. At all events, it is a state which would give the impression of a somnambulistic, dream or twilight state if observed in an adult. These states, as we know from the observation of small children, are always characterized by an apperception of reality filled with fantasies. The fantasy images outweigh the influence of sensory stimuli and mold them into conformity with a pre-existing psychic image. It is in my view a great mistake to suppose that the psyche of a newborn child is a tabula rasa, in the sense that there is absolutely nothing in it. Insofar as the child is born with a differentiated brain that is predetermined by heredity and therefore individualized, it meets sensory stimuli coming from outside not with any aptitudes, but with specific ones, and this necessarily results in a particular individual choice and pattern of apperception. These aptitudes can be shown to be inherited instincts and performed patterns, the latter being the a priori and formal conditions of apperception that are based on instinct. Their presence gives the world of the child and the dreamer its anthropomorphic stamp. They are the archetypes which direct all fantasy activity into its appointed paths, and in this way produce, in the fantasy images of children's dreams as well as in the delusions of schizophrenia, astonishing mythological parallels such as can also be found, though in lesser degree, in the dreams of normal persons and neurotics. It is not, therefore, a question of inherited ideas, but of inherited possibilities of ideas. Nor are they individual acquisitions, but, in the main, common to all, as can be seen from the universal occurrence of the archetypes. Just as the archetypes occur on the ethnological level as myths, so also they are found in every individual, and their effect is always strongest. That is, they anthropomorphize reality most, where consciousness is weakest and most restricted, and where fantasy can overrun the facts of the outer world. This condition is undoubtedly present in the child during the first years of its life. It therefore seems to me more probable that the archetypal form of the divine syzygy first covers up and assimilates the image of the real parents until, with increasing consciousness, the real figures of the parents are perceived, often to the child's disappointment. Nobody knows better than the psychotherapist that the mythologizing of the parents is often pursued far into adulthood and is given up only with the greatest resistance. I remember a case that was presented to me as the victim of a high-grade mother and castration complex, which had still not been overcome in spite of psychoanalysis. Without any hint from me, the man had made some drawings which showed the mother first as a superhuman being, and then as a figure of woe with bloody mutilations. I was especially struck by the fact that a castration had obviously been performed on the mother, for in front of her gory genitals lay the cut-off male sexual organs. The drawings clearly represented a diminishing climax. First, the mother was a divine hermaphrodite, who then, through the son's disappointing experience of reality, was robbed of its androgynous, platonic perfection and changed into the woeful figure of an ordinary old woman. Thus, from the very beginning, from the son's earliest childhood, the mother was assimilated to the archetypal idea of the syzygy, or conjunction of male and female, and for this reason appeared perfect and superhuman. The latter quality invariably attaches to the archetype and explains why the archetype appears strange and as if not belonging to consciousness, and also why, if the subject identifies with it, it often causes a devastating change of personality, generally in the form of megalomania or its opposite. The son's disappointment affected a castration of the hermaphroditic mother. This was the patient's so-called castration complex. He had tumbled down from his childhood Olympus and was no longer the son hero of a divine mother. His so-called fear of castration was fear of real life, which refused to come up to his erstwhile childish expectations, and everywhere lacked that mythological meaning which he still dimly remembered from his earliest youth. His life was, in the truest sense of the word, godless, and that, for him, though he did not realize it, meant a dire loss of hope and energy. He thought of himself as castrated, which is a very plausible neurotic misunderstanding, so plausible that it could even be turned into a theory of neurosis. Because people have always feared that the connection with the instinctive archetypal stage of consciousness might get lost in the course of life, the custom has long since been adopted of giving the newborn child, in addition to his bodily parents, two godparents, a godfather and a godmother, who are supposed to be responsible for the spiritual welfare of their godchild. They represent the pair of gods who appear at its birth, thus illustrating the dual birth motif. The ANIMA image which lends the mother such superhuman glamour in the eyes of the son gradually becomes tarnished by commonplace reality and sinks back into the unconscious, but without in any way losing its original tension and instinctivity. It is ready to spring out and project itself at the first opportunity, the moment a woman makes an impression that is out of the ordinary. We then have Goethe's experience with Frau von Stein and its repercussions in the figures of Mignon and Gretchen all over again. In the case of Gretchen, Goethe also showed us the whole underlying metaphysic. The love life of a man reveals the psychology of this archetype in the form either of boundless fascination, overvaluation, and infatuation, or of misogyny in all its gradations and variants, none of which can be explained by the real nature of the object in question, but only by a transference of the mother complex. The complex, however, was caused in the first place by the assimilation of the mother, in itself a normal and ubiquitous phenomenon, to the pre-existent feminine side of an archetypal male-female pair of opposites, and secondly by an abnormal delay in detaching from the primordial image of the mother. Actually, nobody can stand the total loss of the archetype. When that happens, it gives rise to that frightful discontent in our culture, where nobody feels at home because a father and mother are missing. Everyone knows the provisions that religion has always made in this respect. Unfortunately, there are very many people who thoughtlessly go on asking whether these provisions are true, when it is really a question of a psychological need. Nothing is achieved by explaining them away rationalistically. When projected, the anima always has a feminine form with definite characteristics. This empirical finding does not mean that the archetype is constituted like that in itself. The male-female syzygy is only one among the possible pairs of opposites, albeit the most important one in practice and the commonest. It has numerous connections with other pairs which do not display any sex differences at all and can therefore be put into the sexual category only by main force. These connections, with their manifold shades of meaning, are found more particularly in Kundalini Yoga, in Gnosticism, and above all in alchemical philosophy, quite apart from the spontaneous fantasy products in neurotic and psychotic case material. When one carefully considers this accumulation of data, it begins to seem probable that an archetype in its quiescent, unprojected state has no exactly determinable form but is in itself an indefinite structure which can assume definite forms only in projection. This seems to contradict the concept of a type. If I am not mistaken, it not only seems but actually is a contradiction. Empirically speaking, we are dealing all the time with types, definite forms that can be named and distinguished. But as soon as you divest these types of the phenomenology presented by the case material and try to examine them in relation to other archetypal forms, they branch out into such far-reaching ramifications in the history of symbols that one comes to the conclusion that the basic psychic elements are infinitely varied and ever-changing, so as utterly to defy our powers of imagination. The empiricist must therefore content himself with a theoretical as if. In this respect, he is no worse off than the atomic physicist, even though his method is not based on quantitative measurement but is a morphologically descriptive one. The anima is a factor of the utmost importance in the psychology of a man wherever emotions and affects are at work. She intensifies, exaggerates, falsifies, and mythologizes all emotional relations with his work and with other people of both sexes. The resultant fantasies and entanglements are all her doing. When the anima is strongly constellated, she softens the man's character and makes him touchy, irritable, moody, jealous, vain, and unadjusted. He is then in a state of discontent and spreads discontent all around him. Sometimes the man's relationship to the woman who has caught his anima accounts for the existence of this syndrome. The anima, as I have remarked elsewhere, has not escaped the attentions of the poets. There are excellent descriptions of her, which at the same time tell us about the symbolic context in which the archetype is usually embedded. I give first place to Rider Haggard's novels She, The Return of She, and Wisdom's Daughter and Benoit's L'Atlantide. Benoit was accused of plagiarizing Rider Haggard because the two accounts are disconcertingly alike, but it seems he was able to acquit himself of this charge. Spitler's Prometheus contains some very subtle observations too, and his novel Imago gives an admirable description of projection. The question of therapy is a problem that cannot be disposed of in a few words. It was not my intention to deal with it here, but I would like to outline my point of view. Younger people who have not yet reached the middle of life, around the age of 35, can bear even the total loss of the anima without injury. The important thing at this stage is for a man to be a man. The growing youth must be able to free himself from the anima fascination of his mother. There are exceptions, notably artists, where the problem often takes a different turn. Also homosexuality, which is usually characterized by identity with the anima. In view of the recognized frequency of this phenomenon, its interpretation as a pathological perversion is very dubious. The psychological findings show that it is rather a matter of incomplete detachment from the hermaphroditic archetype, coupled with a distinct resistance to identify with the role of a one-sided sexual being. Such a disposition should not be adjudged negative in all circumstances, insofar as it preserves the archetype of the original man, which a one-sided sexual being has, up to a point, lost. After the middle of life, however, permanent loss of the anima means a diminution of vitality, of flexibility, and of human kindness. The result, as a rule, is premature rigidity, crustiness, stereotypy, fanatical one-sidedness, obstinacy, pedantry, or else resignation, weariness, sloppiness, irresponsibility, and finally a childish ramollissement with a tendency to alcohol. After middle life, therefore, the connection with the archetypal sphere of experience should, if possible, be re-established. 2. Psychological aspects of the mother archetype. First published as a lecture, Die psychologischen Aspekte des Mutterarchetypus in Eranos Jahrbuch 1938. Later revised and published in Von den Wurzeln des Bewusstseins, Zurich 1954. The present translation is of the latter, but it is also based partially on a translation of the 1938 version by Carrie F. Baines and Jimena de Angolo, privately issued in Spring, New York, 1943. Editors. 1. On the concept of the archetype. The concept of the Great Mother belongs to the field of comparative religion and embraces widely varying types of mother goddess. The concept itself is of no immediate concern to psychology, because the image of a Great Mother in this form is rarely encountered in practice, and then only under very special conditions. The symbol is obviously a derivative of the mother archetype. If we venture to investigate the background of the Great Mother image from the standpoint of psychology, then the mother archetype, as the more inclusive of the two, must form the basis of our discussion. Though lengthy discussion of the concept of an archetype is hardly necessary at this stage, some preliminary remarks of a general nature may not be out of place. In former times, despite some dissenting opinion and the influence of Aristotle, it was not too difficult to understand Plato's conception of the idea as supraordinate and pre-existent to all phenomena. Archetype, far from being a modern term, was already in use before the time of St. Augustine and was synonymous with idea in the Platonic usage. When the Corpus Hermeticum, which probably dates from the 3rd century, describes God as to archetypos ops, the archetypal light, it expresses the idea that he is the prototype of all light, that is to say, pre-existent and superordinate to the phenomenon light. Were I a philosopher, I should continue in this Platonic strain and say, somewhere, in A Place Beyond the Skies, there is a prototype or primordial image of the mother that is pre-existent and supraordinate to all phenomena in which the maternal, in the broadest sense of the term, is manifest. But I am an empiricist, not a philosopher. I cannot let myself presuppose that my peculiar temperament, my own attitude to intellectual problems, is universally valid. Apparently, this is an assumption in which only the philosopher may indulge, who always takes it for granted that his own disposition and attitude are universal, and will not recognize the fact, if he can avoid it, that his personal equation conditions his philosophy. As an empiricist, I must point out that there is a temperament which regards ideas as real entities and not merely as noumena. It so happens, by the merest accident one might say, that for the past 200 years we have been living in an age in which it has become unpopular or even unintelligible to suppose that ideas could be anything but noumena. Anyone who continues to think as Plato did must pay for his anachronism by seeing the supracelestial, i.e., metaphysical, essence of the idea relegated to the unverifiable realm of faith and superstition, or charitably left to the poet. Once again, in the age-old controversy over universals, the nominalistic standpoint has triumphed over the realistic, and the idea has evaporated into a mere flatus vocis. This change was accompanied, and indeed, to a considerable degree caused, by the marked rise of empiricism, the advantages of which were only too obvious to the intellect. Since that time, the idea is no longer something a priori, but is secondary and derived. Naturally, the new nominalism promptly claimed universal validity for itself in spite of the fact that it, too, is based on a definite and limited thesis colored by temperament. This thesis runs as follows. We accept as valid anything that comes from outside and can be verified. The ideal instance is verification by experiment. The antithesis is, we accept as valid anything that comes from inside and cannot be verified. The hopelessness of this position is obvious. Greek natural philosophy, with its interest in matter, together with Aristotelian reasoning, has achieved a belated but overwhelming victory over Plato. Yet every victory contains the germ of future defeat. In our own day, signs foreshadowing a change of attitude are rapidly increasing. Significantly enough, it is Kant's doctrine of categories, more than anything else, that destroys in embryo every attempt to revive metaphysics in the old sense of the word, but at the same time paves the way for a rebirth of the Platonic spirit. If it be true that there can be no metaphysics transcending human reason, it is no less true that there can be no empirical knowledge that is not already caught and limited by the a priori structure of cognition. During the century and a half that have elapsed since the appearance of the Critique of Pure Reason, the conviction has gradually gained ground that thinking, understanding, and reasoning cannot be regarded as independent processes subject only to the eternal laws of logic, but that they are psychic functions coordinated with the personality and subordinate to it. We no longer ask, has this or that been seen, heard, handled, weighed, counted, thought, and found to be logical? We ask instead, who saw, heard, or thought? Beginning with the personal equation in the observation and measurement of minimal processes, this critical attitude has gone on to the creation of an empirical psychology such as no time before ours has known. Today we are convinced that in all fields of knowledge, psychological premises exist which exert a decisive influence upon the choice of material, the method of investigation, the nature of the conclusions, and the formulation of hypotheses and theories. We have even come to believe that Kant's personality was a decisive conditioning factor of his critique of pure reason. Not only our philosophers, but our own predilections in philosophy, and even what we are fond of calling our best truths are affected, if not dangerously undermined by this recognition of a personal premise. All creative freedom, we cry out, is taken away from us. What? Can it be possible that a man only thinks or says or does what he himself is? Provided that we do not again exaggerate and so fall a victim to unrestrained psychologizing, it seems to me that the critical standpoint here defined is inescapable. It constitutes the essence, origin, and method of modern psychology. There is an a priori factor in all human activities, namely the inborn, preconscious, and unconscious individual structure of the psyche. The preconscious psyche, for example, that of a newborn infant, is not an empty vessel into which, under favorable conditions, practically anything can be poured. On the contrary, it is a tremendously complicated, sharply defined individual entity which appears indeterminate to us only because we cannot see it directly. But the moment the first visible manifestations of psychic life begin to appear, one would have to be blind not to recognize their individual character, that is, the unique personality behind them. It is hardly possible to suppose that all these details come into being only at the moment in which they appear. When it is a case of morbid predispositions already present in the parents, we infer hereditary transmission through the germ plasm. It would not occur to us to regard epilepsy in the child of an epileptic mother as an unaccountable mutation. Again, we explain by heredity the gifts and talents which can be traced back through whole generations. We explain in the same way the reappearance of complicated instinctive actions in animals that have never set eyes on their parents and therefore could not possibly have been taught by them. Nowadays, we have to start with the hypothesis that, so far as predisposition is concerned, there is no essential difference between man and all other creatures. Like every animal, he possesses a preformed psyche which breeds true to his species and which, on closer examination, reveals distinct features traceable to family antecedents. We have not the slightest reason to suppose that there are certain human activities or functions that could be exempted from this rule. We are unable to form any idea of what those dispositions or aptitudes are which make instinctive actions in animals possible. And it is just as impossible for us to know the nature of the preconscious psychic disposition that enables a child to react in a human manner. We can only suppose that his behavior results from patterns of functioning, which I have described as images. The term image is intended to express not only the form of the activity taking place, but the typical situation in which the activity is released. These images are primordial images insofar as they are peculiar to whole species, and if they ever originated, their origin must have coincided at least with the beginning of the species. They are the human quality of the human being, the specifically human form his activities take. This specific form is hereditary and is already present in the germ plasm. The idea that it is not inherited but comes into being in every child anew would be just as preposterous as the primitive belief that the sun which rises in the morning is a different sun from that which set the evening before. Since everything psychic is preformed, this must also be true of the individual functions, especially those which derive directly from the unconscious predisposition. The most important of these is creative fantasy. In the products of fantasy, the primordial images are made visible, and it is here that the concept of the archetype finds its specific application. I do not claim to have been the first to point out this fact. The honor belongs to Plato. The first investigator in the field of ethnology to draw attention to the widespread occurrence of certain elementary ideas was Adolf Bastian. Two later investigators, Hubert and Maus, followers of Durkheim, speak of categories of the imagination. And it was no less an authority than Hermann Usener, who first recognized unconscious preformation under the guise of unconscious thinking. If I have any share in these discoveries, it consists in my having shown that archetypes are not disseminated only by tradition, language, and migration, but that they can re-arise spontaneously at any time, at any place, and without any outside influence. The far-reaching implications of this statement must not be overlooked, for it means that there are present in every psyche forms which are unconscious but nonetheless active, living dispositions, ideas in the Platonic sense, that perform and continually influence our thoughts and feelings and actions. Again and again I encounter the mistaken notion that an archetype is determined in regard to its content. In other words, that it is a kind of unconscious idea, if such an expression be admissible. It is necessary to point out once more that archetypes are not determined as regards their content, but only as regards their form, and then only to a very limited degree. A primordial image is determined as to its content only when it has become conscious and is therefore filled out with the material of conscious experience. Its form, however, as I have explained elsewhere, might perhaps be compared to the axial system of a crystal, which, as it were, preforms the crystalline structure in the mother liquid, although it has no material existence of its own. This first appears according to the specific way in which the ions and molecules aggregate. The archetype in itself is empty and purely formal, nothing but a facultas preformandi, a possibility of representation which is given a priori. The representations themselves are not inherited, only the forms, and in that respect they correspond in every way to the instincts, which are also determined in form only. The existence of the instincts can no more be proved than the existence of the archetypes, so long as they do not manifest themselves concretely. With regard to the definiteness of the form, our comparison with the crystal is illuminating inasmuch as the axial system determines only the stereometric structure but not the concrete form of the individual crystal. This may be either large or small, and it may vary endlessly by reason of the different size of its planes or by the growing together of two crystals. The only thing that remains constant is the axial system, or rather, the invariable geometric proportions underlying it. The same is true of the archetype. In principle, it can be named and has an invariable nucleus of meaning, but always only in principle, never as regards its concrete manifestation. In the same way, the specific appearance of the mother image at any given time cannot be deduced from the mother archetype alone, but depends on innumerable other factors. 2. The mother archetype. Like any other archetype, the mother archetype appears under an almost infinite variety of aspects. I mention here only some of the more characteristic. First in importance are the personal mother and grandmother, stepmother and mother-in-law, then any woman with whom a relationship exists, for example, a nurse or governess, or perhaps a remote ancestress. Then there are what might be termed mothers in a figurative sense. To this category belongs the goddess, and especially the mother of God, the Virgin, and Sophia. Mythology offers many variations of the mother archetype, as for instance the mother who reappears as the maiden in the myth of Demeter and Kor, or the mother who is also the beloved, as in the Cybele Satis myth. Other symbols of the mother in a figurative sense appear in things, representing the goal of our longing for redemption, such as paradise, the kingdom of God, the heavenly Jerusalem. Many things arousing devotion or feelings of awe, as for instance the church, university, city, or country, heaven, earth, the woods, the sea or any still waters, matter even, the underworld and the moon, can be mother symbols. The archetype is often associated with things and places standing for fertility and fruitfulness, the cornucopia, a plowed field, a garden. It can be attached to a rock, a cave, a tree, a spring, a deep well, or to various vessels such as the baptismal font, or to vessel-shaped flowers like the rose or the lotus. Because of the protection it implies, the magic circle or mandala can be a form of mother archetype. Hollow objects such as ovens and cooking vessels are associated with the mother archetype, and, of course, the uterus, yoni, and anything of a like shape. Added to this list there are many animals, such as the cow, hare, and helpful animals in general. All these symbols can have a positive, favorable meaning or a negative, evil meaning. An ambivalent aspect is seen in the goddesses of fate, Moira, Grey, Norns. Evil symbols are the witch, the dragon, or any devouring and entwining animal, such as a large fish or a serpent, the grave, the sarcophagus, deep water, death, nightmares and bogies, Empusa, Lilith, etc. This list is not, of course, complete. It presents only the most important features of the mother archetype. The qualities associated with it are maternal solicitude and sympathy, the magic authority of the female, the wisdom and spiritual exaltation that transcend reason, any helpful instinct or impulse, all that is benign, all that cherishes and sustains, that fosters growth and fertility. The place of magic transformation and rebirth, together with the underworld and its inhabitants, are presided over by the mother. On the negative side, the mother archetype may connote anything secret, hidden, dark. The abyss, the world of the dead, anything that devours, seduces, and poisons, that is terrifying and inescapable like fate. All these attributes of the mother archetype have been fully described and documented in my book, Symbols of Transformation. There I formulated the ambivalence of these attributes as the loving and the terrible mother. Perhaps the historical example of the dual nature of the mother most familiar to us is the Virgin Mary, who is not only the Lord's mother, but also, according to the medieval allegories, his cross. In India, the loving and terrible mother is the paradoxical Kali. Sankhya philosophy has elaborated the mother archetype into the concept of prakrti, matter, and assigned to it the three gunas or fundamental attributes, sattva, rajas, tamas, goodness, passion, and darkness. These are three essential aspects of the mother, her cherishing and nourishing goodness, her orgiastic emotionality, and her Stygian depths. The special feature of the philosophical myth, which shows Prakrti dancing before Purusha in order to remind him of discriminating knowledge, does not belong to the mother archetype but to the archetype of the ANIMA, which in a man's psychology invariably appears, at first, mingled with the mother image. Although the figure of the mother as it appears in folklore is more or less universal, this image changes markedly when it appears in the individual psyche. In treating patients, one is at first impressed, and indeed arrested, by the apparent significance of the personal mother. This figure of the personal mother looms so large in all personalistic psychologies that, as we know, they never got beyond it, even in theory, to other important etiological factors. My own view differs from that of other medico-psychological theories, principally in that I attribute to the personal mother only a limited etiological significance. That is to say, all those influences which the literature describes as being exerted on the children do not come from the mother herself, but rather from the archetype projected upon her, which gives her a mythological background and invests her with authority and numinosity. The etiological and traumatic effects produced by the mother must be divided into two groups. 1. Those corresponding to traits of character or attitudes actually present in the mother, and 2. Those referring to traits which the mother only seems to possess, the reality being composed of more or less fantastic, i.e., archetypal projections on the part of the child. Freud himself had already seen that the real etiology of neuroses does not lie in traumatic effects, as he at first suspected, but in a peculiar development of infantile fantasy. This is not to deny that such a development can be traced back to disturbing influences emanating from the mother. I myself make it a rule to look first for the cause of infantile neuroses in the mother, as I know from experience that a child is much more likely to develop normally than neurotically, and that in the great majority of cases definite causes of disturbances can be found in the parents, especially in the mother. The contents of the child's abnormal fantasies can be referred to the personal mother only in part, since they often contain clear and unmistakable allusions which could not possibly have reference to human beings. This is especially true where definitely mythological products are concerned, as is frequently the case in infantile phobias where the mother may appear as a wild beast, a witch, a specter, an ogre, a hermaphrodite, and so on. It must be borne in mind, however, that such fantasies are not always of unmistakably mythological origin, and even if they are, they may not always be rooted in the unconscious archetype, but may have been occasioned by fairy tales or accidental remarks. A thorough investigation is therefore indicated in each case. For practical reasons, such an investigation cannot be made so readily with children as with adults, who almost invariably transfer their fantasies to the physician during treatment, or, to be more precise, the fantasies are projected upon him automatically. When that happens, nothing is gained by brushing them aside as ridiculous, for archetypes are among the inalienable assets of every psyche. They form the treasure in the realm of shadowy thoughts, of which Kant spoke, and of which we have ample evidence in the countless treasure motifs of mythology. An archetype is in no sense just an annoying prejudice. It becomes so only when it is in the wrong place. In themselves, archetypal images are among the highest values of the human psyche. They have peopled the heavens of all races from time immemorial. To discard them as valueless would be a distinct loss. Our task is not, therefore, to deny the archetype, but to dissolve the projections, in order to restore their contents to the individual who has involuntarily lost them by projecting them outside himself. 3. The mother complex. The mother archetype forms the foundation of the so-called mother complex. It is an open question whether a mother complex can develop without the mother having taken part in its formation as a demonstrable causal factor. My own experience leads me to believe that the mother always plays an active part in the origin of the disturbance, especially in infantile neuroses or in neuroses whose etiology undoubtedly dates back to early childhood. In any event, the child's instincts are disturbed, and this constellates archetypes which, in their turn, produce fantasies that come between the child and its mother as an alien and often frightening element. Thus, if the children of an over-anxious mother regularly dream that she is a terrifying animal or a witch, these experiences point to a split in the child's psyche that predisposes it to a neurosis, the mother complex of the son. The effects of the mother complex differ according to whether it appears in a son or a daughter. Typical effects on the son are homosexuality and Don Juanism, and sometimes also impotence. In homosexuality, the son's entire heterosexuality is tied to the mother in an unconscious form. In Don Juanism, he unconsciously seeks his mother in every woman he meets. The effects of a mother complex on the son may be seen in the ideology of the Cybele and Attis type, self-castration, madness, and early death. Because of the difference in sex, a son's mother complex does not appear in pure form. This is the reason why in every masculine mother complex, side by side with the mother archetype, a significant role is played by the image of the man's sexual counterpart, the ANIMA. The mother is the first feminine being with whom the man-to-be comes in contact, and she cannot help playing, overtly or covertly, consciously or unconsciously, upon the son's masculinity, just as the son in his turn grows increasingly aware of his mother's femininity, or unconsciously responds to it by instinct. In the case of the son, therefore, the simple relationships of identity or of resistance and differentiation are continually cut across by erotic attraction or repulsion, which complicates matters very considerably. I do not mean to say that for this reason the mother complex of a son ought to be regarded as more serious than that of a daughter. The investigation of these complex psychic phenomena is still in the pioneer stage. Comparisons will not become feasible until we have some statistics at our disposal, and of these, so far, there is no sign. Only in the daughter is the mother complex clear and uncomplicated. Here we have to do either with an overdevelopment of feminine instincts indirectly caused by the mother, or with a weakening of them to the point of complete extinction. In the first case, the preponderance of instinct makes the daughter unconscious of her own personality. In the latter, the instincts are projected upon the mother. For the present, we must content ourselves with the statement that, in the daughter, a mother complex either unduly stimulates or else inhibits the feminine instinct, and that in the son it injures the masculine instinct through an unnatural sexualization. Since a mother complex is a concept borrowed from psychopathology, it is always associated with the idea of injury and illness. But if we take the concept out of its narrow psychopathological setting and give it a wider connotation, we can see that it has positive effects as well. Thus, a man with a mother complex may have a finely differentiated eros instead of, or in addition to, homosexuality. Something of this sort is suggested by Plato in his Symposium. This gives him a great capacity for friendship, which often creates ties of astonishing tenderness between men and may even rescue friendship between the sexes from the limbo of the impossible. He may have good taste and an aesthetic sense which are fostered by the presence of a feminine streak. Then he may be supremely gifted as a teacher because of his almost feminine insight and tact. He is likely to have a feeling for history and to be conservative in the best sense and cherish the values of the past. Often he is endowed with a wealth of religious feelings, which help to bring the ecclesia spiritualis into reality, and a spiritual receptivity which makes him responsive to revelation. In the same way, what in its negative aspect is Don Juanism can appear positively as bold and resolute manliness, ambitious striving after the highest goals, opposition to all stupidity, narrow-mindedness, injustice, and laziness, willingness to make sacrifices for what is regarded as right, sometimes bordering on heroism, perseverance, inflexibility, and toughness of will, a curiosity that does not shrink even from the riddles of the universe, and finally, a revolutionary spirit which strives to put a new face upon the world. All these possibilities are reflected in the mythological motifs enumerated earlier as different aspects of the mother archetype. As I have already dealt with the mother complex of the son, including the ANIMA complication, elsewhere, and my present theme is the archetype of the mother, in the following discussion I shall relegate masculine psychology to the background. 2. The mother complex of the daughter. A. Hypertrophy of the maternal element. We have noted that in the daughter the mother complex leads either to a hypertrophy of the feminine side or to its atrophy. The exaggeration of the feminine side means an intensification of all female instincts, above all the maternal instinct. The negative aspect is seen in the woman whose only goal is childbirth. To her, the husband is obviously of secondary importance. He is first and foremost the instrument of procreation, and she regards him merely as an object to be looked after, along with children, poor relations, cats, dogs, and household furniture. Even her own personality is of secondary importance. She often remains entirely unconscious of it, for her life is lived in and through others, in more or less complete identification with all the objects of her care. First she gives birth to the children, and from then on she clings to them, for without them she has no existence whatsoever. Like Demeter, she compels the gods by her stubborn persistence to grant her the right of possession over her daughter. Her eros develops exclusively as a maternal relationship while remaining unconscious as a personal one. An unconscious eros always expresses itself as will to power. Women of this type, though continually living for others, are, as a matter of fact, unable to make any real sacrifice. Driven by ruthless will to power and a fanatical insistence on their own maternal rights, they often succeed in annihilating not only their own personality, but also the personal lives of their children. The less conscious such a mother is of her own personality, the greater and the more violent is her unconscious will to power. For many such women, Baubo rather than Demeter would be the appropriate symbol. The mind is not cultivated for its own sake, but usually remains in its original condition, altogether primitive, unrelated, and ruthless, but also as true, and sometimes as profound, as nature herself. She herself does not know this and is therefore unable to appreciate the wittiness of her mind, or to marvel philosophically at its profundity. Like as not, she will immediately forget what she has said. B. Overdevelopment of eros. It by no means follows that the complex induced in a daughter by such a mother must necessarily result in hypertrophy of the maternal instinct. Quite the contrary, this instinct may be wiped out altogether. As a substitute, an overdeveloped eros results, and this almost invariably leads to an unconscious incestuous relationship with the father. The intensified eros places an abnormal emphasis on the personality of others. Jealousy of the mother and the desire to outdo her become the leitmotifs of subsequent undertakings, which are often disastrous. A woman of this type loves romantic and sensational episodes for their own sake, and is interested in married men, less for themselves than for the fact that they are married, and so give her an opportunity to wreck a marriage, that being the whole point of her maneuver. Once the goal is attained, her interest evaporates for lack of any maternal instinct, and then it will be someone else's turn. This type is noted for its remarkable unconsciousness. Such women really seem to be utterly blind to what they are doing, which is anything but advantageous either for themselves or for their victims. I need hardly point out that for men with a passive eros, this type offers an excellent hook for ANIMA projections. C. Identity with the mother. A mother complex in a woman does not produce an overdeveloped eros. It leads to identification with the mother and to paralysis of the daughter's feminine initiative. A complete projection of her personality onto the mother then takes place, owing to the fact that she is unconscious both of her maternal instinct and of her eros. Everything which reminds her of motherhood, responsibility, personal relationships, and erotic demands arouses feelings of inferiority and compels her to run away. To her mother, naturally, who lives to perfection everything that seems unattainable to her daughter. As a sort of superwoman, admired involuntarily by the daughter, the mother lives out for her beforehand all that the girl might have lived for herself. She is content to cling to her mother in selfless devotion, while at the same time unconsciously striving, almost against her will, to tyrannize over her, naturally under the mask of complete loyalty and devotion. The daughter leads a shadow existence, often visibly sucked dry by her mother, and she prolongs her mother's life by a sort of continuous blood transfusion. These bloodless maidens are by no means immune to marriage. On the contrary, despite their shadowiness and passivity, they command a high price on the marriage market. First, they are so empty that a man is free to impute to them anything he fancies. In addition, They are so unconscious that the unconscious puts out countless invisible feelers, veritable octopus tentacles, that suck up all masculine projections, and this pleases men enormously. All that feminine indefiniteness is the longed-for counterpart of male decisiveness and single-mindedness, which can be satisfactorily achieved only if a man can get rid of everything doubtful, ambiguous, vague, and muddled by projecting it upon some charming example of feminine innocence. Because of the woman's characteristic passivity and the feelings of inferiority which make her continually play the injured innocent, the man finds himself cast in an attractive role. He has the privilege of putting up with the familiar feminine foibles with real superiority and yet with forbearance, like a true knight. Fortunately, he remains ignorant of the fact that these deficiencies consist largely of his own projections. The girl's notorious helplessness is a special attraction. She is so much an appendage of her mother that she can only flutter confusedly when a man approaches. She just doesn't know a thing. She is so inexperienced, so terribly in need of help, that even the gentlest swain becomes a daring abductor who brutally robs a loving mother of her daughter. Such a marvelous opportunity to pass himself off as a gay Lothario does not occur every day, and therefore acts as a strong incentive. This was how Pluto abducted Persephone from the inconsolable Demeter. But, by a decree of the gods, he had to surrender his wife every year to his mother-in-law for the summer season. The attentive reader will note that such legends do not come about by chance. D. Resistance to the mother. These three extreme types are linked together by many intermediate stages, of which I shall mention only one important example. In the particular intermediate type I have in mind, the problem is less an overdevelopment or an inhibition of the feminine instincts than an overwhelming resistance to maternal supremacy, often to the exclusion of all else. It is the supreme example of the negative mother complex. The motto of this type is, anything, so long as it is not like mother. On one hand, we have a fascination which never reaches the point of identification. On the other, an intensification of eros which exhausts itself in jealous resistance. This kind of daughter knows what she does not want, but is usually completely at sea as to what she would choose as her own fate. All her instincts are concentrated on the mother in the negative form of resistance, and are therefore of no use to her in building her own life. Should she get as far as marrying, either the marriage will be used for the sole purpose of escaping from her mother, or else a diabolical fate will present her with a husband who shares all the essential traits of her mother's character. All instinctive processes meet with unexpected difficulties. Either sexuality does not function properly, or the children are unwanted, or maternal duties seem unbearable, or the demands of marital life are responded to with impatience and irritation. This is quite natural, since none of it has anything to do with the realities of life when stubborn resistance to the power of the mother in every form has come to be life's dominating aim. In such cases, one can often see the attributes of the mother archetype demonstrated in every detail. For example, the mother as representative of the family, or clan, causes either violent resistances or complete indifference to anything that comes under the head of family, community, society, convention, and the like. Resistance to the mother as uterus often manifests itself in menstrual disturbances, failure of conception, abhorrence of pregnancy, hemorrhages and excessive vomiting during pregnancy, miscarriages, and so on. The mother as materia, matter, may be at the back of these women's impatience with objects, their clumsy handling of tools and crockery, and bad taste in clothes. Again, resistance to the mother can sometimes result in a spontaneous development of intellect for the purpose of creating a sphere of interest in which the mother has no place. This development springs from the daughter's own needs, and not at all for the sake of a man whom she would like to impress or dazzle by a semblance of intellectual comradeship. Its real purpose is to break the mother's power by intellectual criticism and superior knowledge, so as to enumerate to her all her stupidities, mistakes in logic, and educational shortcomings. Intellectual development is often accompanied by the emergence of masculine traits in general. 4. Positive aspects of the mother complex. The mother. The positive aspect of the first type of complex, namely the overdevelopment of the maternal instinct, is identical with that well-known image of the mother which has been glorified in all ages and all tongues. This is the mother love which is one of the most moving and unforgettable memories of Kerr lives, the mysterious root of all growth and change, the love that means homecoming, shelter, and the long silence from which everything begins and in which everything ends. Intimately known and yet strange like nature, lovingly tender and yet cruel like fate, joyous and untiring giver of life, Mater Dolorosa, and mute implacable portal that closes upon the dead. Mother is mother love, my experience and my secret. Why risk saying too much that is false and inadequate and beside the point, about that human being who was our mother, the accidental carrier of that great experience which includes herself and myself and all mankind, and indeed the whole of created nature, the experience of life whose children we are. The attempt to say these things has always been made, and probably always will be. But a sensitive person cannot in all fairness load that enormous burden of meaning, responsibility, duty, heaven and hell onto the shoulders of one frail and fallible human being, so deserving of love, indulgence, understanding, and forgiveness, who was our mother. He knows that the mother carries for us that inborn image of the mater natura and mater spiritualis, of the totality of life of which we are a small and helpless part. Nor should we hesitate for one moment to relieve the human mother of this appalling burden, for our own sakes as well as hers. It is just this massive weight of meaning that ties us to the mother and chains her to her child, to the physical and mental detriment of both. A mother complex is not got rid of by blindly reducing the mother to human proportions. Besides that, we run the risk of dissolving the experience, mother, into atoms, thus destroying something supremely valuable and throwing away the golden key which a good fairy laid in our cradle. That is why mankind has always instinctively added the pre-existent divine pair to the personal parents, the God-father and God-mother of the newborn child, so that, from sheer unconsciousness or short-sighted rationalism, he should never forget himself so far as to invest his own parents with divinity. The archetype is really far less a scientific problem than an urgent question of psychic hygiene. Even if all proofs of the existence of archetypes were lacking, and all the clever people in the world succeeded in convincing us that such a thing could not possibly exist, we would have to invent them forthwith in order to keep our highest and most important values from disappearing into the unconscious. For when these fall into the unconscious, the whole elemental force of the original experience is lost. What then appears in its place is fixation on the mother imago, and when this has been sufficiently rationalized and corrected, we are tied fast to human reason and condemned from then on to believe exclusively in what is rational. That is a virtue and an advantage on the one hand, but on the other a limitation and impoverishment, for it brings us nearer to the bleakness of doctrinarism and enlightenment. This déesse raison emits a deceptive light which illuminates only what we know already, but spreads a darkness over all those things which it would be most needful for us to know and become conscious of. The more independent reason pretends to be, the more it turns into sheer intellectuality, which puts doctrine in the place of reality and shows us man not as he is but how it wants him to be. Whether he understands them or not, man must remain conscious of the world of the archetypes, because in it he is still a part of nature and is connected with his own roots. A view of the world or a social order that cuts him off from the primordial images of life not only is no culture at all, but, in increasing degree, is a prison or a stable. If the primordial images remain conscious in some form or other, the energy that belongs to them can flow freely into man. But when it is no longer possible to maintain contact with them, then the tremendous sum of energy stored up in these images, which is also the source of the fascination underlying the infantile parental complex, falls back into the unconscious. The unconscious then becomes charged with a force that acts as an irresistible vis a tergo to whatever view or idea or tendency our intellect may choose to dangle enticingly before our desiring eyes. In this way, man is delivered over to his conscious side, and reason becomes the arbiter of right and wrong, of good and evil. I am far from wishing to belittle the divine gift of reason, man's highest faculty. But in the role of absolute tyrant it has no meaning, no more than light would have in a world where its counterpart, darkness, was absent. Man would do well to heed the wise counsel of the mother and obey the inexorable law of nature which sets limits to every being. He ought never to forget that the world exists only because opposing forces are held in equilibrium. So, too, the rational is counterbalanced by the irrational, and what is planned and purposed by what is. This excursion into the realm of generalities was unavoidable, because the mother is the first world of the child and the last world of the adult. We are all wrapped as her children in the mantle of this great Isis. But let us now return to the different types of feminine mother complex. It may seem strange that I am devoting so much more time to the mother complex in woman than to its counterpart in man. The reason for this has already been mentioned. In a man, the mother complex is never pure. It is always mixed with the ANIMA archetype, and the consequence is that a man's statements about the mother are always emotionally prejudiced, in the sense of showing animosity. Only in women is it possible to examine the effects of the mother archetype without admixture of animosity, and even this has prospects of success only when no compensating animus has developed, the overdeveloped eros. I drew a very unfavorable picture of this type as we encounter it in the field of psychopathology, but this type, uninviting as it appears, also has positive aspects which society could ill afford to do without. Indeed, behind what is possibly the worst effect of this attitude, the unscrupulous wrecking of marriages, we can see an extremely significant and purposeful arrangement of nature. This type often develops in reaction to a mother who is wholly a thrall of nature, purely instinctive and therefore all-devouring. Such a mother is an anachronism, a throwback to a primitive state of matriarchy where the man leads an insipid existence as a mere procreator and serf of the soil. The reactive intensification of the daughter's eros is aimed at some man who ought to be rescued from the preponderance of the female maternal element in his life. A woman of this type instinctively intervenes when provoked by the unconsciousness of the marriage partner. She will disturb that comfortable ease so dangerous to the personality of a man, but frequently regarded by him as marital faithfulness. This complacency leads to blank unconsciousness of his own personality and to those supposedly ideal marriages where he is nothing but dad and she is nothing but mom, and they even call each other that. This is a slippery path that can easily degrade marriage to the level of a mere breeding pen. A woman of this type directs the burning ray of her eros upon a man whose life is stifled by maternal solicitude, and by doing so she arouses a moral conflict, Yet without this there can be no consciousness of personality. But why on earth, you may ask, should it be necessary for man to achieve, by hook or by crook, a higher level of consciousness? This is truly the crucial question, and I do not find the answer easy. Instead of a real answer, I can only make a confession of faith. I believe that, after thousands and millions of years, someone had to realize that this wonderful world of mountains and oceans, suns and moons, galaxies and nebulae, plants and animals exists. From a low hill in the Athi plains of East Africa, I once watched the vast herds of wild animals grazing in soundless stillness, as they had done from time immemorial, touched only by the breath of a primeval world. I felt then as if I were the first man, the first creature to know that all this is. The entire world round me was still in its primeval state. It did not know that it was. And then, in that one moment in which I came to know, the world sprang into being. Without that moment it would never have been. All nature seeks this goal and finds it fulfilled in man, but only in the most highly developed and most fully conscious man. Every advance, even the smallest, along this path of conscious realization adds that much to the world. There is no consciousness without discrimination of opposites. This is the paternal principle, the logos, which eternally struggles to extricate itself from the primal warmth and primal darkness of the maternal womb, in a word, from unconsciousness. Divine curiosity yearns to be born and does not shrink from conflict, suffering, or sin. Unconsciousness is the primal sin, evil itself, for the Logos. Therefore its first creative act of liberation is matricide, and the spirit that dared all heights and all depths must, as Synesius says, suffer the divine punishment, enchainment on the rocks of the Caucasus. Nothing can exist without its opposite. The two were one in the beginning and will be one again in the end. Consciousness can only exist through continual recognition of the unconscious, just as everything that lives must pass through many deaths. The stirring up of conflict is a Luciferian virtue in the true sense of the word. Conflict engenders fire, the fire of affects and emotions, and like every other fire it has two aspects, that of combustion and that of creating light. On the one hand, emotion is the alchemical fire whose warmth brings everything into existence, and whose heat burns all superfluities to ashes. Omnes superfluitates comburit. But on the other hand, emotion is the moment when steel meets flint and a spark is struck forth, for emotion is the chief source of consciousness. There is no change from darkness to light or from inertia to movement without emotion. The woman whose fate it is to be a disturbing element is not solely destructive, except in pathological cases. Normally the disturber is herself caught in the disturbance. The worker of change is herself changed, and the glare of the fire she ignites both illuminates and enlightens all the victims of the entanglement. What seemed a senseless upheaval becomes a process of purification, so that all that is vain might dwindle and wane. If a woman of this type remains unconscious of the meaning of her function, if she does not know that she is part of that power which would ever work evil but engenders good, she will herself perish by the sword she brings. But consciousness transforms her into a deliverer and redeemer. The nothing but daughter. The woman of the third type, who is so identified with the mother that her own instincts are paralyzed through projection, need not on that account remain a hopeless non-entity forever. On the contrary, if she is at all normal, there is a good chance of the empty vessel being filled by a potent anima projection. Indeed, the fate of such a woman depends on this eventuality. She can never find herself at all, not even approximately, without a man's help. She has to be literally abducted or stolen from her mother. Moreover, she must play the role mapped out for her for a long time and with great effort, until she actually comes to loathe it. In this way she may perhaps discover who she really is. Such women may become devoted and self-sacrificing wives of husbands whose whole existence turns on their identification with a profession or a great talent, but who, for the rest, are unconscious and remain so. Since they are nothing but masks themselves, the wife too must be able to play the accompanying part with a semblance of naturalness. But these women sometimes have valuable gifts, which remained undeveloped only because they were entirely unconscious of their own personality. They may project the gift or talent upon a husband who lacks it himself, and then we have the spectacle of a totally insignificant man who seemed to have no chance whatsoever, suddenly soaring as if on a magic carpet to the highest summits of achievement. Cherchez la femme, and you have the secret of his success. These women remind me, if I may be forgiven the impolite comparison, of hefty great bitches who turn tail before the smallest cur simply because he is a terrible male and it never occurs to them to bite him. Finally, it should be remarked that emptiness is a great feminine secret. It is something absolutely alien to man. The chasm, the unplumbed depths, the yin. The pitifulness of this vacuous nonentity goes to his heart. I speak here as a man, and one is tempted to say that this constitutes the whole mystery of woman. Such a female is fate itself. A man may say what he likes about it, be for it or against it, or both at once. In the end he falls, absurdly happy, into this pit, or, if he doesn't, he has missed and bungled his only chance of making a man of himself. In the first case one cannot disprove his foolish good luck to him, and in the second one cannot make his misfortune seem plausible. The mothers, how eerily it sounds. With this sigh, which seals the capitulation of the male as he approaches the realm of the mothers, we will turn to the fourth type, the negative mother complex. As a pathological phenomenon, this type is an unpleasant, exacting, and anything but satisfactory partner for her husband, since she rebels in every fiber of her being against everything that springs from natural soil. However, there is no reason why increasing experience of life should not teach her a thing or two, so that for a start she gives up fighting the mother in the personal and restricted sense. But even at her best she will remain hostile to all that is dark, unclear, and ambiguous, and will cultivate and emphasize everything certain and clear and reasonable. Excelling her more feminine sister in her objectivity and coolness of judgment, she may become the friend, sister, and competent advisor of her husband. Her own masculine aspirations make it possible for her to have a human understanding of the individuality of her husband quite transcending the realm of the erotic. The woman with this type of mother complex probably has the best chance of all to make her marriage an outstanding success during the second half of life. But this is true only if she succeeds in overcoming the hell of nothing but femininity, the chaos of the maternal womb, which is her greatest danger because of her negative complex. As we know, a complex can be really overcome only if it is lived out to the full. In other words, if we are to develop further, we have to draw to us and drink down to the very dregs what, because of our complexes, we have held at a distance. This type started out in the world with averted face, like Lot's wife looking back on Sodom and Gomorrah. And all the while the world and life passed by her like a dream, an annoying source of illusions, disappointments, and irritations, all of which are due solely to the fact that she cannot bring herself to look straight ahead for once. Because of her merely unconscious reactive attitude toward reality, her life actually becomes dominated by what she fought hardest against, the exclusively maternal feminine aspect. But if she should later turn her face, she will see the world for the first time, so to speak, in the light of maturity, and see it embellished with all the colors and enchanting wonders of youth, and sometimes even of childhood. It is a vision that brings knowledge and discovery of truth, the indispensable prerequisite for consciousness. A part of life was lost, but the meaning of life has been salvaged for her. The woman who fights against her father still has the possibility of leading an instinctive feminine existence because she rejects only what is alien to her. But when she fights against the mother, she may, at the risk of injury to her instincts, attain to greater consciousness, because in repudiating the mother she repudiates all that is obscure, instinctive, ambiguous, and unconscious in her own nature. Thanks to her lucidity, objectivity, and masculinity, a woman of this type is frequently found in important positions in which her tardily discovered maternal quality, guided by a cool intelligence, exerts a most beneficial influence. This rare combination of womanliness and masculine understanding proves valuable in the realm of intimate relationships as well as in practical matters. As the spiritual guide and advisor of a man, such a woman, unknown to the world, may play a highly influential part. Owing to her qualities, the masculine mind finds this type easier to understand than women with other forms of mother complex, and for this reason men often favor her with the projection of positive mother complexes. The excessively feminine woman terrifies men who have a mother complex characterized by great sensitivity. But this woman is not frightening to a man, because she builds bridges for the masculine mind over which he can safely guide his feelings to the opposite shore. Her clarity of understanding inspires him with confidence, a factor not to be underrated and one that is absent from the relationship between a man and a woman much more often than one might think. The man's eros does not lead upward only but downward into that uncanny dark world of Hecate and Kali, which is a horror to any intellectual man. The understanding possessed by this type of woman will be a guiding star to him in the darkness and seemingly unending mazes of life. 5. Conclusion. From what has been said, it should be clear that, in the last analysis, all the statements of mythology on this subject, as well as the observed effects of the mother complex, when stripped of their confusing detail, point to the unconscious as their place of origin. How else could it have occurred to man to divide the cosmos, on the analogy of day and night, summer and winter, into a bright day world and a dark night world peopled with fabulous monsters, unless he had the prototype of such a division in himself, in the polarity between the conscious and the invisible and unknowable unconscious? Primitive man's perception of objects is conditioned only partly by the objective behavior of the things themselves, whereas a much greater part is often played by intrapsychic facts which are not related to the external objects except by way of projection. This is due to the simple fact that the primitive has not yet experienced that ascetic discipline of mind known to us as the critique of knowledge. To him, the world is a more or less fluid phenomenon within the stream of his own fantasy, where subject and object are undifferentiated and in a state of mutual interpenetration. All that is outside also is inside, we could say with Goethe. But this inside way which modern rationalism is so eager to derive from outside has an a priori structure of its own that antedates all conscious experience. It is quite impossible to conceive how experience in the widest sense, or, for that matter, anything psychic, could originate exclusively in the outside world. The psyche is part of the inmost mystery of life, and it has its own peculiar structure and form like every other organism. Whether this psychic structure and its elements, the archetypes, ever originated at all is a metaphysical question, and therefore unanswerable. The structure is something given, the precondition that is found to be present in every case, and this is the mother, the matrix, the form into which all experience is poured. The father, on the other hand, represents the dynamism of the archetype, for the archetype consists of both form and energy. The carrier of the archetype is in the first place the personal mother, because the child lives at first in complete participation with her, in a state of unconscious identity. She is the psychic as well as the physical precondition of the child. With the awakening of ego consciousness, the participation gradually weakens, and consciousness begins to enter into opposition to the unconscious, its own precondition. This leads to differentiation of the ego from the mother, whose personal peculiarities gradually become more distinct. All the fabulous and mysterious qualities attaching to her image begin to fall away and are transferred to the person closest to her, for instance, the grandmother. As the mother of the mother, she is greater than the latter. She is in truth the grand or great mother. Not infrequently, she assumes the attributes of wisdom as well as those of a witch. For the further the archetype recedes from consciousness, and the clearer the latter becomes, the more distinctly does the archetype assume mythological features. The transition from mother to grandmother means that the archetype is elevated to a higher rank. This is clearly demonstrated in a notion held by the Bataks. The funeral sacrifice in honor of a dead father is modest, consisting of ordinary food. But if the son has a son of his own, then the father has become a grandfather and has consequently attained a more dignified status in the beyond, and very important offerings are made to him. As the distance between conscious and unconscious increases, the grandmother's more exalted rank transforms her into a great mother, and it frequently happens that the opposites contained in this image split apart. We then get a good fairy and a wicked fairy, or a benevolent goddess and one who is malevolent and dangerous. In Western antiquity and especially in Eastern cultures, the opposites often remain united in the same figure, though this paradox does not disturb the primitive mind in the least. The legends about the gods are as full of contradictions as are their moral characters. In the West, the paradoxical behavior and moral ambivalence of the gods scandalized people even in antiquity and gave rise to criticism that led finally to a devaluation of the Olympians on the one hand, and to their philosophical interpretation on the other. The clearest expression of this is the Christian Reformation of the Jewish concept of the deity. The morally ambiguous Yahweh became an exclusively good God, while everything evil was united in the devil. It seems as if the development of the feeling function in Western man forced a choice on him which led to the moral splitting of the divinity into two halves. In the East, the predominantly intuitive intellectual attitude left no room for feeling values, and the gods, Kali is a case in point, could retain their original paradoxical morality undisturbed. Thus, Kali is representative of the East and the Madonna of the West. The latter has entirely lost the shadow that still distantly followed her in the allegories of the Middle Ages. It was relegated to the hell of popular imagination, where it now leads an insignificant existence as the devil's grandmother. Thanks to the development of feeling values, the splendor of the light god has been enhanced beyond measure, but the darkness supposedly represented by the devil has localized itself in man. This strange development was precipitated chiefly by the fact that Christianity, terrified of Manichaean dualism, strove to preserve its monotheism by main force. But since the reality of darkness and evil could not be denied, there was no alternative but to make man responsible for it. Even the devil was largely, if not entirely, abolished, with the result that this metaphysical figure, who at one time was an integral part of the deity, was introjected into man, who thereupon became the real carrier of the mysterium iniquitatis. Omne bonum ad Deo, omne malum ab homine. In recent times, this development has suffered a diabolical reverse, and the wolf in sheep's clothing now goes about whispering in our ear that evil is really nothing but a misunderstanding of good and an effective instrument of progress. We think that the world of darkness has thus been abolished for good and all, and nobody realizes what a poisoning this is of man's soul. In this way, he turns himself into the devil, for the devil is half of the archetype whose irresistible power makes even unbelievers ejaculate, "Oh God," on every suitable and unsuitable occasion. If one can possibly avoid it, one ought never to identify with an archetype, for, as psychopathology and certain contemporary events show, the consequences are terrifying. Western man has sunk to such a low level spiritually that he even has to deny the apotheosis of untamed and untamable psychic power, the divinity itself, so that, after swallowing evil, he may possess himself of the good as well. If you read Nietzsche's Zarathustra with attention and psychological understanding, you will see that he has described with rare consistency and with the passion of a truly religious person the psychology of the Superman, for whom God is dead, and who is himself burst asunder because he tried to imprison the divine paradox within the narrow framework of the mortal man. Goethe has wisely said, "What terror then shall seize the Superman?" and was rewarded with a supercilious smile from the Philistines. His glorification of the mother who is great enough to include in herself both the Queen of Heaven and Maria Aegyptiaca is supreme wisdom and profoundly significant for anyone willing to reflect upon it. But what can one expect in an age when the official spokesmen of Christianity publicly announce their inability to understand the foundations of religious experience? I extract the following sentence from an article by a Protestant theologian. We understand ourselves, whether naturalistically or idealistically, to be homogeneous creatures who are not so peculiarly divided that alien forces can intervene in our inner life, as the New Testament supposes. Italics mine. The author is evidently unacquainted with the fact that science demonstrated the lability and dissociability of consciousness more than half a century ago and proved it by experiment. Our conscious intentions are continually disturbed and thwarted, to a greater or lesser degree, by unconscious intrusions whose causes are at first strange to us. The psyche is far from being a homogeneous unit. On the contrary, it is a boiling cauldron of contradictory impulses, inhibitions, and affects, and for many people the conflict between them is so insupportable that they even wish for the deliverance preached by theologians. Deliverance from what? Obviously from a highly questionable psychic state. The unity of consciousness or of the so-called personality is not a reality at all, but a desideratum. I still have a vivid memory of a certain philosopher who also raved about this unity and used to consult me about his neurosis. He was obsessed by the idea that he was suffering from cancer. I do not know how many specialists he had consulted already and how many X-ray pictures he had had made. They all assured him that he had no cancer. He himself told me, "I know I have no cancer, but I still could have one. Who is responsible for this imaginary idea? He certainly did not make it himself. It was forced on him by an alien power. There is little to choose between this state and that of the man possessed in the New Testament. Now, whether you believe in a demon of the air or in a factor in the unconscious that plays diabolical tricks on you is all one to me. The fact that man's imagined unity is menaced by alien powers remains the same in either case. Theologians would do better to take account for once of these psychological facts than to go on demythologizing them with rationalistic explanations that are 100 years behind the times. I have tried in the foregoing to give a survey of the psychic phenomena that may be attributed to the predominance of the mother image. Although I haven't always drawn attention to them, my reader will presumably have had no difficulty in recognizing those features which characterize the Great Mother mythologically, even when they appear under the guise of personalistic psychology. When we ask patients who are particularly influenced by the mother image to express in words or pictures what mother means to them, be it positive or negative, we invariably get symbolical figures which must be regarded as direct analogies of the mythological mother image. These analogies take us into a field that still requires a great deal more work of elucidation. At any rate, I personally do not feel able to say anything definitive about it. If, nevertheless, I venture to offer a few suggestions, they should be regarded as altogether provisional and tentative. Above all, I should like to point out that the mother image in a man's psychology is entirely different in character from a woman's. For a woman, the mother typifies her own conscious life as conditioned by her sex. But for a man, the mother typifies something alien, which he has yet to experience and which is filled with the imagery latent in the unconscious. For this reason, if for no other, the mother image of a man is essentially different from a woman's. The mother has from the outset a decidedly symbolical significance for a man, which probably accounts for his strong tendency to idealize her. Idealization is a hidden apotropeism. One idealizes whenever there is a secret fear to be exorcised. What is feared is the unconscious and its magical influence. Whereas for a man the mother is ipso facto symbolical, for a woman she becomes a symbol only in the course of her psychological development. Experience reveals the striking fact that the Urania type of mother image predominates in masculine psychology, whereas in a woman the chthonic type, or earth mother, is the most frequent. During the manifest phase of the archetype, an almost complete identification takes place. A woman can identify directly with the earth mother, but a man cannot, except in psychotic cases. As mythology shows, one of the peculiarities of the Great Mother is that she frequently appears paired with her male counterpart. Accordingly, the man identifies with the sun lover on whom the grace of Sophia has descended, with a pure Eternus or a filius sapientiae. But the companion of the chthonic mother is the exact opposite, an ithyphallic Hermes, the Egyptian Bez, or a lingam. In India, this symbol is of the highest spiritual significance, and in the West, Hermes is one of the most contradictory figures of Hellenistic syncretism, which was the source of extremely important spiritual developments in Western civilization. He is also the god of revelation, and in the unofficial nature philosophy of the early Middle Ages, he is nothing less than the world-creating nous itself. This mystery has perhaps found its finest expression in the words of the Tabula Smaragdina. Omne superius sicit inferius, as it is above, so it is below. It is a psychological fact that as soon as we touch on these identifications, we enter the realm of the syzygies, the paired opposites, where the one is never separated from the other, its antithesis. It is a field of personal experience which leads directly to the experience of individuation, the attainment of the self. A vast number of symbols for this process could be mustered from the medieval literature of the West, and even more from the storehouses of Oriental wisdom, but in this matter words and ideas count for little. Indeed, they may become dangerous bypaths and false trails. In this still very obscure field of psychological experience, where we are in direct contact, so to speak, with the archetype, its psychic power is felt in full force. This realm is so entirely one of immediate experience that it cannot be captured by any formula, but can only be hinted at to one who already knows. He will need no explanations to understand what was the tension of opposites expressed by Apuleius in his magnificent prayer to the Queen of Heaven, when he associates heavenly Venus with Proserpina, who striketh terror with midnight ululations. It was the terrifying paradox of the primordial mother image. When, in 1938, I originally wrote this paper, I naturally did not know that 12 years later the Christian version of the mother archetype would be elevated to the rank of a dogmatic truth. The Christian Queen of Heaven has, obviously, shed all her Olympian qualities except for her brightness, goodness, and eternality, and even her human body, the thing most prone to gross material corruption, has put on an ethereal incorruptibility. The richly varied allegories of the Mother of God have nevertheless retained some connection with her pagan prefigurations in Isis, Io, and Semele. Not only are Isis and the Horus Child iconological exemplars, but the ascension of Semele, the originally mortal mother of Dionysus, likewise anticipates the assumption of the Blessed Virgin. Further, this son of Semele is a dying and resurgent god and the youngest of the Olympians. Semele herself seems to have been an earth goddess, just as the Virgin Mary is the earth from which Christ was born. This being so, the question naturally arises for the psychologist. What has become of the characteristic relation of the mother image to the earth, darkness, the abysmal side of the bodily man with his animal passions and instinctual nature, and to matter in general? The declaration of the dogma comes at a time when the achievements of science and technology, combined with a rationalistic and materialistic view of the world, threaten the spiritual and psychic heritage of man with instant annihilation. Humanity is arming itself, in dread and fascinated horror, for a stupendous crime. Circumstances might easily arise when the hydrogen bomb would have to be used and the unthinkably frightful deed became unavoidable in legitimate self-defense. In striking contrast to this disastrous turn of events, the Mother of God is now enthroned in heaven. Indeed, her assumption has actually been interpreted as a deliberate counterstroke to the materialistic doctrinarism that provoked the chthonic powers into revolt. Just as Christ's appearance in his own day created a real devil, an adversary of God out of what was originally a son of God dwelling in heaven, so now conversely, a heavenly figure has split off from her original chthonic realm and taken up a counterposition to the titanic forces of the earth and the underworld that have been unleashed. In the same way that the Mother of God was divested of all the essential qualities of materiality, matter became completely de-souled, and this at a time when physics is pushing forward to insights which, if they do not exactly dematerialize matter, at least endue it with properties of its own and make its relation to the psyche a problem that can no longer be shelved. For just as the tremendous advancement of science led at first to a premature dethronement of mind and to an equally ill-considered deification of matter, so it is this same urge for scientific knowledge that is now attempting to bridge the huge gulf that has opened out between the two Weltanschauungen. The psychologist inclines to see in the dogma of the assumption a symbol which, in a sense, anticipates this whole development. For him, the relationship to the earth and to matter is one of the inalienable qualities of the mother archetype, so that, when a figure that is conditioned by this archetype is represented as having been taken up into heaven, the realm of the spirit, this indicates a union of earth and heaven, or of matter and spirit. The approach of natural science will almost certainly be from the other direction. It will see in matter itself the equivalent of spirit, but this spirit will appear divested of all, or at any rate most, of its known qualities, just as earthly matter was stripped of its specific characteristics when it staged its entry into heaven. Nevertheless, the way will gradually be cleared for a union of the two principles. Understood concretely, the assumption is the absolute opposite of materialism. Taken in this sense, it is a counterstroke that does nothing to diminish the tension between the opposites, but drives it to extremes. Understood symbolically, however, the assumption of the body is a recognition and acknowledgement of matter, which in the last resort was identified with evil only because of an overwhelmingly pneumatic tendency in man. In themselves, spirit and matter are neutral, or rather utriusque capax, that is, capable of what man calls good or evil. Although as names they are exceedingly relative, underlying them are very real opposites that are part of the energic structure of the physical and of the psychic world, and without them, no existence of any kind could be established. There is no position without its negation. In spite or just because of their extreme opposition, neither can exist without the other. It is exactly as formulated in classical Chinese philosophy. Yang, the light, warm, dry, masculine principle, contains within it the seed of yin, the dark, cold, moist, feminine principle, and vice versa. Matter, therefore, would contain the seed of spirit and spirit the seed of matter. The long-known synchronistic phenomena that have now been statistically confirmed by Rhine's experiments point, to all appearances, in this direction. The psychization of matter puts the absolute immateriality of spirit in question, since this would then have to be accorded a kind of substantiality. The dogma of the assumption, proclaimed in an age suffering from the greatest political schism history has ever known, is a compensating symptom that reflects the strivings of science for a uniform world picture. In a certain sense, both developments were anticipated by alchemy in the hieros gamos of opposites, but only in symbolic form. Nevertheless, the symbol has the great advantage of being able to unite heterogeneous or even incommensurable factors in a single image. With the decline of alchemy, the symbolical unity of spirit and matter fell apart, with the result that modern man finds himself uprooted and alienated in a desouled world. The alchemists saw the union of opposites under the symbol of the tree, and it is therefore not surprising that the unconscious of present-day man, who no longer feels at home in his world and can base his existence neither on the past that is no more nor on the future that is yet to be, should hark back to the symbol of the cosmic tree rooted in this world and growing up to heaven, the tree that is also man. In the history of symbols, this tree is described as the way of life itself, a growing into that which eternally is and does not change, which springs from the union of opposites and, by its eternal presence, also makes that union possible. It seems as if it were only through an experience of symbolic reality that man, vainly seeking his own existence and making a philosophy out of it, can find his way back to a world in which he is no longer a stranger. Third, concerning rebirth. This paper represents the substance of a lecture which I delivered on the spur of the moment at the Aranos meeting in 1939. In putting it into written form, I have made use of the stenographic notes which were taken at the meeting. Certain portions had to be omitted, chiefly because the requirements of a printed text are different from those of the spoken word. However, so far as possible, I have carried out my original intention of summing up the content of my lecture on the theme of rebirth, and have also endeavored to reproduce my analysis of the 18th surah of the Quran as an example of a rebirth mystery. I have added some references to source material which the reader may welcome. My summary does not purport to be more than a survey of a field of knowledge which can only be treated very superficially in the framework of a lecture. CGJ 1. Forms of rebirth. The concept of rebirth is not always used in the same sense. Since this concept has various aspects, it may be useful to review its different meanings. The 5 different forms which I am going to enumerate could probably be added to if one were to go into greater detail, but I venture to think that my definitions cover at least the cardinal meanings. In the first part of my exposition, I give a brief summary of the different forms of rebirth, while the second part presents its various psychological aspects. In the third part, I give an example of a rebirth mystery from the Quran. 1. Metempsychosis. The first of the 5 aspects of rebirth to which I should like to draw attention is that of metempsychosis, or transmigration of souls. According to this view, one's life is prolonged in time by passing through different bodily existences, or, from another point of view, it is a life sequence interrupted by different reincarnations. Even in Buddhism, where this doctrine is of particular importance, The Buddha himself experienced a very long sequence of such rebirths. It is by no means certain whether continuity of personality is guaranteed or not. There may be only a continuity of karma. The Buddha's disciples put this question to him during his lifetime, but he never made any definite statement as to whether there is or is not a continuity of personality. 2. Reincarnation. This concept of rebirth necessarily implies the continuity of personality. Here the human personality is regarded as continuous and accessible to memory, so that when one is incarnated or born, one is able, at least potentially, to remember that one has lived through previous existences, and that these existences were one's own, i.e., that they had the same ego form as the present life. As a rule, reincarnation means rebirth in a human body. 3. Resurrection. This means a re-establishment of human existence after death. A new element enters here, that of the change, transmutation, or transformation of one's being. The change may be either essential, in the sense that the resurrected being is a different one, or non-essential, in the sense that only the general conditions of existence have changed, as when one finds oneself in a different place or in a body which is differently constituted. It may be a carnal body, as in the Christian assumption that this body will be resurrected. On a higher level, the process is no longer understood in a gross material sense. It is assumed that the resurrection of the dead is the raising up of the corpus glorificationis, the subtle body in the state of incorruptibility. 4. Rebirth, renovatio. The fourth form concerns rebirth in the strict sense, that is to say, rebirth within the span of individual life. The English word rebirth is the exact equivalent of the German Wiedergeburt, but the French language seems to lack a term having the peculiar meaning of rebirth. This word has a special flavor. Its whole atmosphere suggests the idea of renovatio, renewal, or even of improvement brought about by magical means. Rebirth may be a renewal without any change of being, inasmuch as the personality which is renewed is not changed in its essential nature, but only its functions, or parts of the personality, are subjected to healing, strengthening, or improvement. Thus even bodily ills may be healed through rebirth ceremonies. Another aspect of this fourth form is essential transformation, i.e., total rebirth of the individual. Here the renewal implies a change of his essential nature and may be called a transmutation. As examples, we may mention the transformation of a mortal into an immortal being, of a corporeal into a spiritual being, and of a human into a divine being. Well-known prototypes of this change are the transfiguration and ascension of Christ and the assumption of the Mother of God into heaven after her death, together with her body. Similar conceptions are to be found in Part 2 of Goethe's Faust. For instance, the transformation of Faust into the boy and then into Dr. Marianus. 5. Participation in the process of transformation. The fifth and last form is indirect rebirth. Here the transformation is brought about not directly, by passing through death and rebirth oneself, but indirectly by participating in a process of transformation which is conceived of as taking place outside the individual. In other words, one has to witness, or take part in, some rite of transformation. This rite may be a ceremony such as the Mass, where there is a transformation of substances. Through his presence at the rite, the individual participates in divine grace. Similar transformations of the deity are to be found in the pagan mysteries. There, too, the initiate sharing the experience is vouchsafed the gift of grace, as we know from the Eleusinian mysteries. A case in point is the confession of the initiate in the Eleusinian mysteries, who praises the grace conferred through the certainty of immortality. 2. The psychology of rebirth. Rebirth is not a process that we can in any way observe. We can neither measure nor weigh nor photograph it. It is entirely beyond sense perception. We have to do here with a purely psychic reality, which is transmitted to us only indirectly through personal statements. One speaks of rebirth. One professes rebirth. One is filled with rebirth. This we accept as sufficiently real. We are not concerned here with the question, is rebirth a tangible process of some sort? We have to be content with its psychic reality. I hasten to add that I am not alluding to the vulgar notion that anything psychic is either nothing at all or at best even more tenuous than a gas. Quite the contrary. I am of the opinion that the psyche is the most tremendous fact of human life. Indeed, it is the mother of all human facts, of civilization and of its destroyer, war. All this is at first psychic and invisible. So long as it is merely psychic, it cannot be experienced by the senses, but is nonetheless indisputably real. The mere fact that people talk about rebirth, and that there is such a concept at all, means that a store of psychic experiences designated by that term must actually exist. What these experiences are like we can only infer from the statements that have been made about them. So, if we want to find out what rebirth really is, we must turn to history in order to ascertain what rebirth has been understood to mean. Rebirth is an affirmation that must be counted among the primordial affirmations of mankind. These primordial affirmations are based on what I call archetypes. In view of the fact that all affirmations relating to the sphere of the suprasensual are, in the last analysis, invariably determined by archetypes, it is not surprising that a concurrence of affirmations concerning rebirth can be found among the most widely differing peoples. There must be psychic events underlying these affirmations which it is the business of psychology to discuss, without entering into all the metaphysical and philosophical assumptions regarding their significance. In order to obtain a general view of their phenomenology, it is necessary to sketch the whole field of transformation experiences in sharper outline. Two main groups of experience may be distinguished, that of the transcendence of life and that of one's own transformation. Address. Experience of the transcendence of life, A. Experiences induced by ritual. By the transcendence of life, I mean those aforementioned experiences of the initiate who takes part in a sacred rite which reveals to him the perpetual continuation of life through transformation and renewal. In these mystery dramas, the transcendence of life, as distinct from its momentary concrete manifestations, is usually represented by the fateful transformations, death and rebirth, of a god or a godlike hero. The initiate may either be a mere witness of the divine drama or take part in it or be moved by it, or he may see himself identified through the ritual action with the god. In this case, what really matters is that an objective substance or form of life is ritually transformed through some process going on independently, while the initiate is influenced, impressed, consecrated, or granted divine grace on the mere ground of his presence or participation. The transformation process takes place not within him but outside him, although he may become involved in it. The initiate who ritually enacts the slaying, dismemberment, and scattering of Osiris, and afterwards his resurrection in the green wheat, experiences in this way the permanence and continuity of life, which outlasts all changes of form and, phoenix-like, continually rises anew from its own ashes. This participation in the ritual event gives rise, among other effects, to that hope of immortality which is characteristic of the Eleusinian mysteries. A living example of the mystery drama representing the permanence as well as the transformation of life is the Mass. If we observe the congregation during this sacred rite, we note all degrees of participation, from mere indifferent attendance to the profoundest emotion. The groups of men standing about near the exit, who are obviously engaged in every sort of worldly conversation, crossing themselves and genuflecting in a purely mechanical way, even they, despite their inattention, participate in the sacral action by their mere presence in this place where grace abounds. The Mass is an extra-mundane and extra-temporal act in which Christ is sacrificed and then resurrected in the transformed substances. And this rite of his sacrificial death is not a repetition of the historical event but the original, unique, and eternal act. The experience of the Mass is therefore a participation in the transcendence of life, which overcomes all bounds of space and time. It is a moment of eternity in time. B. Immediate experiences. All that the mystery drama represents and brings about in the spectator may also occur in the form of a spontaneous, ecstatic, or visionary experience, without any ritual. Nietzsche's noontide vision is a classic example of this kind. Nietzsche, as we know, substitutes for the Christian mystery the myth of Dionysus Zagreus, who was dismembered and came to life again. His experience has the character of a Dionysian nature myth. The deity appears in the garb of nature as classical antiquity saw it, and the moment of eternity is the noonday hour, sacred to Pan. Hath time flown away? Do I not fall? Have I not fallen? Hark! Into the well of eternity. Even the golden ring, the ring of return, appears to him as a promise of resurrection and life. It is just as if Nietzsche had been present at a performance of the mysteries. Many mystic experiences have a similar character. They represent an action in which the spectator becomes involved, though his nature is not necessarily changed. In the same way, the most beautiful and impressive dreams often have no lasting or transformative effect on the dreamer. He may be impressed by them, but he does not necessarily see any problem in them. The event then naturally remains outside, like a ritual action performed by others. These more aesthetic forms of experience must be carefully distinguished from those which indubitably involve a change of one's nature. Subjective transformation. Transformations of personality are by no means rare occurrences. Indeed, they play a considerable role in psychopathology, although they are rather different from the mystical experiences just discussed, which are not easily accessible to psychological investigation. However, the phenomena we are now about to examine belong to a sphere quite familiar to psychology. A. Diminution of personality. An example of the alteration of personality in the sense of diminution is furnished by what is known in primitive psychology as loss of soul. The peculiar condition covered by this term is accounted for in the mind of the primitive by the supposition that a soul has gone off, just like a dog that runs away from his master overnight. It is then the task of the medicine man to fetch the fugitive back. Often the loss occurs suddenly and manifests itself in a general malaise. The phenomenon is closely connected with the nature of primitive consciousness, which lacks the firm coherence of our own. We have control of our willpower, but the primitive has not. Complicated exercises are needed if he is to pull himself together for any activity that is conscious and intentional and not just emotional and instinctive. Our consciousness is safer and more dependable in this respect, but occasionally something similar can happen to civilized man, only he does not describe it as loss of soul, but as an abaissement du niveau mental, Janet's apt term for this phenomenon. It is a slackening of the tensity of consciousness, which might be compared to a low barometric reading, presaging bad weather. The tonus has given way, and this is felt subjectively as listlessness, moroseness, and depression. One no longer has any wish or courage to face the tasks of the day. One feels like lead because no part of one's body seems willing to move, and this is due to the fact that one no longer has any disposable energy. This well-known phenomenon corresponds to the primitive's loss of soul. The listlessness and paralysis of will can go so far that the whole personality falls apart, so to speak, and consciousness loses its unity. The individual parts of the personality make themselves independent and thus escape from the control of the conscious mind, as in the case of anesthetic areas or systematic amnesias. The latter are well known as hysterical loss-of-function phenomena. This medical term is analogous to the primitive loss of soul. Abaissement du niveau mental can be the result of physical and mental fatigue, bodily illness, violent emotions, and shock, of which the last has a particularly deleterious effect on one's self-assurance. The abaissement always has a restrictive influence on the personality as a whole. It reduces one's self-confidence and the spirit of enterprise, and as a result of increasing egocentricity, narrows the mental horizon. In the end, it may lead to the development of an essentially negative personality, which means that a falsification of the original personality has supervened. B. Enlargement of personality. The personality is seldom, in the beginning, what it will be later on. For this reason, the possibility of enlarging it exists, at least during the first half of life. The enlargement may be effected through an accretion from without, by new vital contents finding their way into the personality from outside and being assimilated. In this way, a considerable increase of personality may be experienced. We therefore tend to assume that this increase comes only from without, thus justifying the prejudice that one becomes a personality by stuffing into oneself as much as possible from outside. But the more assiduously we follow this recipe, and the more stubbornly we believe that all increase has to come from without, the greater becomes our inner poverty. Therefore, if some great idea takes hold of us from outside, we must understand that it takes hold of us only because something in us responds to it and goes out to meet it. Richness of mind consists in mental receptivity, not in the accumulation of possessions. What comes to us from outside, and, for that matter, everything that rises up from within, can only be made our own if we are capable of an inner amplitude equal to that of the incoming content. Real increase of personality means consciousness of an enlargement that flows from inner sources. Without psychic depth, we can never be adequately related to the magnitude of our object. It has therefore been said quite truly that a man grows with the greatness of his task. But he must have within himself the capacity to grow, otherwise even the most difficult task is of no benefit to him. More likely he will be shattered by it. A classic example of enlargement is Nietzsche's encounter with Zarathustra, which made of the critic and aphorist a tragic poet and prophet. Another example is St. Paul, who, on his way to Damascus, was suddenly confronted by Christ. True though it may be that this Christ of St. Paul's would hardly have been possible without the historical Jesus, the apparition of Christ came to St. Paul not from the historical Jesus but from the depths of his own unconscious. When a summit of life is reached, when the bud unfolds and from the lesser the greater emerges, then, as Nietzsche says, one becomes two, and the greater figure which one always was but which remained invisible, appears to the lesser personality with the force of a revelation. He who is truly and hopelessly little will always drag the revelation of the greater down to the level of his littleness, and will never understand that the day of judgment for his littleness has dawned. But the man who is inwardly great will know that the long-expected friend of his soul, the immortal one, has now really come, to lead captivity captive. That is, to seize hold of him by whom this immortal had always been confined and held prisoner, and to make his life flow into that greater life, a moment of deadliest peril. Nietzsche's prophetic vision of the tightrope walker reveals the awful danger that lies in having a tightrope walking attitude towards an event to which St. Paul gave the most exalted name he could find. Christ himself is the perfect symbol of the hidden immortal within the mortal man. Ordinarily, this problem is symbolized by a dual motif such as the Dioscuri, one of whom is mortal and the other immortal. An Indian parallel is the parable of the two friends. Behold, upon the selfsame tree, two birds, fast-bound companions, sit. This one enjoys the ripened fruit, the other looks, but does not eat. On such a tree my spirit crouched, deluded by its powerlessness, till seeing with joy how great its Lord, it found from sorrow swift release. Another notable parallel is the Islamic legend of the meeting of Moses and Khidr, to which I shall return later on. Naturally, the transformation of personality in this enlarging sense does not occur only in the form of such highly significant experiences. There is no lack of more trivial instances, a list of which could easily be compiled from the clinical history of neurotic patients. Indeed, any case where the recognition of a greater personality seems to burst an iron ring round the heart must be included in this category. C. Change of internal structure. We now come to changes of personality which imply neither enlargement nor diminution but a structural alteration. One of the most important forms is the phenomenon of possession. Some content, an idea or a part of the personality, obtains mastery of the individual for one reason or another. The contents which thus take possession appear as peculiar convictions, idiosyncrasies, stubborn plans, and so forth. As a rule, they are not open to correction. One has to be an especially good friend of the possessed person, and willing to put up with almost anything if one is to attempt to deal with such a condition. I am not prepared to lay down any hard and fast line of demarcation between possession and paranoia. Possession can be formulated as identity of the ego personality of the complex. A common instance of this is identity with the persona, which is the individual's system of adaptation to, or the manner he assumes in dealing with, the world. Every calling or profession, for example, has its own characteristic persona. It is easy to study these things nowadays when the photographs of public personalities so frequently appear in the press. A certain kind of behavior is forced on them by the world, and professional people endeavor to come up to these expectations. Only the danger is that they become identical with their personas, the professor with his textbook, the tenor with his voice. Then the damage is done. Henceforth he lives exclusively against the background of his own biography, for by that time it is written, "Then he went to such and such a place and said this or that," etc. The garment of Deianira has grown fast to his skin, and a desperate decision like that of Heracles is needed if he is to tear this Nessus shirt from his body and step into the consuming fire of the flame of immortality in order to transform himself into what he really is. One could say, with a little exaggeration, that the persona is that which in reality one is not, but which oneself as well as others think one is. In any case, the temptation to be what one seems to be is great, because the persona is usually rewarded in cash. There are still other factors which may take possession of the individual, one of the most important being the so-called inferior function. This is not the place to enter into a detailed discussion of this problem. I should only like to point out that the inferior function is practically identical with the dark side of the human personality. The darkness which clings to every personality is the door into the unconscious and the gateway of dreams, from which those two twilight figures, the shadow and the anima, step into our nightly visions or, remaining invisible, take possession of our ego consciousness. A man who is possessed by his shadow is always standing in his own light and falling into his own traps. Whenever possible, he prefers to make an unfavorable impression on others. In the long run, luck is always against him, because he is living below his own level and at best only attains what does not suit him. And if there is no doorstep for him to stumble over, he manufactures one for himself and then fondly believes he has done something useful. Possession caused by the anima or animus presents a different picture. Above all, this transformation of personality gives prominence to those traits which are characteristic of the opposite sex. in man the feminine traits, and in woman the masculine. In the state of possession, both figures lose their charm and their values. They retain them only when they are turned away from the world, in the introverted state, when they serve as bridges to the unconscious. Turned towards the world, the anima is fickle, capricious, moody, uncontrolled and emotional, sometimes gifted with demonic intuitions, ruthless, malicious, untruthful, bitchy, double-faced, and mystical. The animus is obstinate, harping on principles, laying down the law, dogmatic, world-reforming, theoretic, word-mongering, argumentative, and domineering. Both alike have bad taste. The anima surrounds herself with inferior people, and the animus lets himself be taken in by second-rate thinking. Another form of structural change concerns certain unusual observations about which I speak only with the utmost reserve. I refer to states of possession in which the possession is caused by something that could perhaps most fitly be described as an ancestral soul, by which I mean the soul of some definite forebear. For all practical purposes, such cases may be regarded as striking instances of identification with deceased persons. Naturally, the phenomena of identity only occur after the ancestor's death. My attention was first drawn to such possibilities by Léon Daudet's confused but ingenious book, Les Rideaux. Daudet supposes that, in the structure of the personality, there are ancestral elements which under certain conditions may suddenly come to the fore. The individual is then precipitately thrust into an ancestral role. Now we know that ancestral roles play a very important part in primitive psychology. Not only are ancestral spirits supposed to be reincarnated in children, but an attempt is made to implant them into the child by naming him after an ancestor. So too, primitives try to change themselves back into their ancestors by means of certain rites. I would mention especially the Australian conception of the Alcaringamagina, ancestral souls, half man and half animal, whose reactivation through religious rites is of the greatest functional significance for the life of the tribe. Ideas of this sort, dating back to the Stone Age, were widely diffused, as may be seen from numerous other traces that can be found elsewhere. It is therefore not improbable that these primordial forms of experience may recur even today as cases of identification with ancestral souls, and I believe I have seen such cases. D. Identification with a group. We shall now discuss another form of transformation experience, which I would call identification with a group. More accurately speaking, it is the identification of an individual with a number of people who, as a group, have a collective experience of transformation. This special psychological situation must not be confused with participation in a transformation rite, which, though performed before an audience, does not in any way depend upon group identity or necessarily give rise to it. To experience transformation in a group and to experience it in oneself are two totally different things. If any considerable group of persons are united and identified with one another by a particular frame of mind, the resultant transformation experience bears only a very remote resemblance to the experience of individual transformation. A group experience takes place on a lower level of consciousness than the experience of an individual. This is due to the fact that when many people gather together to share one common emotion, the total psyche emerging from the group is below the level of the individual psyche. If it is a very large group, the collective psyche will be more like the psyche of an animal, which is the reason why the ethical attitude of large organizations is always doubtful. The psychology of a large crowd inevitably sinks to the level of mob psychology. If, therefore, I have a so-called collective experience as a member of a group, it takes place on a lower level of consciousness than if I had the experience by myself alone. That is why this group experience is very much more frequent than an individual experience of transformation. It is also much easier to achieve, because the presence of so many people together exerts great suggestive force. The individual in a crowd easily becomes the victim of his own suggestibility. It is only necessary for something to happen, for instance, a proposal backed by the whole crowd, and we too are all for it, even if the proposal is immoral. In the crowd one feels no responsibility, but also no fear. Thus, identification with the group is a simple and easy path to follow, but the group experience goes no deeper than the level of one's own mind in that state. It does work a change in you, but the change does not last. On the contrary, you must have continual recourse to mass intoxication in order to consolidate the experience and your belief in it. But as soon as you are removed from the crowd, you are a different person again and unable to reproduce the previous state of mind. The mass is swayed by participation mystique, which is nothing other than an unconscious identity. Supposing, for example, you go to the theater. Glance meets glance. Everybody observes everybody else, so that all those who are present are caught up in an invisible web of mutual unconscious relationship. If this condition increases, one literally feels borne along by the universal wave of identity with others. It may be a pleasant feeling, one sheep among 10,000. Again, if I feel that this crowd is a great and wonderful unity, I am a hero, exalted along with the group. When I am myself again, I discover that I am Mr. So-and-so, and that I live in such and such a street on the 3rd floor. I also find that the whole affair was really most delightful, and I hope it will take place again tomorrow so that I may once more feel myself to be a whole nation, which is much better than being just plain Mr. X. Since this is such an easy and convenient way of raising one's personality to a more exalted rank, mankind has always formed groups which made collective experiences of transformation, often of an ecstatic nature, possible. The regressive identification with lower and more primitive states of consciousness is invariably accompanied by a heightened sense of life, hence the quickening effect of regressive identifications with half-animal ancestors in the Stone Age. The inevitable psychological regression within the group is partially counteracted by ritual, that is to say, through a cult ceremony which makes the solemn performance of sacred events the center of group activity and prevents the crowd from relapsing into unconscious instinctuality. By engaging the individual's interest and attention, the ritual makes it possible for him to have a comparatively individual experience even within the group and so to remain more or less conscious. But if there is no relation to a center which expresses the unconscious through its symbolism, the mass psyche inevitably becomes the hypnotic focus of fascination, drawing everyone under its spell. That is why masses are always breeding grounds of psychic epidemics, the events in Germany being a classic example of this. It will be objected to this essentially negative evaluation of mass psychology that there are also positive experiences. For instance, a positive enthusiasm which spurs the individual to noble deeds, or an equally positive feeling of human solidarity. Facts of this kind should not be denied. The group can give the individual a courage, a bearing, and a dignity which may easily get lost in isolation. It can awaken within him the memory of being a man among men. But that does not prevent something else from being added which he would not possess as an individual. Such unearned gifts may seem a special favor of the moment, but in the long run there is a danger of the gift becoming a loss, since human nature has a weak habit of taking gifts for granted. In times of necessity, we demand them as a right instead of making the effort to obtain them ourselves. One sees this, unfortunately, only too plainly in the tendency to demand everything from the state, without reflecting that the state consists of those very individuals who make the demands. The logical development of this tendency leads to communism, where each individual enslaves the community and the latter is represented by a dictator. the slave owner. All primitive tribes characterized by a communistic order of society also have a chieftain over them with unlimited powers. The communist state is nothing other than an absolute monarchy in which there are no subjects but only serfs. Identification with a cult hero. Another important identification underlying the transformation experience is that with the god or hero who is transformed in the sacred ritual. Many cult ceremonies are expressly intended to bring this identity about, an obvious example being the metamorphosis of Apuleius. The initiate, an ordinary human being, is elected to be Helios. He is crowned with a crown of palms and clad in the mystic mantle, whereupon the assembled crowd pays homage to him. The suggestion of the crowd brings about his identity with the god. The participation of the community can also take place in the following way. There is no apotheosis of the initiate, but the sacred action is recited, and then, in the course of long periods of time, psychic changes gradually occur in the individual participants. The Osiris cult offers an excellent example of this. At first, only Pharaoh participated in the transformation of the god, since he alone had an Osiris. But later the nobles of the empire acquired an Osiris too, and finally this development culminated in the Christian idea that everyone has an immortal soul and shares directly in the Godhead. In Christianity, the development was carried still further when the outer God or Christ gradually became the inner Christ of the individual believer, remaining one and the same though dwelling in many. This truth had already been anticipated by the psychology of totemism. Many exemplars of the totem animal are killed and consumed during the totem meals, and yet it is only the one who is being eaten, just as there is only one Christ child and one Santa Claus. In the mysteries, the individual undergoes an indirect transformation through his participation in the fate of the god. The transformation experience is also an indirect one in the Christian Church, inasmuch as it is brought about by participation in something acted or recited. Here the first form, the dramenon, is characteristic of the richly developed ritual of the Catholic Church. The second form, the recitation, the word, or gospel, is practiced in the preaching of the word in Protestantism. Magical procedures. A further form of transformation is achieved through a rite used directly for this purpose. Instead of the transformation experience coming to one through participation in the rite is used for the express purpose of effecting the transformation. It thus becomes a sort of technique to which one submits oneself. For instance, a man is ill and consequently needs to be renewed. The renewal must happen to him from outside, and to bring this about, he is pulled through a hole in the wall at the head of his sick bed, and now he is reborn, or he is given another name and thereby another soul, and then the demons no longer recognize him, or he has to pass through a symbolical death, or, grotesquely enough, he is pulled through a leathern cow which devours him, so to speak, in front and then expels him behind. Or he undergoes an ablution or baptismal bath and miraculously changes into a semi-divine being with a new character and an altered metaphysical destiny. Technical transformation. Besides the use of the rite in the magical sense, there are still other special techniques in which, in addition to the grace inherent in the rite, the personal endeavor of the initiate is needed in order to achieve the intended purpose. It is a transformation experience induced by technical means. The exercises known in the East as yoga and in the West as exercitia spiritualia come into this category. These exercises represent special techniques prescribed in advance and intended to achieve a definite psychic effect, or at least to promote it. This is true both of Eastern yoga and of the methods practiced in the West. They are therefore technical procedures in the fullest sense of the word, elaborations of the originally natural processes of transformation. The natural or spontaneous transformations that occurred earlier, before there were any historical examples to follow, were thus replaced by techniques designed to induce the transformation by imitating this same sequence of events. I will try to give an idea of the way such techniques may have originated by relating a fairy story. There was once a queer old man who lived in a cave where he had sought refuge from the noise of the villages. He was reputed to be a sorcerer, and therefore he had disciples who hoped to learn the art of sorcery from him. But he himself was not thinking of any such thing. He was only seeking to know what it was that he did not know, but which, he felt certain, was always happening. After meditating for a very long time on that which is beyond meditation, he saw no other way of escape from his predicament than to take a piece of red chalk and draw all kinds of diagrams on the walls of his cave, in order to find out what that which he did not know might look like. After many attempts, he hit on the circle. That's right, he felt, and now for a quadrangle inside it, which made it better still. His disciples were curious, but all they could make out was that the old man was up to something, and they would have given anything to know what he was doing. But when they asked him, "What are you doing there?" he made no reply. Then they discovered the diagrams on the wall and said, "That's it," and they all imitated the diagrams. But in so doing, they turned the whole process upside down without noticing it. They anticipated the result in the hope of making the process repeat itself which had led to that result. This is how it happened then, and how it still happens today. H. Natural transformation, individuation. As I have pointed out, in addition to the technical processes of transformation, there are also natural transformations. All ideas of rebirth are founded on this fact. Nature herself demands a death and a rebirth. As the alchemist Democritus says, nature rejoices in nature. Nature subdues nature. Nature rules over nature. There are natural transformation processes which simply happen to us, whether we like it or not, and whether we know it or not. These processes develop considerable psychic effects, which would be sufficient in themselves to make any thoughtful person ask himself what really happened to him. Like the old man in our fairy tale, he too will draw mandalas and seek shelter in their protective circle. In the perplexity and anguish of his self-chosen prison, which he had deemed a refuge, he is transformed into a being akin to the gods. Mandalas are birthplaces, vessels of birth in the most literal sense, lotus flowers in which a Buddha comes to life. Sitting in the lotus seat, the yogi sees himself transfigured into an immortal. Natural transformation processes announce themselves mainly in dreams. Elsewhere, I have presented a series of dream symbols of the process of individuation. They were dreams which without exception exhibited rebirth symbolism. In this particular case, there was a long drawn-out process of inner transformation and rebirth into another being. This other being is the other person in ourselves, that larger and greater personality maturing within us, whom we have already met as the inner friend of the soul. That is why we take comfort whenever we find the friend and companion depicted in a ritual, an example being the friendship between Mithras and the sun god. This relationship is a mystery to the scientific intellect, because the intellect is accustomed to regard these things unsympathetically. But if it made allowance for feeling, we would discover that it is the friend whom the sun god takes with him on his chariot, as shown in the monuments. It is the representation of a friendship between two men which is simply the outer reflection of an inner fact. It reveals our relationship to that inner friend of the soul into whom nature herself would like to change us, that other person who we also are and yet can never attain to completely. We are that pair of Dioscuri, one of whom is mortal and the other immortal, and who, though always together, can never be made completely one. The transformation processes strive to approximate them to one another, but our consciousness is aware of resistances, because the other person seems strange and uncanny, and because we cannot get accustomed to the idea that we are not absolute master in our own house. We should prefer to be always I and nothing else. But we are confronted with that inner friend or foe, and whether he is our friend or our foe depends on ourselves. You need not be insane to hear his voice. On the contrary, it is the simplest and most natural thing imaginable. For instance, you can ask yourself a question to which he gives answer. The discussion is then carried on as in any other conversation. You can describe it as mere associating or talking to oneself, or as a meditation in the sense used by the old alchemists, who referred to their interlocutor as aliquum alium internum, a certain other one, within. This form of colloquy with the friend of the soul was even admitted by Ignatius Loyola into the technique of his Exercitia Spiritualia, but with the limiting condition that only the person meditating is allowed to speak, whereas the inner responses are passed over as being merely human and therefore to be repudiated. This state of things has continued down to the present day. It is no longer a moral or metaphysical prejudice, but, what is much worse, an intellectual one. The voice is explained as nothing but associating, pursued in a witless way and running on and on without sense or purpose, like the works of a clock that has no dial. Or, we say, it is only my own thoughts, even if, on closer inspection, it should turn out that they are thoughts which we either reject or had never consciously thought at all, as if everything psychic that is glimpsed by the ego had always formed part of it. Naturally, this hybris serves the useful purpose of maintaining the supremacy of ego consciousness, which must be safeguarded against dissolution into the unconscious. But it breaks down ignominiously if ever the unconscious should choose to let some nonsensical idea become an obsession or to produce other psychogenic symptoms, for which we would not like to accept responsibility on any account. Our attitude towards this inner voice alternates between two extremes. It is regarded either as undiluted nonsense or as the voice of God. It does not seem to occur to anyone that there might be something valuable in between. The other may be just as one-sided in one way as the ego is in another. And yet the conflict between them may give rise to truth and meaning, but only if the ego is willing to grant the other its rightful personality. It has, of course, a personality anyway, just as have the voices of insane people, but a real colloquy becomes possible only when the ego acknowledges the existence of a partner to the discussion. This cannot be expected of everyone, because after all, not everyone is a fit subject for Exercitia Spiritualia. Nor can it be called a colloquy if one speaks only to oneself or only addresses the other, as is the case with George Sand in her conversations with a spiritual friend. For 30 pages she talks exclusively to herself while one waits in vain for the other to reply. The colloquy of the Exercitia may be followed by that silent grace in which the modern doubter no longer believes. But what if it were the supplicated Christ himself who gave immediate answer in the words of the sinful human heart? What fearful abysses of doubt would then be opened? What madness should we not then have to fear? From this one can understand that images of the gods are better mute, and that ego consciousness had better believe in its own supremacy rather than go on associating. One can also understand why that inner friend so often seems to be our enemy, and why he is so far off and his voice so low. For he who is near to him is near to the fire. Something of this sort may have been in the mind of the alchemist who wrote, "Choose for your stone him through whom kings are honored in their crowns, and through whom physicians heal their sick, for he is near to the fire." The alchemist projected the inner event into an outer figure, So for them the inner friend appeared in the form of the stone, of which the Tractatus Aureus says, "Understand, ye sons of the wise, what this exceeding precious stone crieth out to you. Protect me, and I will protect thee. Give me what is mine, that I may help thee." To this a scholiast adds, "The seeker after truth hears both the stone and the philosopher speaking as if out of one mouth. The philosopher is Hermes, and the stone is identical with Mercurius, the Latin Hermes. From the earliest times, Hermes was the mystagogue and psychopomp of the alchemists, their friend and counselor who leads them to the goal of their work. He is like a teacher mediating between the stone and the disciple. To others, the friend appears in the shape of Christ, or Kidror, or a visible or invisible guru, or some other personal guide or leader figure. In this case, the colloquy is distinctly one-sided. There is no inner dialogue, but instead the response appears as the action of the other, i.e., as an outward event. The alchemists saw it in the transformation of the chemical substance. So if one of them sought transformation, he discovered it outside in matter, whose transformation cried out to him, as it were, "I am the transformation." But some were clever enough to know, "It is my own transformation, not a personal transformation, but the transformation of what is mortal in me into what is immortal. It shakes off the mortal husk that I am, and awakens to a life of its own. It mounts the sun barge and may take me with it." This is a very ancient idea. In Upper Egypt, near Aswan, I once saw an ancient Egyptian tomb that had just been opened. Just behind the entrance door was a little basket made of reeds, containing the withered body of a newborn infant, wrapped in rags. Evidently, the wife of one of the workmen had hastily laid the body of her dead child in the nobleman's tomb at the last moment, hoping that, when he entered the sun barge in order to rise anew, it might share in his salvation, because it had been buried in the holy precinct within reach of divine grace. 3. A typical set of symbols. Illustrating the process of transformation. I have chosen as an example a figure which plays a great role in Islamic mysticism, namely Khidr, the verdant one. He appears in the 18th surah of the Quran, entitled The Cave. This entire surah is taken up with a rebirth mystery. The cave is the place of rebirth, that secret cavity in which one is shut up in order to be incubated and renewed. The Quran says of it, "You might have seen the rising sun decline to the right of their cavern, and as it set, go past them on the left, while they, the 7 sleepers, stayed in the middle." The middle is the center where the jewel reposes, where the incubation or the sacrificial rite or the transformation takes place. The most beautiful development of this symbolism is to be found on Mithraic altarpieces and in alchemical pictures of the transformative substance, which is always shown between sun and moon. Representations of the crucifixion frequently follow the same type, and a similar symbolical arrangement is also found in the transformation or healing ceremonies of the Navajos. Just such a place of the center or of transformation is the cave in which those 7 had gone to sleep, little thinking that they would experience there a prolongation of life verging on immortality. When they awoke, they had slept 309 years. The legend has the following meaning: anyone who gets into that cave, that is to say, into the cave which everyone has in himself, or into the darkness that lies behind consciousness, will find himself involved in an, at first, unconscious process of transformation. By penetrating into the unconscious, he makes a connection with his unconscious contents. This may result in a momentous change of personality in the positive or negative sense. The transformation is often interpreted as a prolongation of the natural span of life or as an earnest of immortality. The former is the case with many alchemists, notably Paracelsus, in his treatise De Vita Longa, and the latter is exemplified in the Eleusinian mysteries. Those 7 sleepers indicate by their sacred number that they are gods who are transformed during sleep and thereby enjoy eternal youth. This helps us to understand at the outset that we are dealing with a mystery legend. The fate of the numinous figures recorded in it grips the hearer because the story gives expression to parallel processes in his own unconscious, which in that way are integrated with consciousness again. The repristination of the original state is tantamount to attaining once more the freshness of youth. The story of the sleepers is followed by some moral observations which appear to have no connection with it. But this apparent irrelevance is deceptive. In reality, these edifying comments are just what are needed by those who cannot be reborn themselves and have to be content with moral conduct, that is to say, with adherence to the law. Very often behavior prescribed by rule is a substitute for spiritual transformation. These edifying observations are then followed by the story of Moses and his servant Joshua ben Nun. And Moses said to his servant, "I will not cease from my wanderings until I have reached the place where the 2 seas meet, even though I journey for 80 years." But when they had reached the place where the 2 seas meet, they forgot their fish, and it took its way through a stream to the sea. And when they had journeyed past this place, Moses said to his servant, "Bring us our breakfast, for we are weary from this journey." But the other replied, "See what has befallen me. When we were resting there by the rock, I forgot the fish. Only Satan can have put it out of my mind, and in wondrous fashion it took its way to the sea." Then Moses said, "That is the place we seek." And they went back the way they had come, and they found one of our servants whom we had endowed with our grace and our wisdom. Moses said to him, "Shall I follow you, that you may teach me for my guidance some of the wisdom you have learnt?" But he answered, "You will not bear with me, for how should you bear patiently with things you cannot comprehend?" Moses said, "If Allah wills, you shall find me patient. I shall not in anything disobey you." He said, "If you are bent on following me, you must ask no question about anything till I myself speak to you concerning it." The 2 set forth, but as soon as they embarked, Moses' companion bored a hole in the bottom of the ship. "A strange thing you have done," exclaimed Moses. "Is it to drown her passengers that you have bored a hole in her?" "Did I not tell you," he replied, "that you would not bear with me?" "Pardon my forgetfulness," said Moses. "Do not be angry with me on this account." They journeyed on until they fell in with a certain youth. Moses' companion slew him, and Moses said, "You have killed an innocent man who has done no harm. Surely you have committed a wicked crime." "Did I not tell you," he replied, "that you would not bear with me?" Moses said, "If ever I question you again, abandon me, for then I should deserve it." They traveled on until they came to a certain city. They asked the people for some food, but the people declined to receive them as their guests. There they found a wall on the point of falling down. The other raised it up, and Moses said, "Had you wished, you could have demanded payment for your labors." "Now the time has arrived when we must part," said the other. "But first I will explain to you those acts of mine which you could not bear with in patience. Know that the ship belonged to some poor fishermen. I damaged it because in their rear was a king who was taking every ship by force. As for the youth, his parents both are true believers, and we feared lest he should plague them with his wickedness and unbelief. It was our wish that their Lord should grant them another in his place, a son more righteous and more filial. As for the wall, it belonged to 2 orphan boys in the city whose father was an honest man. Beneath it their treasure is buried. Your Lord decreed in his mercy that they should dig out their treasure when they grew to manhood. What I did was not done by caprice. That is the meaning of the things you could not bear with in patience." This story is an amplification and elucidation of the legend of the seven sleepers and the problem of rebirth. Moses is the man who seeks, the man on the quest. On this pilgrimage, he is accompanied by his shadow, the servant or lower man, pneumatikos and sarkikos in two individuals. Joshua is the son of Nun, which is a name for fish, suggesting that Joshua had his origin in the depths of the waters, in the darkness of the shadow world. The critical place is reached where the two seas meet, which is interpreted as the Isthmus of Suez, where the western and the eastern seas come close together. In other words, it is that place of the middle which we have already met in the symbolic preamble, but whose significance was not recognized at first by the man and his shadow. They had forgotten their fish, the humble source of nourishment. The fish refers to Nun, the father of the shadow, of the carnal man, who comes from the dark world of the Creator. For the fish came alive again and leapt out of the basket in order to find its way back to its homeland, the sea. In other words, the animal ancestor and creator of life separates himself from the conscious man, an event which amounts to loss of the instinctive psyche. This process is a symptom of dissociation well known in the psychopathology of the neuroses. It is always connected with one-sidedness of the conscious attitude. In view of the fact, however, that neurotic phenomena are nothing but exaggerations of normal processes, it is not to be wondered at that very similar phenomena can also be found within the scope of the normal. It is a question of that well-known loss of soul among primitives, as described above in the section on diminution of the personality. In scientific language, an abaissement du niveau mental. Moses and his servant soon notice what has happened. Moses had sat down, worn out and hungry. Evidently, he had a feeling of insufficiency, for which a physiological explanation is given. Fatigue is one of the most regular symptoms of loss of energy or libido. The entire process represents something very typical, namely the failure to recognize a moment of crucial importance, a motif which we encounter in a great variety of mythical forms. Moses realizes that he has unconsciously found the source of life, and then lost it again, which we might well regard as a remarkable intuition. The fish they had intended to eat is a content of the unconscious, by which the connection with the origin is re-established. He is the reborn one who has awakened to new life. This came to pass, as the commentaries say, through the contact with the water of life. By slipping back into the sea, the fish once more becomes a content of the unconscious, and its offspring are distinguished by having only one eye and half a head. The alchemists, too, speak of a strange fish in the sea, the round fish lacking bones and skin, which symbolizes the round element, the germ of the animate stone, of the filius philosophorum. The water of life has its parallel in the aqua permanens of alchemy. This water is extolled as vivifying, besides which it has the property of dissolving all solids and coagulating all liquids. The Quran commentaries state that, on the spot where the fish disappeared, the sea was turned to solid ground, whereon the tracks of the fish could still be seen. On the island thus formed, Khidr was sitting, in the place of the middle. A mystical interpretation says that he was sitting on a throne consisting of light between the upper and the lower sea, again in the middle position. The appearance of Khidr seems to be mysteriously connected with the disappearance of the fish. It looks almost as if he himself had been the fish. This conjecture is supported by the fact that the commentaries relegate the source of life to the place of darkness. The depths of the sea are dark, mare tenebrositatis. The darkness has its parallel in the alchemical nigredo, which occurs after the conjunctio when the female takes the male into herself. From the nigredo issues the stone, the symbol of the immortal self. Moreover, its first appearance is likened to fish eyes. Kidr may well be a symbol of the self. His qualities signalize him as such. He is said to have been born in a cave, i.e., in darkness. He is the long-lived one who continually renews himself, like Elijah. Like Osiris, he is dismembered at the end of time by Antichrist, but is able to restore himself to life. He is analogous to the second Adam, with whom the reanimated fish is identified. He is a counselor, a paraclete, brother Kidr. Anyway, Moses accepts him as a higher consciousness and looks up to him for instruction. Then follow those incomprehensible deeds which show how ego consciousness reacts to the superior guidance of the self through the twists and turns of fate. To the initiate who is capable of transformation, it is a comforting tale. To the obedient believer, an exhortation not to murmur against Allah's incomprehensible omnipotence. Kidr symbolizes not only the higher wisdom, but also a way of acting which is in accord with this wisdom and transcends reason. Anyone hearing such a mystery tale will recognize himself in the questing Moses and the forgetful Joshua, and the tale shows him how the immortality-bringing rebirth comes about. Characteristically, it is neither Moses nor Joshua who is transformed, but the forgotten fish. Where the fish disappears, there is the birthplace of Kidr. The immortal being issues from something humble and forgotten, indeed, from a wholly improbable source. This is the familiar motif of the hero's birth and need not be documented here. Anyone who knows the Bible will think of Isaiah 53:2-5, where the servant of God is described, and of the gospel stories of the Nativity. The nourishing character of the transformative substance or deity is borne out by numerous cult legends. Christ is the bread, Osiris the wheat, Mondamin the maize, etc. These symbols coincide with a psychic fact which obviously, from the point of view of consciousness, has the significance merely of something to be assimilated, but whose real nature is overlooked. The fish symbol shows immediately what this is. It is the nourishing influence of unconscious contents, which maintain the vitality of consciousness by a continual influx of energy, for consciousness does not produce its energy by itself. What is capable of transformation is just this root of consciousness, which, inconspicuous and almost invisible, i.e., unconscious, though it is, provides consciousness with all its energy. Since the unconscious gives us the feeling that it is something alien, a non-ego, it is quite natural that it should be symbolized by an alien figure. Thus, on the one hand, it is the most insignificant of things, while on the other, so far as it potentially contains that round wholeness which consciousness lacks, it is the most significant of all. This round thing is the great treasure that lies hidden in the cave of the unconscious, and its personification is this personal being who represents the higher unity of conscious and unconscious. It is a figure comparable to Hiranyagarbha, Purusha, Atman, and the mystic Buddha. For this reason, I have elected to call it the self, by which I understand a psychic totality and, at the same time, a center, neither of which coincides with the ego but includes it, just as a larger circle encloses a smaller one. The intuition of immortality which makes itself felt during the transformation is connected with the peculiar nature of the unconscious. It is, in a sense, non-spatial and non-temporal. The empirical proof of this is the occurrence of so-called telepathic phenomena, which are still denied by hyper-skeptical critics, although in reality they are much more common than is generally supposed. The feeling of immortality, it seems to me, has its origin in a peculiar feeling of extension in space and time, and I am inclined to regard the deification rites in the mysteries as a projection of this same psychic phenomenon. The character of the self as a personality comes out very plainly in the Kidr legend. This feature is most strikingly expressed in the non-Quranic stories about Khidr, of which Vollers gives some telling examples. During my trip through Kenya, the headman of our safari was a Somali who had been brought up in the Sufi faith. To him, Khidr was in every way a living person, and he assured me that I might at any time meet Khidr, because I was, as he put it, a Mtuya Kitabu, a man of the book, meaning the Quran. He had gathered from our talks that I knew the Quran better than he did himself, which was, by the way, not saying a great deal. For this reason he regarded me as Islamu. He told me I might meet Khidr in the street in the shape of a man, or he might appear to me during the night as a pure white light, or he smilingly picked a blade of grass. The verdant one might even look like that. He said he himself had once been comforted and helped by Khidr when he could not find a job after the war and was suffering want. One night, while he slept, he dreamt he saw a bright white light near the door and he knew it was Khidr. Quickly leaping to his feet, in the dream, he reverentially saluted him with the words, "Salam alaikum," peace be with you, and then he knew that his wish would be fulfilled. He added that a few days later he was offered the post as headman of a safari by a firm of outfitters in Nairobi. This shows that, even in our own day, Khidr still lives on in the religion of the people, as friend, advisor, comforter, and teacher of revealed wisdom. The position assigned to him by dogma was, according to my Somali, that of Malaika Kwanza ya Mungu, first angel of God, a sort of angel of the face, an angelos in the true sense of the word, a messenger. Khidr's character as a friend explains the subsequent part of the 18th surah, which reads as follows: "They will ask you about Dhul-Qarnayn. Say, I will give you an account of him. We made him mighty in the land and gave him means to achieve all things. He journeyed on a certain road until he reached the west and saw the sun setting in a pool of black mud. Hard by he found a certain people. Dhul-Qarnayn, we said, you must either punish them or show them kindness. He replied, the wicked, we shall surely punish. Then they shall return to their Lord and be sternly punished by him. As for those that have faith and do good works, we shall bestow on them a rich reward and deal indulgently with them." He then journeyed along another road until he reached the east and saw the sun rising upon a people whom we had utterly exposed to its flaming rays. So he did, and we had full knowledge of all the forces at his command. Then he followed yet another route until he came between the two mountains and found a people who could barely understand a word. Dhul-Qarnayn, they said, Gog and Magog are ravaging this land. Build us a rampart against them, and we will pay you tribute. He replied, the power which my Lord has given me is better than any tribute. Lend me a force of laborers, and I will raise a rampart between you and them. Come, bring me blocks of iron. He dammed up the valley between the two mountains and said, ply your bellows. And when the iron blocks were red with heat, he said, bring me molten brass to pour on them. Gog and Magog could not scale it, nor could they dig their way through it. He said, this is a blessing from my Lord, but when my Lord's promise is fulfilled, he will level it to dust. The promise of my Lord is true. On that day we will let them come in tumultuous throngs. The trumpet shall be sounded, and we will gather them all together. On that day hell shall be laid bare before the unbelievers, who have turned a blind eye to my admonition and a deaf ear to my warning. We see here another instance of that lack of coherence which is not uncommon in the Quran. How are we to account for this apparently abrupt transition to Dhul-Qarnayn, the two-horned one, that is to say, Alexander the Great? Apart from the unheard-of anachronism, Muhammad's chronology in general leaves much to be desired. One does not quite understand why Alexander is brought in here at all. But it has to be borne in mind that Khidr and Dhul-Qarnayn are the great pair of friends, altogether comparable to the Dioscuri, as Vollers rightly emphasizes. The psychological connection may therefore be presumed to be as follows. Moses has had a profoundly moving experience of the self, which brought unconscious processes before his eyes with overwhelming clarity. Afterwards, when he comes to his people, the Jews, who are counted among the infidels, and wants to tell them about his experience, he prefers to use the form of a mystery legend. Instead of speaking about himself, he speaks about the two-horned one. Since Moses himself is also horned, the substitution of Dhul-Qarnayn appears plausible. Then he has to relate the history of this friendship and describe how Khidr helped his friend. Dhul-Qarnayn makes his way to the setting of the sun and then to its rising. That is, he describes the way of the renewal of the sun through death and darkness to a new resurrection. All this again indicates that it is Khidr who not only stands by man in his bodily needs, but also helps him to attain rebirth. The Quran, it is true, makes no distinction in this narrative between Allah, who is speaking in the first-person plural, and Khidr. But it is clear that this section is simply a continuation of the helpful actions described previously, from which it is evident that Khidr is a symbolization or incarnation of Allah. The friendship between Khidr and Alexander plays an especially prominent part in the commentaries, as does also the connection with the prophet Elijah. Vollers does not hesitate to extend the comparison to that other pair of friends, Gilgamesh and Enkidu. To sum up, then, Moses has to recount the deeds of the two friends to his people in the manner of an impersonal mystery legend. Psychologically, this means that the transformation has to be described or felt as happening to the other. Although it is Moses himself who, in his experience with Khidr, stands in Dhul-Qarnayn's place, he has to name the latter instead of himself in telling the story. This can hardly be accidental, for the great psychic danger which is always connected with individuation or the development of the self lies in the identification of ego consciousness with the self. This produces an inflation which threatens consciousness with dissolution. All the more primitive or older cultures show a fine sense for the perils of the soul and for the dangerousness and general unreliability of the gods. That is, they have not yet lost their psychic instinct for the barely perceptible and yet vital processes going on in the background, which can hardly be said of our modern culture. To be sure, we have before our eyes as a warning just such a pair of friends distorted by inflation, Nietzsche and Zarathustra, but the warning has not been heeded. And what are we to make of Faust and Mephistopheles? The Faustian hybris is already the first step towards madness. The fact that the unimpressive beginning of the transformation in Faust is a dog and not an edible fish, and that the transformed figure is the devil and not a wise friend, endowed with our grace and our wisdom, might, I am inclined to think, offer a key to our understanding of the highly enigmatic Germanic soul. Without entering into other details of the text, I would like to draw attention to one more point: the building of the rampart against Gog and Magog, also known as Yajuj and Majuj. This motif is a repetition of Khidr's last deed in the previous episode, the rebuilding of the town wall. But this time the wall is to be a strong defense against Gog and Magog. The passage may possibly refer to Revelation 20:7f, AV. And when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the 4 quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together for battle, the number of whom is as the sand of the sea. And they went up on the breadth of the earth, and compassed the camp of the saints about, and the beloved city. Here Dhul-Qarnayn takes over the role of Khidr and builds an unscalable rampart for the people living between 2 mountains. This is obviously the same place in the middle which is to be protected against Gog and Magog, the featureless, hostile masses. Psychologically, it is again a question of the self, enthroned in the place of the middle, and referred to in Revelation as the beloved city, Jerusalem, the center of the earth. The self is the hero, threatened already at birth by envious collective forces, the jewel that is coveted by all and arouses jealous strife, and finally the God who is dismembered by the old evil power of darkness. In its psychological meaning, individuation is an opus contra naturam, which creates a horror vacui in the collective layer and is only too likely to collapse under the impact of the collective forces of the psyche. The mystery legend of the two helpful friends promises protection to him who has found the jewel on his quest. But there will come a time when, in accordance with Allah's providence, even the iron rampart will fall to pieces, namely, on the day when the world comes to an end, or, psychologically speaking, when individual consciousness is extinguished in the waters of darkness, that is to say, when a subjective end of the world is experienced. By this is meant the moment when consciousness sinks back into the darkness from which it originally emerged, like Kidder's Island, the moment of death. The legend then continues along eschatological lines. On that day, the day of the Last Judgment, the light returns to eternal light, and the darkness to eternal darkness. The opposites are separated and a timeless state of permanence sets in, which, because of the absolute separation of opposites, is nevertheless one of supreme tension and therefore corresponds to the improbable initial state. This is in contrast to the view which sees the end as a complexio oppositorum. With this prospect of eternity, paradise, and hell, the 18th surah comes to an end. In spite of its apparently disconnected and elusive character, it gives an almost perfect picture of a psychic transformation or rebirth, which today, with our greater psychological insight, we would recognize as an individuation process. Because of the great age of the legend and the Islamic prophet's primitive cast of mind, the process takes place entirely outside the sphere of consciousness and is projected in the form of a mystery legend of a friend or a pair of friends and the deeds they perform. That is why it is all so elusive and lacking in logical sequence. Nevertheless, the legend expresses the obscure archetype of transformation so admirably that the passionate religious eros of the Arab finds it completely satisfying. It is for this reason that the figure of Khidr plays such an important part in Islamic mysticism. The psychology of the child archetype. The psychological aspects of the core. These two studies were first published under the respective titles Zur Psychologie des Kind-Archetypus and Zum psychologischen Aspekt der Chorfigur in two small volumes, Das göttliche Kind, Albae Vigiliae 6-7, Amsterdam and Leipzig, 1940, and Das göttliche Mädchen, same series, in Phi 9, 1946. Each volume contained a companion essay by K. Kerenyi. The two volumes were united, with additional material by Professor Kerenyi, under the title Einführung in das Wesen der Mythologie, Amsterdam, Leipzig, and Zurich, 1941. This combined volume was translated by R.F.C. Hull as Essays on a Science of Mythology, Bollingen Series 42, New York, 1949, of which the London 1950 edition was titled Introduction to a Science of Mythology. The text of the two studies here presented is a revision of that of 1949-50. The complete German volume was published in a new edition in 1951. In 1963, the English version appeared in Harper Torch Books, New York, paperback, with the present Jung translation and a revised Kerenyi translation. Editors. The Psychology of the Child. Archetype. Where introduction, the author of the companion essay on the mythology of the child or the child god has asked me for a psychological commentary on the subject of his investigations. I am glad to accede to his request, although the undertaking seems to me no small venture in view of the great significance of the child motif in mythology. Karenyi himself has enlarged upon the occurrence of this motif in Greece and Rome, with parallels drawn from Indian, Finnish, and other sources, thus indicating that the presentation of the theme would allow of yet further extensions. Though a comprehensive description would contribute nothing decisive in principle, it would nevertheless produce an overwhelming impression of the worldwide incidence and frequency of the motif. The customary treatment of mythological motifs so far in separate departments of science, such as philology, ethnology, the history of civilization, and comparative religion, was not exactly a help to us in recognizing their universality, and the psychological problems raised by this universality could easily be shelved by hypotheses of migration. Consequently, Adolf Bastian's ideas met with little success in their day. Even then, there was sufficient empirical material available to permit far-reaching psychological conclusions, but the necessary premises were lacking. Although the psychological knowledge of that time included myth formation in its province, witness Wundt's Völkerpsychologie, it was not in a position to demonstrate this same process as a living function actually present in the psyche of civilized man, any more than it could understand mythological motifs as structural elements of the psyche. True to its history, when psychology was metaphysics first of all, then the study of the senses and their functions, and then of the conscious mind and its functions, psychology identified its proper subject with the conscious psyche and its contents, and thus completely overlooked the existence of a non-conscious psyche. Although various philosophers, among them Leibniz, Kant, and Schelling, had already pointed very clearly to the problem of the dark side of the psyche, it was a physician who felt impelled, from his scientific and medical experience, to point to the unconscious as the essential basis of the psyche. This was C.G. Carus, the authority whom Eduard von Hartmann followed. In recent times, it was, once again, medical psychology that approached the problem of the unconscious without philosophical preconceptions. It became clear from many separate investigations that the psychopathology of the neuroses and of many psychoses cannot dispense with the hypothesis of a dark side of the psyche, i.e., the unconscious. It is the same with the psychology of dreams, which is really the terra intermedia between normal and pathological psychology. In the dream, as in the products of psychoses, there are numberless interconnections to which one can find parallels only in mythological associations of ideas, or perhaps in certain poetic creations which are often characterized by a borrowing, not always conscious, from myths. Had thorough investigation shown that in the majority of such cases it was simply a matter of forgotten knowledge, the physician would not have gone to the trouble of making extensive researches into individual and collective parallels. But in point of fact, typical mythologisms were observed among individuals to whom all knowledge of this kind was absolutely out of the question, and where indirect derivation from religious ideas that might have been known to them or from popular figures of speech was impossible. Such conclusions forced us to assume that we must be dealing with autochthonous revivals independent of all tradition, and consequently that myth-forming structural elements must be present in the unconscious psyche. These products are never, or at least very seldom, myths with a definite form, but rather mythological components which, because of their typical nature, we can call motifs, primordial images, types, or, as I have named them, archetypes. The child archetype is an excellent example. Today we can hazard the formula that the archetypes appear in myths and fairy tales just as they do in dreams and in the products of psychotic fantasy. The medium in which they are embedded is, in the former case, an ordered and for the most part immediately understandable context, but in the latter case a generally unintelligible, irrational, not to say delirious sequence of images, which nonetheless does not lack a certain hidden coherence. In the individual, the archetypes appear as involuntary manifestations of unconscious processes whose existence and meaning can only be inferred, whereas the myth deals with traditional forms of incalculable age. They hark back to a prehistoric world whose spiritual preconceptions and general conditions we can still observe today among existing primitives. Myths on this level are as a rule tribal history handed down from generation to generation by word of mouth. Primitive mentality differs from the civilized chiefly in that the conscious mind is far less developed in scope and intensity. Functions such as thinking, willing, etc. are not yet differentiated. They are pre-conscious, and in the case of thinking, for instance, this shows itself in the circumstance that the primitive does not think consciously, but that thoughts appear. The primitive cannot assert that he thinks. It is rather that something thinks in him. The spontaneity of the act of thinking does not lie, causally, in his conscious mind, but in his unconscious. Moreover, he is incapable of any conscious effort of will. He must put himself beforehand into the mood of willing, or let himself be put, hence his rites d'entrée et de sortie. His consciousness is menaced by an almighty unconscious, hence his fear of magical influences which may cross his path at any moment, and for this reason, too, he is surrounded by unknown forces and must adjust himself to them as best he can. Owing to the chronic twilight state of his consciousness, it is often next to impossible to find out whether he merely dreamed something or whether he really experienced it. The spontaneous manifestation of the unconscious and its archetypes intrudes everywhere into his conscious mind, and the mythical world of his ancestors, for instance, the Alkera or Bugari of the Australian Aborigines, is a reality equal if not superior to the material world. It is not the world as we know it that speaks out of his unconscious, but the unknown world of the psyche, of which we know that it mirrors our empirical world only in part, and that, for the other part, it molds this empirical world in accordance with its own psychic assumptions. The archetype does not proceed from physical facts, but describes how the psyche experiences the physical fact, and in so doing the psyche often behaves so autocratically that it denies tangible reality or makes statements that fly in the face of it. The primitive mentality does not invent myths, it experiences them. Myths are original revelations of the preconscious psyche, involuntary statements about unconscious psychic happenings, and anything but allegories of physical processes. Such allegories would be an idle amusement for an unscientific intellect. Myths, on the contrary, have a vital meaning. Not merely do they represent, they are the psychic life of the primitive tribe, which immediately falls to pieces and decays when it loses its mythological heritage, like a man who has lost his soul. A tribe's mythology is its living religion, whose loss is always and everywhere, even among the civilized, a moral catastrophe. But religion is a vital link with psychic processes independent of and beyond consciousness, in the dark hinterland of the psyche. Many of these unconscious processes may be indirectly occasioned by consciousness, but never by conscious choice. Others appear to arise spontaneously, that is to say, from no discernible or demonstrable conscious cause. Modern psychology treats the products of unconscious fantasy activity as self-portraits of what is going on in the unconscious or as statements of the unconscious psyche about itself. They fall into two categories. First, fantasies, including dreams, of a personal character, which go back unquestionably to personal experiences, things forgotten or repressed, and can thus be completely explained by individual anamnesis. Second, fantasies, including dreams, of an impersonal character, which cannot be reduced to experiences in the individual's past, and thus cannot be explained as something individually acquired. These fantasy images undoubtedly have their closest analogues in mythological types. We must therefore assume that they correspond to certain collective, and not personal, structural elements of the human psyche in general, and, like the morphological elements of the human body, are inherited. Although tradition and transmission by migration certainly play a part, there are, as we have said, very many cases that cannot be accounted for in this way and drive us to the hypothesis of autochthonous revival. These cases are so numerous that we are obliged to assume the existence of a collective psychic substratum. I have called this the collective unconscious. The products of this second category resemble the types of structures to be met with in myth and fairy tale so much that we must regard them as related. It is therefore wholly within the realm of possibility that both the mythological types as well as the individual types arise under quite similar conditions. As already mentioned, the fantasy products of the second category, as also those of the first, arise in a state of reduced intensity of consciousness, in dreams, delirium, reveries, visions, etc. In all these states, the check put upon unconscious contents by the concentration of the conscious mind ceases, so that the hitherto unconscious material streams, as though from opened side sluices, into the field of consciousness. This mode of origination is the general rule. Reduced intensity of consciousness and absence of concentration and attention, Janet's abaissement du niveau mental, correspond pretty exactly to the primitive state of consciousness in which, we must suppose, myths were originally formed. It is therefore exceedingly probable that the mythological archetypes, too, made their appearance in much the same manner as the manifestations of archetypal structures among individuals today. The methodological principle in accordance with which psychology treats the products of the unconscious is this. Contents of an archetypal character are manifestations of processes in the collective unconscious. Hence they do not refer to anything that is or has been conscious, but to something essentially unconscious. In the last analysis, therefore, it is impossible to say what they refer to. Every interpretation necessarily remains an as-if. The ultimate core of meaning may be circumscribed, but not described. Even so, the bare circumscription denotes an essential step forward in our knowledge of the preconscious structure of the psyche, which was already in existence when there was as yet no unity of personality. Even today the primitive is not securely possessed of it, and no consciousness at all. We can also observe this preconscious state in early childhood, and as a matter of fact, it is the dreams of this early period that not infrequently bring extremely remarkable archetypal contents to light. If, then, we proceed in accordance with the above principle, there is no longer any question whether a myth refers to the sun or the moon, the father or the mother, sexuality or fire or water. All it does is to circumscribe and give an approximate description of an unconscious core of meaning. The ultimate meaning of this nucleus was never conscious and never will be. It was, and still is, only interpreted, and every interpretation that comes anywhere near the hidden sense, or, from the point of view of scientific intellect, nonsense, which comes to the same thing, has always, right from the beginning, laid claim not only to absolute truth and validity, but to instant reverence and religious devotion. Archetypes were and still are living psychic forces that demand to be taken seriously, and they have a strange way of making sure of their effect. Always they were the bringers of protection and salvation, and their violation has as its consequence the perils of the soul known to us from the psychology of primitives. Moreover, they are the unfailing causes of neurotic and even psychotic disorders, behaving exactly like neglected or maltreated physical organs or organic functional systems. An archetypal content expresses itself, first and foremost, in metaphors. If such a content should speak of the sun and identify with it the lion, the king, the hoard of gold guarded by the dragon, or the power that makes for the life and health of man, it is neither the one thing nor the other, but the unknown third thing that finds more or less adequate expression in all these similes. Yet, to the perpetual vexation of the intellect, remains unknown and not to be fitted into a formula. For this reason, the scientific intellect is always inclined to put on airs of enlightenment in the hope of banishing the specter once and for all. Whether its endeavors were called euhemerism or Christian apologetics, or enlightenment in the narrow sense, or positivism, there was always a myth hiding behind it, in new and disconcerting garb, which then, following the ancient and venerable pattern, gave itself out as ultimate truth. In reality, we can never legitimately cut loose from our archetypal foundations unless we are prepared to pay the price of a neurosis, any more than we can rid ourselves of our body and its organs without committing suicide. If we cannot deny the archetypes or otherwise neutralize them, we are confronted at every new stage in the differentiation of consciousness to which civilization attains, with the task of finding a new interpretation appropriate to this stage, in order to connect the life of the past that still exists in us with the life of the present, which threatens to slip away from it. If this link-up does not take place, a kind of rootless consciousness comes into being no longer oriented to the past, a consciousness which succumbs helplessly to all manner of suggestions and, in practice, is susceptible to psychic epidemics. With the loss of the past, now become insignificant, devalued, and incapable of revaluation, the Savior is lost too, for the Savior is either the insignificant thing itself or else arises out of it. Over and over again in the metamorphosis of the gods, he rises up as the prophet or firstborn of a new generation and appears unexpectedly in the unlikeliest places, sprung from a stone, tree, furrow, water, etc., and in ambiguous form, Tom Thumb, dwarf, child, animal, and so on. This archetype of the child god is extremely widespread and intimately bound up with all the other mythological aspects of the child motif. It is hardly necessary to allude to the still-living Christ child, who, in the legend of Saint Christopher, also has the typical feature of being smaller than small and bigger than big. In folklore, the child motif appears in the guise of the dwarf or the elf as personifications of the hidden forces of nature. To this sphere also belongs the little metal man of late antiquity, the anthroparian, who, till far into the Middle Ages, on the one hand inhabited the mine shafts and on the other represented the alchemical metals, above all Mercurius reborn in perfect form, as the hermaphrodite, Filius Sapientiae, or Infans Noster. Thanks to the religious interpretation of the child, a fair amount of evidence has come down to us from the Middle Ages showing that the child was not merely a traditional figure, but a vision spontaneously experienced as a so-called eruption of the unconscious. I would mention Meister Eckhart's vision of the naked boy and the dream of Brother Eustachius. Interesting accounts of these spontaneous experiences are also to be found in English ghost stories, where we read of the vision of a radiant boy said to have been seen in a place where there are Roman remains. This apparition was supposed to be of evil omen. It almost looks as though we were dealing with the figure of a pure Eternus who had become inauspicious through metamorphosis, or in other words had shared the fate of the classical and the Germanic gods who have all become bugbears. The mystical character of the experience is also confirmed in Part 2 of Goethe's Faust, where Faust himself is transformed into a boy and admitted into the choir of blessed youths, this being the larval stage of Dr. Marianus. In the strange tale called Das Reich ohne Raum by Bruno Goetz, a poor Eternus named Fo, Buddha, appears with whole troops of unholy boys of evil significance. Contemporary parallels are better let alone. I mention this instance only to demonstrate the enduring vitality of the child archetype. The child motif not infrequently occurs in the field of psychopathology. The imaginary child is common among women with mental disorders and is usually interpreted in a Christian sense. Homunculi also appear, as in the famous Schreiber case, where they come in swarms and plague the sufferer. But the clearest and most significant manifestation of the child motif in the therapy of neuroses is in the maturation process of personality induced by the analysis of the unconscious, which I have termed the process of individuation. Here we are confronted with preconscious processes which, in the form of more or less well-formed fantasies, gradually pass over into the conscious mind, or become conscious as dreams, or, lastly, are made conscious through the method of active imagination. This material is rich in archetypal motifs, among them frequently that of the child. Often the child is formed after the Christian model. More often, though, it develops from earlier, altogether non-Christian levels, that is to say, out of chthonic animals such as crocodiles, dragons, serpents, or monkeys. Sometimes the child appears in the cup of a flower, or out of a golden egg, or as the center of a mandala. In dreams it often appears as the dreamer's son or daughter, or as a boy, youth, or young girl. Occasionally it seems to be of exotic origin, Indian or Chinese, with a dusky skin, or appearing more cosmically, surrounded by stars or with a starry coronet, or as the king's son or the witch's child with demonic attributes. Seen as a special instance of the treasure hard to attain motif, the child motif is extremely variable and assumes all manner of shapes, such as the jewel, the pearl, the flower, the chalice, the golden egg, the quaternity, the golden ball, and so on. It can be interchanged with these and similar images almost without limit. 2. The psychology of the child. Archetype. 1. The archetype as a link with the past. As to the psychology of our theme, I must point out that every statement going beyond the purely phenomenal aspects of an archetype lays itself open to the criticism we have expressed above. Not for a moment dare we succumb to the illusion that an archetype can be finally explained and disposed of. Even the best attempts at explanation are only more or less successful translations into another metaphorical language. Indeed, language itself is only an image. The most we can do is to dream the myth onwards and give it a modern dress. And whatever explanation or interpretation does to it, we do to our own souls as well, with corresponding results for our own well-being. The archetype, let us never forget this, is a psychic organ present in all of us. A bad explanation means a correspondingly bad attitude to this organ, which may thus be injured. But the ultimate sufferer is the bad interpreter himself. Hence, the explanation should always be such that the functional significance of the archetype remains unimpaired, so that an adequate and meaningful connection between the conscious mind and the archetypes is assured. For the archetype is an element of our psychic structure and thus a vital and necessary component in our psychic economy. It represents or personifies certain instinctive data of the dark, primitive psyche, the real but invisible roots of consciousness. Of what elementary importance the connection with these roots is, we see from the preoccupation of the primitive mentality with certain magic factors, which are nothing less than what we would call archetypes. This original form of religio, linking back, is the essence, the working basis of all religious life even today, and always will be, whatever future form this life may take. There is no rational substitute for the archetype any more than there is for the cerebellum or the kidneys. We can examine the physical organs anatomically, histologically, and embryologically. This would correspond to an outline of archetypal phenomenology and its presentation in terms of comparative history. But we only arrive at the meaning of a physical organ when we begin to ask teleological questions. Hence the query arises: what is the biological purpose of the archetype? Just as physiology answers such a question for the body, so it is the business of psychology to answer it for the archetype. Statements like, "the child motif is a vestigial memory of one's own childhood," and similar explanations merely beg the question. But if, giving this proposition a slight twist, we were to say, "the child motif is a picture of certain forgotten things in our childhood," we are getting closer to the truth. Since, however, the archetype is always an image belonging to the whole human race, and not merely to the individual, we might put it better this way. The child motif represents the preconscious, childhood aspect of the collective psyche. We shall not go wrong if we take this statement for the time being historically, on the analogy of certain psychological experiences which show that certain phases in an individual's life can become autonomous, can personify themselves to the extent that they result in a vision of oneself. For instance, one sees oneself as a child. Visionary experiences of this kind, whether they occur in dreams or in the waking state, are, as we know, conditional on a dissociation having previously taken place between past and present. Such dissociations come about because of various incompatibilities. For instance, a man's present state may have come into conflict with his childhood state, or he may have violently sundered himself from his original character in the interests of some arbitrary persona more in keeping with his ambitions. He has thus become unchildlike and artificial, and has lost his roots. All this presents a favorable opportunity for an equally vehement confrontation with the primary truth. In view of the fact that men have not yet ceased to make statements about the child God, we may perhaps extend the individual analogy to the life of mankind and say in conclusion that humanity, too, probably always comes into conflict with its childhood conditions, that is, with its original unconscious and instinctive state, and that the danger of the kind of conflict which induces the vision of the child actually exists. Religious observances, i.e., the retelling and ritual repetition of the mythical event, consequently serve the purpose of bringing the image of childhood, and everything connected with it, again and again before the eyes of the conscious mind so that the link with the original condition may not be broken. 2. The function of the archetype. The child motif represents not only something that existed in the distant past, but also something that exists now. That is to say, it is not just a vestige but a system functioning in the present, whose purpose is to compensate or correct, in a meaningful manner, the inevitable one-sidednesses and extravagances of the conscious mind. It is in the nature of the conscious mind to concentrate on relatively few contents and to raise them to the highest pitch of clarity. A necessary result and precondition is the exclusion of other potential contents of consciousness. The exclusion is bound to bring about a certain one-sidedness of the conscious contents. Since the differentiated consciousness of civilized man has been granted an effective instrument for the practical realization of its contents through the dynamics of his will, there is all the more danger, the more he trains his will, of his getting lost in one-sidedness and deviating further and further from the laws and roots of his being. This means, on the one hand, the possibility of human freedom, but on the other it is a source of endless transgressions against one's instincts. Accordingly, primitive man, being closer to his instincts, like the animal, is characterized by fear of novelty and adherence to tradition. To our way of thinking he is painfully backward, whereas we exalt progress. But our progressiveness, though it may result in a great many delightful wish fulfillments, piles up an equally gigantic Promethean debt which has to be paid off from time to time in the form of hideous catastrophes. For ages man has dreamed of flying, and all we have got for it is saturation bombing. We smile today at the Christian hope of a life beyond the grave, and yet we often fall into chiliasms 100 times more ridiculous than the notion of a happy hereafter. Our differentiated consciousness is in continual danger of being uprooted, hence it needs compensation through the still existing state of childhood. The symptoms of compensation are described, from the progressive point of view, in scarcely flattering terms, since, to the superficial eye, it looks like a retarding operation. People speak of inertia, backwardness, skepticism, fault-finding, conservatism, timidity, pettiness, and so on. But inasmuch as man has, in high degree, the capacity for cutting himself off from his own roots, he may also be swept uncritically to catastrophe by his dangerous one-sidedness. The retarding ideal is always more primitive, more natural, in the good sense as in the bad, and more moral in that it keeps faith with law and tradition. The progressive ideal is always more abstract, more unnatural, and less moral in that it demands disloyalty to tradition. Progress enforced by will is always convulsive. Backwardness may be closer to naturalness, but in its turn it is always menaced by painful awakenings. The older view of things realized that progress is only possible deo concedente, thus proving itself conscious of the opposites and repeating the age-old rites d'entrée et de sortie on a higher plane. The more differentiated consciousness becomes, the greater the danger of severance from the root condition. Complete severance comes when the deo concedente is forgotten. Now it is an axiom of psychology that when a part of the psyche is split off from consciousness, it is only apparently inactivated. In actual fact, it brings about a possession of the personality, with the result that the individual's aims are falsified in the interests of the split-off part. If, then, the childhood state of the collective psyche is repressed to the point of total exclusion, the unconscious content overwhelms the conscious aim and inhibits, falsifies, even destroys its realization. Viable progress only comes from the cooperation of both. 3. The futurity of the archetype. One of the essential features of the child motif is its futurity. The child is potential future. Hence, the occurrence of the child motif in the psychology of the individual signifies as a rule an anticipation of future developments, even though at first sight it may seem like a retrospective configuration. Life is a flux, a flowing into the future and not a stoppage or a backwash. It is therefore not surprising that so many of the mythological saviors are child gods. This agrees exactly with our experience of the psychology of the individual, which shows that the child paves the way for a future change of personality. In the individuation process, it anticipates the figure that comes from the synthesis of conscious and unconscious elements in the personality. It is therefore a symbol which unites the opposites, a mediator, bringer of healing, that is, one who makes whole. Because it has this meaning, the child motif is capable of the numerous transformations mentioned above. It can be expressed by roundness, the circle or sphere, or else by the quaternity as another form of wholeness. I have called this wholeness that transcends consciousness the self. The goal of the individuation process is the synthesis of the self. From another point of view, the term entelechy might be preferable to synthesis. There is an empirical reason why entelechy is, in certain conditions, more fitting. The symbols of wholeness frequently occur at the beginning of the individuation process. Indeed, they can often be observed in the first dreams of early infancy. This observation says much for the a priori existence of potential wholeness, and on this account, the idea of entelechy instantly recommends itself. But insofar as the individuation process occurs, empirically speaking, as a synthesis, it looks, paradoxically enough, as if something already existent were being put together. From this point of view, the term synthesis is also applicable. 4. Unity and plurality of the child motif. In the manifold phenomenology of the child, we have to distinguish between the unity and plurality of its respective manifestations. Where, for instance, numerous homunculi, dwarfs, boys, etc. appear, having no individual characteristics at all, there is the probability of a dissociation. Such forms are therefore found especially in schizophrenia, which is essentially a fragmentation of personality. The many children then represent the products of its dissolution. But if the plurality occurs in normal people, then it is the representation of an as yet incomplete synthesis of personality. The personality, viz., the self, is still in the plural stage, i.e., an ego may be present, but it cannot experience its wholeness within the framework of its own personality, only within the community of the family, tribe, or nation. It is still in the stage of unconscious identification with the plurality of the group. The Church takes due account of this widespread condition in her doctrine of the corpus mysticum, of which the individual is by nature a member. If, however, the child motif appears in the form of a unity, we are dealing with an unconscious and provisionally complete synthesis of the personality, which in practice, like everything unconscious, signifies no more than a possibility. 5. Child God and child hero. Sometimes the child looks more like a child god, sometimes more like a young hero. Common to both types is the miraculous birth and the adversities of early childhood, abandonment and danger through persecution. The god is by nature wholly supernatural. The hero's nature is human but raised to the limit of the supernatural. He is semi-divine. While the god, especially in his close affinity with the symbolic animal, personifies the collective unconscious which is not yet integrated into a human being, the hero's supernaturalness includes human nature and thus represents a synthesis of the divine, i.e., not yet humanized, unconscious and human consciousness. Consequently, he signifies the potential anticipation of an individuation process which is approaching wholeness. For this reason, the various child fates may be regarded as illustrating the kind of psychic events that occur in the entelechy or genesis of the self. The miraculous birth tries to depict the way in which this genesis is experienced. Since it is a psychic genesis, everything must happen non-empirically, e.g., by means of a virgin birth, or by miraculous conception, or by birth from unnatural organs. The motifs of insignificance, exposure, abandonment, danger, etc., try to show how precarious is the psychic possibility of wholeness, that is, the enormous difficulties to be met with in attaining this highest good. They also signify the powerlessness and helplessness of the life urge which subjects every growing thing to the law of maximum self-fulfillment, while at the same time the environmental influences place all sorts of insuperable obstacles in the way of individuation. More especially the threat to one's inmost self from dragons and serpents points to the danger of the newly acquired consciousness being swallowed up again by the instinctive psyche, the unconscious. The lower vertebrates have from earliest times been favorite symbols of the collective psychic substratum, which is localized anatomically in the subcortical centers, the cerebellum and the spinal cord. These organs constitute the snake. Snake dreams usually occur, therefore, when the conscious mind is deviating from its instinctual basis. The motif of smaller than small yet bigger than big complements the impotence of the child by means of its equally miraculous deeds. This paradox is the essence of the hero and runs through his whole destiny like a red thread. He can cope with the greatest perils, yet in the end, something quite insignificant is his undoing. Baldur perishes because of the mistletoe, Maui because of the laughter of a little bird, Siegfried because of his one vulnerable spot, Heracles because of his wife's gift, others because of common treachery, and so on. The hero's main feat is to overcome the monster of darkness. It is the long-hoped-for and expected triumph of consciousness over the unconscious. Day and light are synonyms for consciousness, night and dark for the unconscious. The coming of consciousness was probably the most tremendous experience of primeval times, for with it a world came into being whose existence no one had suspected before. And God said, "Let there be light," is the projection of that immemorial experience of the separation of the conscious from the unconscious. Even among primitives today, the possession of a soul is a precarious thing, and the loss of soul a typical psychic malady which drives primitive medicine to all sorts of psychotherapeutic measures. Hence the child distinguishes itself by deeds which point to the conquest of the dark. The special phenomenology of the child. Archetype 1. The abandonment of the child. Abandonment, exposure, danger, etc., are all elaborations of the child's insignificant beginnings and of its mysterious and miraculous birth. This statement describes a certain psychic experience of a creative nature, whose object is the emergence of a new and as yet unknown content. In the psychology of the individual, there is always, at such moments, an agonizing situation of conflict from which there seems to be no way out, at least for the conscious mind, since as far as this is concerned, tertium non datur. But out of this collision of opposites, the unconscious psyche always creates a third thing of an irrational nature, which the conscious mind neither expects nor understands. It presents itself in a form that is neither a straight yes nor a straight no, and is consequently rejected by both. For the conscious mind knows nothing beyond the opposites, and, as a result, has no knowledge of the thing that unites them. Since, however, the solution of the conflict through the union of opposites is of vital importance, and is moreover the very thing that the conscious mind is longing for, some inkling of the creative act and of the significance of it nevertheless gets through. From this comes the numinous character of the child. A meaningful but unknown content always has a secret fascination for the conscious mind. The new configuration is a nascent whole. It is on the way to wholeness, at least insofar as it excels in wholeness the conscious mind when torn by opposites and surpasses it in completeness. For this reason, all uniting symbols have a redemptive significance. Out of this situation, the child emerges as a symbolic content, manifestly separated or even isolated from its background, the mother, but sometimes including the mother in its perilous situation, threatened on the one hand by the negative attitude of the conscious mind and on the other by the horror vacui of the unconscious, which is quite ready to swallow up all its progeny, since it produces them only in play, and destruction is an inescapable part of its play. Nothing in all the world welcomes this new birth, although it is the most precious fruit of Mother Nature herself, the most pregnant with the future, signifying a higher stage of self-realization. That is why nature, the world of the instincts, takes the child under its wing. It is nourished or protected by animals. Child means something evolving towards independence. This it cannot do without detaching itself from its origins. Abandonment is therefore a necessary condition, not just a concomitant symptom. The conflict is not to be overcome by the conscious mind remaining caught between the opposites, and for this very reason it needs a symbol to point out the necessity of detaching itself from its origins. Because the symbol of the child fascinates and grips the conscious mind, its redemptive effect passes over into consciousness and brings about that separation from the conflict situation which the conscious mind by itself was unable to achieve. The symbol anticipates a nascent state of consciousness. So long as this is not actually in being, the child remains a mythological projection which requires religious repetition and renewal by ritual. The Christ child, for instance, is a religious necessity only so long as the majority of men are incapable of giving psychological reality to the saying, "Except you become as little children." Since all such developments and transitions are extraordinarily difficult and dangerous, it is no wonder that figures of this kind persist for hundreds or even thousands of years. Everything that man should and yet cannot be or do, be it in a positive or negative sense, lives on as a mythological figure and anticipation alongside his consciousness, either as a religious projection or, what is still more dangerous, as unconscious contents which then project themselves spontaneously into incongruous objects, e.g., hygienic and other salvationist doctrines or practices. All these are so many rationalized substitutes for mythology, and their unnaturalness does more harm than good. The conflict situation that offers no way out, the sort of situation that produces the child as the irrational third, is of course a formula appropriate only to a psychological, that is, modern stage of development. It is not strictly applicable to the psychic life of primitives, if only because primitive man's childlike range of consciousness still excludes a whole world of possible psychic experiences. Seen on the nature level of the primitive, our modern moral conflict is still an objective calamity that threatens life itself. Hence, not a few child figures are culture heroes and thus identified with things that promote culture, e.g., fire, metal, corn, maize, etc. As bringers of light, that is, enlargers of consciousness, they overcome darkness, which is to say that they overcome the earlier unconscious state. Higher consciousness, or knowledge going beyond our present-day consciousness, is equivalent to being all alone in the world. This loneliness expresses the conflict between the bearer or symbol of higher consciousness and his surroundings. The conquerors of darkness go far back into primeval times, and together with many other legends, prove that there once existed a state of original psychic distress, namely unconsciousness. Hence, in all probability, the irrational fear which primitive man has of the dark even today. I found a form of religion among a tribe living on Mount Elgon that corresponded to pantheistic optimism. Their optimistic mood was, however, always in abeyance between 6 o'clock in the evening and 6 o'clock in the morning, during which time it was replaced by fear, for in the night the dark being Ayik has his dominion, the maker of fear. During the daytime there were no monster snakes anywhere in the vicinity, but at night they were lurking on every path. At night the whole of mythology was let loose. 2. The invincibility of the child. It is a striking paradox in all child myths that the child is on the one hand delivered helpless into the power of terrible enemies and in continual danger of extinction, while on the other he possesses powers far exceeding those of ordinary humanity. This is closely related to the psychological fact that though the child may be insignificant, unknown, a mere child, he is also divine. From the conscious standpoint, we seem to be dealing with an insignificant content that has no releasing, let alone redeeming character. The conscious mind is caught in its conflict situation, and the combatant forces seem so overwhelming that the child as an isolated content bears no relation to the conscious factors. It is therefore easily overlooked and falls back into the unconscious. At least, this is what we should have to fear if things turned out according to our conscious expectations. Myth, however, emphasizes that it is not so, but that the child is endowed with superior powers and, despite all dangers, will unexpectedly pull through. The child is born out of the womb of the unconscious, begotten out of the depths of human nature, or rather, out of living nature herself. It is a personification of vital forces quite outside the limited range of our conscious mind, of ways and possibilities of which our one-sided conscious mind knows nothing, a wholeness which embraces the very depths of nature. It represents the strongest, the most ineluctable urge in every being, namely, the urge to realize itself. It is, as it were, an incarnation of the inability to do otherwise, equipped with all the powers of nature and instinct, whereas the conscious mind is always getting caught up in its supposed ability to do otherwise. The urge and compulsion to self-realization is a law of nature and thus of invincible power, even though its effect, at the start, is insignificant and improbable. Its power is revealed in the miraculous deeds of the child hero, and later in the athla, works, of the bondsman or thrall of the Heracles type, where, although the hero has outgrown the impotence of the child, he is still in a menial position. The figure of the thrall generally leads up to the real epiphany of the semi-divine hero. Oddly enough, we have a similar modulation of themes in alchemy, in the synonyms for the lapis. As the materia prima, it is the lapis exilis et vilis. As a substance in process of transmutation, it is servus rubeus or fugitivus, and finally, in its true apotheosis, it attains the dignity of a filius sapientiae or deus terrenus, a light above all lights, a power that contains in itself all the powers of the upper and nether regions. It becomes a corpus glorificatum which enjoys everlasting incorruptibility and is therefore a panacea, bringer of healing. The size and invincibility of the child are bound up in Hindu speculation with the nature of the Atman, which corresponds to the smaller than small yet bigger than big motif. As an individual phenomenon, the self is smaller than small. As the equivalent of the cosmos, it is bigger than big. The self, regarded as the counterpole of the world, its absolutely other, is the sine qua non of all empirical knowledge and consciousness of subject and object. Only because of this psychic otherness is consciousness possible at all. Identity does not make consciousness possible. It is only separation, detachment, and agonizing confrontation through opposition that produce consciousness and insight. Hindu introspection recognized this psychological fact very early and consequently equated the subject of cognition with the subject of ontology in general. In accordance with the predominantly introverted attitude of Indian thinking, the object lost the attribute of absolute reality and, in some systems, became a mere illusion. The Greek Occidental type of mind could not free itself from the conviction of the world's absolute existence, at the cost, however, of the cosmic significance of the self. Even today, Western man finds it hard to see the psychological necessity for a transcendental subject of cognition as the counterpole of the empirical universe, although the postulate of a world-confronting self, at least as a point of reflection, is a logical necessity. Regardless of philosophy's perpetual attitude of dissent or only half-hearted assent, there is always a compensating tendency in our unconscious psyche to produce a symbol of the self in its cosmic significance. These efforts take on the archetypal forms of the hero myth, such as can be observed in almost any individuation process. The phenomenology of the child's birth always points back to an original psychological state of non-recognition, i.e., of darkness or twilight, of non-differentiation between subject and object, of unconscious identity of man and the universe. This phase of non-differentiation produces the golden egg, which is both man and universe and yet neither, but an irrational third. To the twilight consciousness of primitive man, it seems as if the egg came out of the womb of the wide world and were, accordingly, a cosmic, objective, external occurrence. To a differentiated consciousness, on the other hand, it seems evident that this egg is nothing but a symbol thrown up by the psyche or, what is even worse, a fanciful speculation and therefore nothing but a primitive phantasm to which no reality of any kind attaches. Present-day medical psychology, however, thinks somewhat differently about these phantasms. It knows only too well what dire disturbances of the bodily functions and what devastating psychic consequences can flow from mere fantasies. Fantasies are the natural expressions of the life of the unconscious. But since the unconscious is the psyche of all the body's autonomous functional complexes, its fantasies have an etiological significance that is not to be despised. From the psychopathology of the individuation process, we know that the formation of symbols is frequently associated with physical disorders of a psychic origin, which in some cases are felt as decidedly real. In medicine, fantasies are real things with which the psychotherapist has to reckon very seriously indeed. He cannot therefore deprive of all justification those primitive phantasms whose content is so real that it is projected upon the external world. In the last analysis, the human body, too, is built of the stuff of the world, the very stuff wherein fantasies become visible. Indeed, without it they could not be experienced at all. Without this stuff they would be like a sort of abstract crystalline lattice in a solution where the crystallization process had not yet started. The symbols of the self arise in the depths of the body and they express its materiality every bit as much as the structure of the perceiving consciousness. The symbol is thus a living body, corpus et anima, hence the child is such an apt formula for the symbol. The uniqueness of the psyche can never enter wholly into reality. It can only be realized approximately, though it still remains the absolute basis of all consciousness. The deeper layers of the psyche lose their individual uniqueness as they retreat farther and farther into darkness. Lower down, that is to say, as they approach the autonomous functional systems, they become increasingly collective until they are universalized and extinguished in the body's materiality, i.e., in chemical substances. The body's carbon is simply carbon. Hence, at bottom, the psyche is simply world. In this sense, I hold Carigny to be absolutely right when he says that in the symbol the world itself is speaking. The more archaic and deeper, that is, the more physiological, the symbol is, the more collective and universal, the more material it is. The more abstract, differentiated, and specific it is, and the more its nature approximates to conscious uniqueness and individuality, the more it sloughs off its universal character. Having finally attained full consciousness, it runs the risk of becoming a mere allegory which nowhere oversteps the bounds of conscious comprehension, and is then exposed to all sorts of attempts at rationalistic and therefore inadequate explanation. 3. The hermaphroditism of the child. It is a remarkable fact that perhaps the majority of cosmogonic gods are of a bisexual nature. The hermaphrodite means nothing less than a union of the strongest and most striking opposites. In the first place, this union refers back to a primitive state of mind, a twilight where differences and contrasts were either barely separated or completely merged. With increasing clarity of consciousness, however, the opposites draw more and more distinctly and irreconcilably apart. If, therefore, the hermaphrodite were only a product of primitive non-differentiation, we would have to expect that it would soon be eliminated with increasing civilization. This is by no means the case. On the contrary, man's imagination has been preoccupied with this idea over and over again on the high and even the highest levels of culture, as we can see from the late Greek and syncretic philosophy of Gnosticism. The hermaphroditic rebus has an important part to play in the natural philosophy of the Middle Ages, and in our own day we hear of Christ's androgyny in Catholic mysticism. We can no longer be dealing, then, with the continued existence of a primitive phantasm or with an original contamination of opposites. Rather, as we can see from medieval writings, the primordial idea has become a symbol of the creative union of opposites, a uniting symbol in the literal sense. In its functional significance, the symbol no longer points back, but forward to a goal not yet reached. Notwithstanding its monstrosity, the hermaphrodite has gradually turned into a subduer of conflicts and a bringer of healing, and it acquired this meaning in relatively early phases of civilization. This vital meaning explains why the image of the hermaphrodite did not fade out in primeval times, but, on the contrary, was able to assert itself with increasing profundity of symbolic content for thousands of years. The fact that an idea so utterly archaic could rise to such exalted heights of meaning not only points to the vitality of archetypal ideas, it also demonstrates the rightness of the principle that the archetype, because of its power to unite opposites, mediates between the unconscious substratum and the conscious mind. It throws a bridge between present-day consciousness, always in danger of losing its roots, and the natural, unconscious, instinctive wholeness of primeval times. Through this mediation, the uniqueness, peculiarity, and one-sidedness of our present individual consciousness are linked up again with its natural racial roots. Progress and development are ideals not lightly to be rejected, but they lose all meaning if man only arrives at his new state as a fragment of himself, having left his essential hinterland behind him in the shadow of the unconscious, in a state of primitivity, or, indeed, barbarism. The conscious mind, split off from its origins, incapable of realizing the meaning of the new state, then relapses all too easily into a situation far worse than the one from which the innovation was intended to free it. Exempla sunt odiosa. It was Friedrich Schiller who first had an inkling of this problem, but neither his contemporaries nor his successors were capable of drawing any conclusions. Instead, people incline more than ever to educate children and nothing more. I therefore suspect that the furor pedagogicus is a God-sent method of bypassing the central problem touched on by Schiller, namely the education of the educator. Children are educated by what the grown-up is and not by what he says. The popular faith in words is a veritable disease of the mind, for a superstition of this sort always leads farther and farther away from man's foundations and seduces people into a disastrous identification of the personality with whatever slogan may be in vogue. Meanwhile, everything that has been overcome and left behind by so-called progress sinks deeper and deeper into the unconscious, from which there re-emerges in the end the primitive condition of identity with the mass. Instead of the expected progress, this condition now becomes reality. As civilization develops, the bisexual primordial being turns into a symbol of the unity of personality, a symbol of the self, where the war of opposites finds peace. In this way, the primordial being becomes the distant goal of man's self-development, having been from the very beginning a projection of his unconscious wholeness. Wholeness consists in the union of the conscious and the unconscious personality. Just as every individual derives from masculine and feminine genes, and the sex is determined by the predominance of the corresponding genes, so in the psyche it is only the conscious mind, in a man, that has the masculine sign, while the unconscious is by nature feminine. The reverse is true in the case of a woman. All I have done in my ANIMA theory is to rediscover and reformulate this fact. It had long been known. The idea of the conjunctio of male and female, which became almost a technical term in Hermetic philosophy, appears in Gnosticism as the Mysterium Iniquitatis, probably not uninfluenced by the Old Testament divine marriage, as performed, for instance, by Hosea. Such things are hinted at not only by certain traditional customs, but by the quotation from the Gospel according to the Egyptians in the second epistle of Clement. When the two shall be one, the outside as the inside, and the male with the female neither male nor female. Clement of Alexandria introduces this logion with the words, "When ye have trampled on the garment of shame with thy feet," which probably refers to the body, for Clement as well as Cassian, from whom the quotation was taken over. And the pseudo-Clement, too, interpreted the words in a spiritual sense, in contrast to the Gnostics, who would seem to have taken the conjunctio all too literally. They took care, however, through the practice of abortion and other restrictions, that the biological meaning of their acts did not swamp the religious significance of the rite. While, in church mysticism, the primordial image of the hieros gamos was sublimated on a lofty plane and only occasionally, as for instance with Mechthild of Magdeburg, approached the physical sphere in emotional intensity. For the rest of the world it remained very much alive and continued to be the object of a special psychic preoccupation. In this respect, the symbolical drawings of Apocynas de Canistris afford us an interesting glimpse of the way in which this primordial image was instrumental in uniting opposites, even in a pathological state. On the other hand, in the Hermetic philosophy that throve in the Middle Ages, the conjunctio was performed wholly in the physical realm in the admittedly abstract theory of the conjugium solis et lunae, which despite this drawback gave the creative imagination much occasion for anthropomorphic flights. Such being the state of affairs, it is readily understandable that the primordial image of the hermaphrodite should reappear in modern psychology in the guise of the male-female antithesis, in other words, as male consciousness and personified female unconscious. But the psychological process of bringing things to consciousness has complicated the picture considerably. Whereas the old science was almost exclusively a field in which only the man's unconscious could project itself, the new psychology had to acknowledge the existence of an autonomous female psyche as well. Here the case is reversed, and a feminine consciousness confronts a masculine personification of the unconscious, which can no longer be called anima but animus. This discovery also complicates the problem of the conjunctio. Originally, this archetype played its part entirely in the field of fertility magic, and thus remained for a very long time a purely biological phenomenon with no other purpose than that of fecundation. But even in early antiquity, the symbolical meaning of the act seems to have increased. Thus, for example, the physical performance of the hieros gamos as a sacred rite not only became a mystery, it faded to a mere conjecture. As we have seen, Gnosticism too endeavored in all seriousness to subordinate the physiological to the metaphysical. Finally, the Church severed the conjunctio from the physical realm altogether, and natural philosophy turned it into an abstract theoria. These developments meant the gradual transformation of the archetype into a psychological process which, in theory, we can call a combination of conscious and unconscious processes. In practice, however, it is not so simple, because as a rule the feminine unconscious of a man is projected upon a feminine partner, and the masculine unconscious of a woman is projected upon a man. The elucidation of these problems is a special branch of psychology and has no part in a discussion of the mythological hermaphrodite. 4. The child as beginning and end. Faust, after his death, is received as a boy into the choir of blessed youths. I do not know whether Goethe was referring, with this peculiar idea, to the cupids on antique gravestones. It is not unthinkable. The figure of the cucullatus points to the hooded, that is, the invisible one, the genius of the departed, who reappears in the childlike frolics of a new life, surrounded by the sea forms of dolphins and tritons. The sea is the favorite symbol for the unconscious, the mother of all that lives. Just as the child is in certain circumstances, e.g., in the case of Hermes and the dactyls, closely related to the phallus, symbol of the begetter, so it comes up again in the sepulchral phallus, symbol of a renewed begetting. The child is therefore renatus in novum infantiam. It is thus both beginning and end, an initial and a terminal creature. The initial creature existed before man was, and the terminal creature will be when man is not. Psychologically speaking, this means that the child symbolizes the preconscious and the postconscious essence of man. His preconscious essence is the unconscious state of earliest childhood. His postconscious essence is an anticipation by analogy of life after death. In this idea, the all-embracing nature of psychic wholeness is expressed. Wholeness is never comprised within the compass of the conscious mind. It includes the indefinite and indefinable extent of the unconscious as well. Wholeness, empirically speaking, is therefore of immeasurable extent, older and younger than consciousness and enfolding it in time and space. This is no speculation, but an immediate psychic experience. Not only is the conscious process continually accompanied, it is often guided, helped, or interrupted by unconscious happenings. The child had a psychic life before it had consciousness. Even the adult still says and does things whose significance he realizes only later, if ever. And yet he said them and did them as if he knew what they meant. Our dreams are continually saying things beyond our conscious comprehension, which is why they are so useful in the therapy of neuroses. We have intimations and intuitions from unknown sources. Fears, moods, plans, and hopes come to us with no visible causation. These concrete experiences are at the bottom of our feeling that we know ourselves very little. At the bottom, too, of the painful conjecture that we might have surprises in store for ourselves. Primitive man is no puzzle to himself. The question, "What is man?" is the question that man has always kept until last. Primitive man has so much psyche outside his conscious mind that the experience of something psychic outside him is far more familiar to him than to us. Consciousness hedged about by psychic powers, sustained or threatened or diluted by them, is the age-old experience of mankind. This experience has projected itself into the archetype of the child, which expresses man's wholeness. The child is all that is abandoned and exposed, and at the same time divinely powerful, the insignificant dubious beginning and the triumphal end. The eternal child in man is an indescribable experience, an incongruity, a handicap, and a divine prerogative, an imponderable that determines the ultimate worth or worthlessness of a personality. Conclusion. I am aware that a psychological commentary on the child archetype without detailed documentation must remain a mere sketch. But since this is virgin territory for the psychologist, my main endeavor has been to stake out the possible extent of the problems raised by our archetype and to describe, at least cursorily, its different aspects. Clear-cut distinctions and strict formulations are quite impossible in this field, seeing that a kind of fluid interpenetration belongs to the very nature of all archetypes. They can only be roughly circumscribed at best. Their living meaning comes out more from their presentation as a whole than from a single formulation. Every attempt to focus them more sharply is immediately punished by the intangible core of meaning losing its luminosity. No archetype can be reduced to a simple formula. It is a vessel which we can never empty and never fill. It has a potential existence only, and when it takes shape in matter, it is no longer what it was. It persists throughout the ages and requires interpreting ever anew. The archetypes are the imperishable elements of the unconscious, but they change their shape continually. It is a well-nigh hopeless undertaking to tear a single archetype out of the living tissue of the psyche. But despite their interwovenness, they do form units of meaning that can be apprehended intuitively. Psychology, as one of the many expressions of psychic life, operates with ideas which in their turn are derived from archetypal structures and thus generate a somewhat more abstract kind of myth. Psychology therefore translates the archaic speech of myth into a modern mythologem, not yet, of course, recognized as such, which constitutes one element of the myth science. This seemingly hopeless undertaking is a living and lived myth, satisfying to persons of a corresponding temperament, indeed beneficial insofar as they have been cut off from their psychic origins by neurotic dissociation. As a matter of experience, we meet the child archetype in spontaneous and in therapeutically induced individuation processes. The first manifestation of the child is, as a rule, a totally unconscious phenomenon. Here the patient identifies himself with his personal infantilism. Then, under the influence of therapy, we get a more or less gradual separation from and objectification of the child. That is, the identity breaks down and is accompanied by an intensification, sometimes technically induced, of fantasy, with the result that archaic or mythological features become increasingly apparent. Further transformations run true to the hero myth. The theme of mighty feats is generally absent, but, on the other hand, the mythical dangers play all the greater part. At this stage there is usually another identification, this time with the hero whose role is attractive for a variety of reasons. The identification is often extremely stubborn and dangerous to the psychic equilibrium. If it can be broken down and if consciousness can be reduced to human proportions, the figure of the hero can gradually be differentiated into a symbol of the self. In practical reality, however, it is of course not enough for the patient merely to know about such developments. What counts is his experience of the various transformations. The initial stage of personal infantilism presents the picture of an abandoned or misunderstood and unjustly treated child with overweening pretensions. The epiphany of the hero, the second identification, shows itself in a corresponding inflation. The colossal pretension grows into a conviction that one is something extraordinary, or else the impossibility of the pretension ever being fulfilled only proves one's own inferiority, which is favorable to the role of the heroic sufferer, a negative inflation. In spite of their contradictoriness, both forms are identical, because conscious megalomania is balanced by unconscious compensatory inferiority and conscious inferiority by unconscious megalomania. You never get one without the other. Once the reef of the second identification has been successfully circumnavigated, conscious processes can be cleanly separated from the unconscious and the latter observed objectively. This leads to the possibility of an accommodation with the unconscious, and thus to a possible synthesis of the conscious and unconscious elements of knowledge and action. This in turn leads to a shifting of the center of personality from the ego to the self. In this psychological framework, the motifs of abandonment, invincibility, hermaphroditism, and beginning and end take their place as distinct categories of experience and understanding. The psychological aspects of the core. Not only is the figure of Demeter and the core in its threefold aspect as maiden, mother, and Hecate not unknown to the psychology of the unconscious, it is even something of a practical problem. The core has her psychological counterpart in those archetypes which I have called the self or supraordinate personality on the one hand, and the anima on the other. In order to explain these figures, with which I cannot assume all readers to be familiar, I must begin with some remarks of a general nature. The psychologist has to contend with the same difficulties as the mythologist when an exact definition or clear and concise information is demanded of him. The picture is concrete, clear, and subject to no misunderstandings only when it is seen in its habitual context. In this form, it tells us everything it contains. But as soon as one tries to abstract the real essence of the picture, the whole thing becomes cloudy and indistinct. In order to understand its living function, we must let it remain an organic thing in all its complexity, and not try to examine the anatomy of its corpse in the manner of the scientist, or the archaeology of its ruins in the manner of the historian. Naturally, this is not to deny the justification of such methods when applied in their proper place. In view of the enormous complexity of psychic phenomena, a purely phenomenological point of view is, and will be for a long time, the only possible one and the only one with any prospect of success. Whence things come and what they are, these, particularly in the field of psychology, are questions which are apt to call forth untimely attempts at explanation. Such speculations are moreover based far more on unconscious philosophical premises than on the nature of the phenomena themselves. Psychic phenomena occasioned by unconscious processes are so rich and so multifarious that I prefer to describe my findings and observations and, where possible, to classify them, that is, to arrange them under certain definite types. That is the method of natural science, and it is applied wherever we have to do with multifarious and still unorganized material. One may question the utility or the appropriateness of the categories or types used in the arrangement, but not the correctness of the method itself. Since for years I have been observing and investigating the products of the unconscious in the widest sense of the word, namely dreams, fantasies, visions, and delusions of the insane, I have not been able to avoid recognizing certain regularities, that is, types. There are types of situations and types of figures that repeat themselves frequently and have a corresponding meaning. I therefore employ the term motif to designate these repetitions. Thus there are not only typical dreams but typical motifs in the dreams. These may, as we have said, be situations or figures. Among the latter there are human figures that can be arranged under a series of archetypes, the chief of them being, according to my suggestion, the shadow, the wise old man, the child, including the child hero, the mother, primordial mother, and earth mother, as a supraordinate personality, demonic because supraordinate, and her counterpart the maiden, and lastly the anima in man and the animus in woman. The above types are far from exhausting all the statistical regularities in this respect. The figure of the core that interests us here belongs, when observed in a man, to the anima type, and when observed in a woman to the type of supraordinate personality. It is an essential characteristic of psychic figures that they are duplex, or at least capable of duplication. At all events, they are bipolar and oscillate between their positive and negative meanings. Thus, the supraordinate personality can appear in a despicable and distorted form, like, for instance, Mephistopheles, who is really more positive as a personality than the vapid and unthinking careerist Faust. Another negative figure is the Tom Thumb, or Tom Dumb of the folk tales. The figure corresponding to the core in a woman is generally a double one, i.e., a mother and a maiden, which is to say that she appears now as the one, now as the other. From this I would conclude, for a start, that in the formation of the Demeter core myth, the feminine influence so far outweighed the masculine that the latter had practically no significance. The man's role in the Demeter myth is really only that of seducer or conqueror. As a matter of practical observation, the core often appears in woman as an unknown young girl, not infrequently as Gretchen or the unmarried mother. Another frequent modulation is the dancer, who is often formed by borrowings from classical knowledge, in which case the maiden appears as the Corybant, Maenad, or nymph. An occasional variant is the Nixie or water sprite, who betrays her superhuman nature by her fishtail. Sometimes the core and mother figures slither down altogether to the animal kingdom, the favorite representatives then being the cat or the snake or the bear, or else some black monster of the underworld like the crocodile or other salamander-like saurian creatures. The maiden's helplessness exposes her to all sorts of dangers, for instance of being devoured by reptiles or ritually slaughtered like a beast of sacrifice. Often there are bloody, cruel, and even obscene orgies to which the innocent child falls victim. Sometimes it is a true nekia, a descent into Hades and a quest for the treasure hard to attain, occasionally connected with orgiastic sexual rites or offerings of menstrual blood to the moon. Oddly enough, the various tortures and obscenities are carried out by an Earth Mother. There are drinkings of blood and bathings in blood, also crucifixions. The maiden who crops up in case histories differs not inconsiderably from the vaguely flower-like core in that the modern figure is more sharply delineated and not nearly so unconscious, as the following examples will show. The figures corresponding to Demeter and Hecate are supraordinate, not to say over life-size mothers ranging from the Pietà type to the Baubo type. The unconscious, which acts as a counterbalance to woman's conventional innocuousness, proves to be highly inventive in this latter respect. I can recall only very few cases where Demeter's own noble figure in its pure form breaks through as an image rising spontaneously from the unconscious. I remember a case, in fact, where a maiden goddess appears clad all in purest white, but carrying a black monkey in her arms. The Earth Mother is always chthonic and is occasionally related to the moon, either through the blood sacrifice already mentioned, or through a child sacrifice, or else because she is adorned with a sickle moon. In pictorial or plastic representations, the mother is dark, deepening to black, or red, these being her principal colors, and with a primitive or animal expression of face. In form, she not infrequently resembles the Neolithic ideal of the Venus of Brassempouy or that of Willendorf, or again the sleeper of Hal Saflieni. Now and then I have come across multiple breasts, arranged like those of a sow. The Earth Mother plays an important part in the woman's unconscious, for all her manifestations are described as powerful. This shows that in such cases the Earth Mother element in the conscious mind is abnormally weak and requires strengthening. In view of all this, it is, I admit, hardly understandable why such figures should be reckoned as belonging to the type of supraordinate personality. In a scientific investigation, however, one has to disregard moral or aesthetic prejudices and let the facts speak for themselves. The maiden is often described as not altogether human in the usual sense. She is either of unknown or peculiar origin, or she looks strange or undergoes strange experiences, from which one is forced to infer the maiden's extraordinary, myth-like nature. Equally and still more strikingly, the Earth Mother is a divine being in the classical sense. Moreover, she does not by any means always appear in the guise of Baubo, but, for instance, more like Queen Venus in the Hypnerotomachia Polyphili, though she is invariably heavy with destiny. The often unaesthetic forms of the Earth Mother are in keeping with a prejudice of the modern feminine unconscious. This prejudice was lacking in antiquity. The underworld nature of Hecate, who was closely connected with Demeter, and Persephone's fate both point nevertheless to the dark side of the human psyche, though not to the same extent as the modern material. The supraordinate personality is the total man, i.e., man as he really is, not as he appears to himself. To this wholeness the unconscious psyche also belongs, which has its requirements and needs just as consciousness has. I do not want to interpret the unconscious personalistically and assert, for instance, that fantasy images like those described above are the wish fulfillments due to repression. These images were as such never conscious and consequently could never have been repressed. I understand the unconscious rather as an impersonal psyche common to all men, even though it expresses itself through a personal consciousness. When anyone breathes, his breathing is not a phenomenon to be interpreted personally. The mythological images belong to the structure of the unconscious and are an impersonal possession. In fact, the great majority of men are far more possessed by them than possessing them. Images like those described above give rise under certain conditions to corresponding disturbances and symptoms, and it is then the task of medical therapy to find out whether and how and to what extent these impulses can be integrated with the conscious personality, or whether they are a secondary phenomenon which some defective orientation of consciousness has brought out of its normal potential state into actuality. Both possibilities exist in practice. I usually describe the supraordinate personality as the self, thus making a sharp distinction between the ego, which, as is well known, extends only as far as the conscious mind, and the whole of the personality, which includes the unconscious as well as the conscious component. The ego is thus related to the self as part to whole. To that extent, the self is supraordinate. Moreover, the self is felt empirically not as subject but as object, and this by reason of its unconscious component, which can only come to consciousness indirectly by way of projection. Because of its unconscious component, the self is so far removed from the conscious mind that it can only be partially expressed by human figures. The other part of it has to be expressed by objective, abstract symbols. The human figures are father and son, mother and daughter, king and queen, god and goddess. Theriomorphic symbols are the dragon, snake, elephant, lion, bear, and other powerful animals, or again, the spider, crab, butterfly, beetle, worm, etc. Plant symbols are generally flowers, lotus and rose. These lead on to geometrical figures like the circle, the sphere, the square, the quaternity, the clock, the firmament, and so on. The indefinite extent of the unconscious component makes a comprehensive description of the human personality impossible. Accordingly, the unconscious supplements the picture with living figures ranging from the animal to the divine, as the two extremes outside man, and rounds out the animal extreme through the addition of vegetable and inorganic abstractions into a microcosm. These addenda have a high frequency in anthropomorphic divinities, where they appear as attributes. Demeter and Kor, mother and daughter, extend the feminine consciousness both upwards and downwards. They add an older and younger, stronger and weaker dimension to it, and widen out the narrowly limited conscious mind bound in space and time, giving it intimations of a greater and more comprehensive personality which has a share in the eternal course of things. We can hardly suppose that myth and mystery were invented for any conscious purpose. It seems much more likely that they were the involuntary revelation of a psychic, but unconscious, precondition. The psyche pre-existent to consciousness, e.g., in the child, participates in the maternal psyche on the one hand, while on the other it reaches across to the daughter psyche. We could therefore say that every mother contains her daughter in herself, and every daughter her mother, and that every woman extends backwards into her mother and forwards into her daughter. This participation and intermingling give rise to that peculiar uncertainty as regards time. A woman lives earlier as a mother, later as a daughter. The conscious experience of these ties produces the feeling that her life is spread out over generations, the first step towards the immediate experience and conviction of being outside time, which brings with it a feeling of immortality. The individual's life is elevated into a type. Indeed, it becomes the archetype of woman's fate in general. This leads to a restoration or apokatastasis of the lives of her ancestors, who now, through the bridge of the momentary individual, pass down into the generations of the future. An experience of this kind gives the individual a place and a meaning in the life of the generations, so that all unnecessary obstacles are cleared out of the way of the life stream that is to flow through her. At the same time, the individual is rescued from her isolation and restored to wholeness. All ritual preoccupation with archetypes ultimately has this aim and this result. It is immediately clear to the psychologist what cathartic and at the same rejuvenating effects must flow from the Demeter cult into the feminine psyche, and what a lack of psychic hygiene characterizes our culture, which no longer knows the kind of wholesome experience afforded by Eleusinian emotions. I take full account of the fact that not only the psychologically minded layman but the professional psychologist and psychiatrist as well, and even the psychotherapist, do not possess an adequate knowledge of their patient's archetypal material, insofar as they have not specially investigated this aspect of the phenomenology of the unconscious. For it is precisely in the field of psychiatric and psychotherapeutic observation that we frequently meet with cases characterized by a rich crop of archetypal symbols. Since the necessary historical knowledge is lacking to the physician observing them, he is not in a position to perceive the parallelism between his observations and the findings of anthropology and the humane sciences in general. Conversely, an expert in mythology and comparative religion is as a rule no psychiatrist and consequently does not know that his mythologisms are still fresh and living, for instance, in dreams and visions, in the hidden recesses of our most personal life, which we would on no account deliver up to scientific dissection. The archetypal material is therefore the great unknown, and it requires special study and preparation even to collect such material. It does not seem to me superfluous to give a number of examples from my case histories, which bring out the occurrence of archetypal images in dreams or fantasies. Time and again with my public I come across the difficulty that they imagine illustration by a few examples to be the simplest thing in the world. In actual fact, it is almost impossible, with a few words and one or two images torn out of their context, to demonstrate anything. This only works when dealing with an expert. What Perseus has to do with the Gorgon's head would never occur to anyone who did not know the myth. So it is with the individual images. They need a context, and the context is not only a myth, but an individual anamnesis. Such contexts, however, are of enormous extent. Anything like a complete series of images would require, for its proper presentation, a book of about 200 pages. My own investigation of the Miller fantasies gives some idea of this. It is therefore with the greatest hesitation that I make the attempt to illustrate from case histories. The material I shall use comes partly from normal, partly from slightly neurotic persons. It is part dream, part vision, or dream mixed with vision. These visions are far from being hallucinations or ecstatic states. They are spontaneous, visual images of fantasy or so-called active imagination. The latter is a method, devised by myself, of introspection for observing the stream of interior images. One concentrates one's attention on some impressive but unintelligible dream image, or on a spontaneous visual impression, and observes the changes taking place in it. Meanwhile, of course, all criticism must be suspended and the happenings observed and noted with absolute objectivity. Obviously, too, the objection that the whole thing is arbitrary or thought up must be set aside, since it springs from the anxiety of an ego consciousness which brooks no master besides itself in its own house. In other words, it is the inhibition exerted by the conscious mind on the unconscious. Under these conditions, long and often very dramatic series of fantasies ensue. The advantage of this method is that it brings a mass of unconscious material to light. Drawing, painting, and modeling can be used to the same end. Once a visual series has become dramatic, it can easily pass over into the auditive or linguistic sphere and give rise to dialogues and the like. With slightly pathological individuals, and particularly in the not infrequent cases of latent schizophrenia, the method may, in certain circumstances, prove to be rather dangerous and therefore requires medical control. It is based on a deliberate weakening of the conscious mind and its inhibiting effect, which either limits or suppresses the unconscious. The aim of the method is naturally therapeutic in the first place, while in the second it also furnishes rich empirical material. Some of our examples are taken from this. They differ from dreams only by reason of their better form, which comes from the fact that the contents were perceived not by a dreaming but by a waking consciousness. The examples are from women in middle life. 1. Case X. Spontaneous visual impressions, in chronological order. I saw a white bird with outstretched wings. It alighted on the figure of a woman, clad in blue, who sat there like an antique statue. The bird perched on her hand, and in it she held a grain of wheat. The bird took it in its beak and flew into the sky again. For this X painted a picture, a blue-clad, archaically simple mother figure on a white marble base. Her maternity is emphasized by the large breasts. TRICKSTER. A bull lifts a child up from the ground and carries it to the antique statue of a woman. A naked young girl with a wreath of flowers in her hair appears, riding on a white bull. She takes the child and throws it into the air like a ball and catches it again. The white bull carries them both to a temple. The girl lays the child on the ground, and so on. Initiation follows. In this picture the maiden appears, rather in the form of Europa. Here a certain school knowledge is being made use of. Her nakedness and the wreath of flowers point to Dionysian abandonment. The game of ball with the child is the motif of some secret rite which always has to do with child sacrifice. Cf. The accusations of ritual murder leveled by the pagans against the Christians, and by the Christians against the Jews and Gnostics. Also the Phoenician child sacrifices, rumors about the Black Mass, etc., and the ball game in church. I saw a golden pig on a pedestal. Beast-like beings danced round it in a circle. We made haste to dig a hole in the ground. I reached in and found water. Then a man appeared in a golden carriage. He jumped into the hole and began swaying back and forth, as if dancing. I swayed in rhythm with him. Then he suddenly leaped out of the hole, raped me, and got me with child. X is identical with the young girl, who often appears as a youth too. This youth is an animus figure, the embodiment of the masculine element in a woman. Youth and young girl together form a syzygy or conjunctio, which symbolizes the essence of wholeness, as also does the Platonic hermaphrodite, who later became the symbol of perfected wholeness in alchemical philosophy. X evidently dances with the rest, hence, we made haste. The parallel with the motifs stressed by Karenyi seems to me remarkable. Frexit. I saw a beautiful youth with golden cymbals, dancing and leaping in joy and abandonment. Finally he fell to the ground and buried his face in the flowers. Then he sank into the lap of a very old mother. After a time he got up and jumped into the water, where he sported like a dolphin. I saw that his hair was golden. Now we were leaping together, hand in hand. So we came to a gorge. In leaping the gorge, the youth falls into the chasm. X is left alone and comes to a river where a white seahorse is waiting for her with a golden boat. In this scene, X is the youth. Therefore, he disappears later, leaving her the sole heroine of the story. She is the child of the very old mother, and is also the dolphin, the youth lost in the gorge, and the bride evidently expected by Poseidon. The peculiar overlapping and displacement of motifs in all this individual material is about the same as in the mythological variants. X found the youth in the lap of the mother so impressive that she painted a picture of it. The figure is the same as in item I, only instead of the grain of wheat in her hand, there is the body of the youth lying completely exhausted in the lap of the gigantic mother. Bab. There now follows a sacrifice of sheep, during which a game of ball is likewise played with the sacrificial animal. The participants smear themselves with the sacrificial blood, and afterwards bathe in the pulsing gore. X is thereupon transformed into a plant. Vi. After that, X comes to a den of snakes, and the snakes wind all round her. Fes. In a den of snakes beneath the sea there is a divine woman, asleep. She is shown in the picture as much larger than the others. She is wearing a blood-red garment that covers only the lower half of her body. She has a dark skin, full red lips, and seems to be of great physical strength. She kisses X, who is obviously in the role of the young girl, and hands her as a present to the many men who are standing by, etc. This chthonic goddess is the typical Earth Mother as she appears in so many modern fantasies. Fetch. As X emerged from the depths and saw the light again, she experienced a kind of illumination. White flames played about her head as she walked through waving fields of grain. With this picture, the mother episode ended. Although there is not the slightest trace of any known myth being repeated, the motifs and the connections between them are all familiar to us from mythology. These images present themselves spontaneously and are based on no conscious knowledge whatever. I have applied the method of active imagination to myself over a long time and have observed numerous symbols and symbolic associations which, in many cases, I was only able to verify years afterwards in texts of whose existence I was totally ignorant. It is the same with dreams. Some years ago I dreamed, for example, that I was climbing slowly and toilsomely up a mountain. When I had reached, as I imagined, the top, I found that I was standing on the edge of a plateau. The crest that represented the real top of the mountain only rose far off in the distance. Night was coming on, and I saw, on the dark slope opposite, a brook flowing down with a metallic shimmer, and two paths leading upwards, one to the left, the other to the right, winding like serpents. On the crest, to the right, there was a hotel. Down below, the brook ran to the left with a bridge leading across. Not long afterwards I discovered the following allegory in an obscure alchemical treatise. In his Speculativae Philosophiae, the Frankfurt physician Gerard Dorn, who lived in the second half of the 16th century, describes the mundi peregrinatio, quam errores viam appellemus, tour of the world, which we call the way of error, on the one hand, and the via veritatis on the other. Of the first way the author says, "The human race, whose nature it is to resist God, does not cease to ask how it may, by its own efforts, escape the pitfalls which it has laid for itself. But it does not ask help from Him on whom alone depends every gift of mercy. Hence it has come about that men have built for themselves a great workshop on the left-hand side of the road, presided over by industry. After this has been attained, they turn aside from industry and bend their steps towards the second region of the world, making their crossing on the bridge of infirmity. But because the good God desires to draw them back, He allows their infirmities to rule over them. Then, seeking as before a remedy in themselves, industry, they flock to the great hospital likewise built on the left, presided over by medicine. Here there is a great multitude of apothecaries, surgeons and physicians, etc. Of the way of truth, which is the right way, our author says, You will come to the camp of wisdom, and on being received there, you will be refreshed with food far more powerful than before. Even the brook is there, a stream of living water flowing with such wonderful artifice from the mountain peak. From the fountain of wisdom the waters gush forth. An important difference compared with my dream is that here, apart from the situation of the hotel being reversed, the river of wisdom is on the right and not, as in my dream, in the middle of the picture. It is evident that in my dream we are not dealing with any known myth, but with a group of ideas which might easily have been regarded as individual, i.e., unique. A thorough analysis, however, could show without difficulty that it is an archetypal image such as can be reproduced over and over again in any age and any place. But I must admit that the archetypal nature of the dream image only became clear to me when I read Dorn. These and similar incidents I have observed repeatedly not only in myself but in my patients. But, as this example shows, it needs special attention if such parallels are not to be missed. The antique mother image is not exhausted with the figure of Demeter. It also expresses itself in Cybele Artemis. The next case points in this direction. Second case Y. Dreams. I am wandering over a great mountain. The way is lonely, wild, and difficult. A woman comes down from the sky to accompany and help me. She is all bright with light hair and shining eyes. Now and then she vanishes. After going on for some time alone, I notice that I have left my stick somewhere and must turn back to fetch it. To do this, I have to pass a terrible monster, an enormous bear. When I came this way the first time I had to pass it, but then the sky woman protected me. Just as I am passing the beast and he is about to come at me, she stands beside me again, and at her look the bear lies down quietly and lets us pass. Then the sky woman vanishes. Here we have a maternally protective goddess related to bears, a kind of Diana or the Gallo-Roman dea Artio. The sky woman is the positive, the bear the negative aspect of the supraordinate personality, which extends the conscious human being upwards into the celestial and downwards into the animal regions. We go through a door into a tower-like room where we climb a long flight of steps. On one of the topmost steps I read an inscription, Vis ut sis. The steps end in a temple situated on the crest of a wooded mountain, and there is no other approach. It is the shrine of Ursana, the bear goddess and mother of God in one. The temple is of red stone. Bloody sacrifices are offered there. Animals are standing about the altar. In order to enter the temple precincts, one has to be transformed into an animal, a beast of the forest. The temple has the form of a cross with equal arms and a circular space in the middle, which is not roofed, so that one can look straight up at the sky and the constellation of the bear. On the altar in the middle of the open space there stands the moon bowl from which smoke or vapor continually rises. There is also a huge image of the goddess, but it cannot be seen clearly. The worshippers, who have been changed into animals and to whom I also belong, have to touch the goddess's foot with their own foot, whereupon the image gives them a sign or an oracular utterance like vis ut sis. In this dream the bear goddess emerges plainly, although her statue cannot be seen clearly. The relationship to the self, the supraordinate personality, is indicated not only by the oracle vis ut sis, but by the quaternity and the circular central precinct of the temple. From ancient times, any relationship to the stars has always symbolized eternity. The soul comes from the stars and returns to the stellar regions. Ursana's relation to the moon is indicated by the moon bowl. The moon goddess also appears in children's dreams. A girl who grew up in peculiarly difficult psychic circumstances had a recurrent dream between her 7th and 10th years. The Moon Lady was always waiting for me down by the water at the landing stage to take me to her island. Unfortunately, she could never remember what happened there, but it was so beautiful that she often prayed she might have this dream again. Although, as is evident, the two dreamers are not identical, the island motif also occurred in the previous dream as the inaccessible mountain crest. 30 years later, the dreamer of the Moon Lady had a dramatic fantasy. I am climbing a steep, dark mountain, on top of which stands a domed castle. I enter and go up a winding stairway to the left. Arriving inside the dome, I find myself in the presence of a woman wearing a headdress of cow's horns. I recognize her immediately as the Moon Lady of my childhood dreams. At her behest, I look to the right and see a dazzlingly bright sun shining on the other side of a deep chasm. Over the chasm stretches a narrow, transparent bridge, upon which I step, conscious of the fact that in no circumstances must I look down. An uncanny fear seizes me, and I hesitate. Treachery seems to be in the air, but at last I go across and stand before the sun. The sun speaks. If you can approach me 9 times without being burned, all will be well. But I grow more and more afraid. Finally, I do look down, and I see a black tentacle like that of an octopus groping towards me from underneath the sun. I step back in fright and plunge into the abyss. But instead of being dashed to pieces, I lie in the arms of the Earth Mother. When I try to look into her face, she turns to clay, and I find myself lying on the earth. It is remarkable how the beginning of this fantasy agrees with the dream. The Moon Lady above is clearly distinguished from the Earth Mother below. The former urges the dreamer to her somewhat perilous adventure with the sun. The latter catches her protectively in her maternal arms. The dreamer, as the one in danger, would therefore seem to be in the role of the core. Let us now turn back to our dream series. 3. Y sees 2 pictures in a dream, painted by the Scandinavian painter Hermann Christian Lund. I. The first picture is of a Scandinavian peasant room. Peasant girls in gay costumes are walking about arm in arm, that is, in a row. The middle one is smaller than the rest, and besides this, has a hump and keeps turning her head back. This, together with her peculiar glance, gives her a witch-like look. Istig. The second picture shows a dragon with its neck stretched out over the whole picture, and especially over a girl, who is in the dragon's power and cannot move, for as soon as she moves, the dragon, which can make its body big or little at will, moves too. And when the girl wants to get away, it simply stretches out its neck over her, and so catches her again. Strangely enough, the girl has no face, at least I couldn't see it. The painter is an invention of the dream. The animus often appears as a painter or has some kind of projection apparatus, or as a cinema operator or owner of a picture gallery. All this refers to the animus as the function mediating between conscious and unconscious. The unconscious contains pictures which are transmitted, that is, made manifest, by the animus, either as fantasies or, unconsciously, in the patient's own life and actions. The animus projection gives rise to fantasied relations of love and hatred for heroes, or demons. The favorite victims are tenors, artists, movie stars, athletic champions, etc. In the first picture, the maiden is characterized as demonic, with a hump and an evil look over her shoulder. Hence, amulets against the evil eye are often worn by primitives on the nape of the neck, for the vulnerable spot is at the back, where you can't see. In the second picture, the maiden is portrayed as the innocent victim of the monster. Just as before there was a relationship of identity between the sky woman and the bear, so here between the young girl and the dragon, which in practical life is often rather more than just a bad joke. Here it signifies a widening of the conscious personality, i.e., Through the helplessness of the victim on the one hand and the dangers of the humpback's evil eye and the dragon's might on the other. IV, part dream, part visual imagination. A magician is demonstrating his tricks to an Indian prince. He produces a beautiful young girl from under a cloth. She is a dancer who has the power to change her shape or at least hold her audience spellbound by faultless illusion. During the dance, she dissolves with the music into a swarm of bees. Then she changes into a leopard, then into a jet of water, then into an octopus that has twined itself about a young pearlfisher. Between times, she takes human form again at the dramatic moment. She appears as a she-ass bearing 2 baskets of wonderful fruits. Then she becomes a many-colored peacock. The prince is beside himself with delight and calls her to him, but she dances on, now naked, and even tears the skin from her body and finally falls down, a naked skeleton. This is buried, but at night a lily grows out of the grave, and from its cup there rises a white lady who floats slowly up to the sky. This piece describes the successive transformations of the illusionist, artistry in illusion being a specifically feminine talent, until she becomes a transfigured personality. The fantasy was not invented as a sort of allegory. It was part dream, part spontaneous imagery. Font. I am in a church made of gray sandstone. The apse is built rather high. Near the tabernacle, a girl in a red dress is hanging on the stone cross of the window. Suicide. Just as in the preceding cases the sacrifice of a child or a sheep played a part, so here the sacrifice of the maiden hanging on the cross. The death of the dancer is also to be understood in this sense, for these maidens are always doomed to die because their exclusive domination of the feminine psyche hinders the individuation process, that is, the maturation of personality. The maiden corresponds to the anima of the man and makes use of it to gain her natural ends, in which illusion plays the greatest role imaginable. But as long as a woman is content to be a femme à homme, she has no feminine individuality. She is empty and merely glitters, a welcome vessel for masculine projections. Woman as a personality, however, is a very different thing. Here illusion no longer works. So that when the question of personality arises, which is as a rule the painful fact of the second half of life, the childish form of the self disappears too. All that remains for me now is to describe the core as observable in man, the anima. Since a man's wholeness, insofar as he is not constitutionally homosexual, can only be a masculine personality, the feminine figure of the anima cannot be catalogued as a type of supraordinate personality but requires a different evaluation and position. In the products of unconscious activity, the anima appears equally as maiden and mother, which is why a personalistic interpretation always reduces her to the personal mother or some other female person. The real meaning of the figure naturally gets lost in the process, as is inevitably the case with all these reductive interpretations, whether in the sphere of the psychology of the unconscious or of mythology. The innumerable attempts that have been made in the sphere of mythology to interpret gods and heroes in a solar, lunar, astral, or meteorological sense contribute nothing of importance to the understanding of them. On the contrary, they all put us on a false track. When therefore, in dreams and other spontaneous products, we meet with an unknown female figure whose significance oscillates between the extremes of goddess and whore, it is advisable to let her keep her independence and not reduce her arbitrarily to something known. If the unconscious shows her as an unknown, this attribute should not be got rid of by main force with a view to arriving at a rational interpretation. Like the supraordinate personality, the anima is bipolar and can therefore appear positive one moment and negative the next, now young, now old, now mother, now maiden, now a good fairy, now a witch, now a saint, now a whore. Besides this ambivalence, the anima also has occult connections with mysteries, with the world of darkness in general, and for that reason she often has a religious tinge. Whenever she emerges with some degree of clarity, she always has a peculiar relationship to time. As a rule, she is more or less immortal, because outside time. Writers who have tried their hand at this figure have never failed to stress the anima's peculiarity in this respect. I would refer to the classic descriptions in Rider Haggard's She and the Return of She, in Pierre Benoit's L'Atlantide, and above all in the novel of the young American author William M. Sloane, To Walk the Night. In all these accounts, the anima is outside time as we know it and consequently immensely old, or a being who belongs to a different order of things. Since we can no longer or only partially express the archetypes of the unconscious by means of figures in which we religiously believe, they lapse into unconsciousness again, and hence are unconsciously projected upon more or less suitable human personalities. To the young boy, a clearly discernible anima form appears in his mother, and this lends her the radiance of power and superiority, or else a demonic aura of even greater fascination. But because of the anima's ambivalence, the projection can be entirely negative. Much of the fear which the female sex arouses in men is due to the projection of the anima image. An infantile man generally has a maternal anima. An adult man, the figure of a younger woman. The senile man finds compensation in a very young girl or even a child. 3. Case Z. The anima also has affinities with animals, which symbolize her characteristics. Thus she can appear as a snake or a tiger or a bird. I quote by way of example a dream series that contains transformations of this kind. Arfu. A white bird perches on a table. Suddenly it changes into a fair-haired 7-year-old girl and just as suddenly back into a bird, which now speaks with a human voice. Chapter-Figue. In an underground house, which is really the underworld, there lives an old magician and prophet with his daughter. She is, however, not really his daughter. She is a dancer, a very loose person, but is blind and seeks healing. A lonely house in a wood, where an old scholar is living. Suddenly, his daughter appears, a kind of ghost, complaining that people only look upon her as a figment of fancy. If on the facade of a church there is a Gothic Madonna, who is alive and is the unknown and yet known woman, instead of a child she holds in her arms a sort of flame or a snake or a dragon. V. A black-clad countess kneels in a dark chapel. Her dress is hung with costly pearls. She has red hair and there is something uncanny about her. Moreover, she is surrounded by the spirits of the dead. A female snake comports herself tenderly and insinuatingly, speaking with a human voice. She is only accidentally shaped like a snake. Savi. A bird speaks with the same voice but shows herself helpful by trying to rescue the dreamer from a dangerous situation. V. The unknown woman sits, like the dreamer, on the tip of a church spire and stares at him uncannily across the abyss. X. The unknown woman suddenly appears as an old female attendant in an underground public lavatory with a temperature of 40 degrees below zero. X. The unknown woman leaves the house as a petite bourgeoise with a female relation, and in her place there is suddenly an over-life-size goddess clad in blue, looking like Athene. A she. Then she appears in a church, taking the place of the altar, still over life-size but with veiled face. In all these dreams, the central figure is a mysterious feminine being with qualities like those of no woman known to the dreamer. The unknown is described as such in the dreams themselves, and reveals her extraordinary nature firstly by her power to change shape, and secondly by her paradoxical ambivalence. Every conceivable shade of meaning glitters in her, from the highest to the lowest. Dream I shows the anima as elf-like, i.e., only partially human. She can just as well be a bird, which means that she may belong wholly to nature and can vanish, i.e., become unconscious, from the human sphere, i.e., consciousness. Dream 2 shows the unknown woman as a mythological figure from the beyond, the unconscious. She is the soarer or filia mystica of a hierophant or philosopher, evidently a parallel to those mystic syzygies which are to be met with in the figures of Simon Magus and Helen, Zosimus and Theosebia, Camarius and Cleopatra, etc. Our dream figure fits in best with Helen. A really admirable description of anima psychology in a woman is to be found in Erskine's Helen of Troy. Dream the 3 presents the same theme, but on a more fairy tale-like plane. Here the anima is shown as rather spookish. Dream of brings the anima nearer to the Mother of God. The child refers to the mystic speculations on the subject of the redemptive serpent and the fiery nature of the Redeemer. In Dream Vi, the anima is visualized somewhat romantically as the distinguished, fascinating woman, who nevertheless has dealings with spirits. Dreams Vi and Vi bring theriomorphic variations. The anima's identity is at once apparent to the dreamer because of the voice and what it says. The anima has accidentally taken the form of a snake, just as in Dream I she changed with the greatest ease into a bird and back again. As a snake she is playing the negative role, as a bird the positive. Dream 8 shows the dreamer confronted with his anima. This takes place high above the ground, i.e., above human reality. Obviously, it is a case of dangerous fascination by the anima. Dream 9 signifies the anima's deep plunge into an extremely subordinate position, where the last trace of fascination has gone and only human sympathy is left. Dream 10 shows the paradoxical double nature of the anima, banal mediocrity and Olympian divinity. Dream 11 restores the anima to the Christian Church, not as an icon but as the altar itself. The altar is the place of sacrifice and also the receptacle for consecrated relics. To throw even a moderate light on all these anima associations would require special and very extensive investigation, which would be out of place here because, as we have already said, the anima has only an indirect bearing on the interpretation of the core figure. I have presented this dream series simply for the purpose of giving the reader some idea of the empirical material on which the idea of the anima is based. From this series and others like it, we get an average picture of that strange factor which has such an important part to play in the masculine psyche, and which naive presumption invariably identifies with certain women, imputing to them all the illusions that swarm in the male eros. It seems clear enough that the man's anima found occasion for projection in the Demeter cult. The core doomed to her subterranean fate, the two-faced mother, and the theriomorphic aspects of both afforded the anima ample opportunity to reflect herself, shimmering and equivocal, in the Eleusinian cult, or rather to experience herself there and fill the celebrants with her unearthly essence, to their lasting gain. For a man, anima experiences are always of immense and abiding significance. But the Demeter core myth is far too feminine to have been merely the result of an anima projection. Although the anima can, as we have said, experience herself in Demeter core, she is yet of a wholly different nature. She is in the highest degree femme et homme, whereas Demeter core exists on the plane of mother-daughter experience, which is alien to man and shuts him out. In fact, the psychology of the Demeter cult bears all the features of a matriarchal order of society, where the man is an indispensable but, on the whole, disturbing factor. 5. The phenomenology of the spirit in fairy tales. On the psychology of the trickster figure. The phenomenology of the spirit in fairy tales. One of the unbreakable rules in scientific research is to take an object as known only so far as the inquirer is in a position to make scientifically valid statements about it. Now, in psychology, one of the most important phenomena is the statement, and in particular its form and content, the latter aspect being perhaps the more significant with regard to the nature of the psyche. The first task that ordinarily presents itself is the description and arrangement of events. Then comes the closer examination into the laws of their living behavior. To inquire into the substance of what has been observed is possible in natural science only where there is an Archimedean point outside. For the psyche, no such outside standpoint exists. Only the psyche can observe the psyche. Consequently, knowledge of the psychic substance is impossible for us, at least with the means at present available. This does not rule out the possibility that the atomic physics of the future may supply us with the said Archimedean point. For the time being, however, our subtlest lucubrations can establish no more than is expressed in the statement. This is how the psyche behaves. The honest investigator will piously refrain from meddling with questions of substance. I do not think it superfluous to acquaint my reader with the necessary limitations that psychology voluntarily imposes on itself, for he will then be in a position to appreciate the phenomenological standpoint of modern psychology, which is not always understood. This standpoint does not exclude the existence of faith, conviction, and experience certainties of whatever description, nor does it contest their possible validity. Great as is their importance for the individual and for collective life, psychology completely lacks the means to prove their validity in the scientific sense. One may lament this incapacity on the part of science, but that does not enable it to jump over its own shadow. 1. Concerning the word spirit. The word spirit possesses such a wide range of application that it requires considerable effort to make clear to oneself all the things it can mean. Spirit, we say, is the principle that stands in opposition to matter. By this we understand an immaterial substance or form of existence, which on the highest and most universal level is called God. We imagine this immaterial substance also as the vehicle of psychic phenomena, or even of life itself. In contradiction to this view, there stands the antithesis, spirit and nature. Here the concept of spirit is restricted to the supernatural or anti-natural, and has lost its substantial connection with psyche and life. A similar restriction is implied in Spinoza's view that spirit is an attribute of the one substance. Hylozoism goes even further, taking spirit to be a quality of matter. A very widespread view conceives spirit as a higher and psyche as a lower principle of activity, and conversely the alchemists thought of spirit as the ligamentum animae et corporis, obviously regarding it as a spiritus vegetativus, the later life spirit or nerve spirit. Equally common is the view that spirit and psyche are essentially the same and can be separated only arbitrarily. Wundt takes spirit as the inner being, regardless of any connection with an outer being. Others restrict spirit to certain psychic capacities or functions or qualities, such as the capacity to think and reason in contradistinction to the more soulful sentiments. Here spirit means the sum total of all the phenomena of rational thought, or of the intellect, including the will, memory, imagination, creative power, and aspirations motivated by ideals. Spirit has the further connotation of sprightliness, as when we say that a person is spirited, meaning that he is versatile and full of ideas, with a brilliant, witty, and surprising turn of mind. Again, spirit denotes a certain attitude or the principle underlying it. For instance, one is educated in the spirit of pestalozzi, or one says that the spirit of Weimar is the immortal German heritage. A special instance is the time spirit, or spirit of the age, which stands for the principle and motive force behind certain views, judgments, and actions of a collective nature. Then there is the objective spirit, by which is meant the whole stock of man's cultural possessions with particular regard to his intellectual and religious achievements. As linguistic usage shows, spirit in the sense of an attitude has unmistakable leanings towards personification. The spirit of Pestalozzi can also be taken concretistically as his ghost or imago, just as the spirits of Weimar are the personal specters of Goethe and Schiller. For spirit still has the spookish meaning of the soul of one departed. The cold breath of the spirits points on the one hand to the ancient affinity of psyche with psychos and psychos, which both mean cold, and on the other hand to the original meaning of pneuma, which simply denoted air in motion, and in the same way animus and anima were connected with animos, wind. The German word Geist probably has more to do with something frothing, effervescing, or fermenting. Hence affinities with Gischt, foam, Gescht, yeast, ghost, and also with the emotional ghastly and aghast, are not to be rejected. From time immemorial emotion has been regarded as possession, which is why we still say today of a hot-tempered person that he is possessed of a devil or that an evil spirit has entered into him. Just as, according to the old view, the spirits or souls of the dead are of a subtle disposition like a vapor or a smoke, so to the alchemist spiritus was a subtle, volatile, active, and vivifying essence, such as alcohol was understood to be, and all the arcane substances. On this level, spirit includes spirits of salts, spirits of ammonia, formic spirit, etc. This score or so of meanings and shades of meaning attributable to the word spirit make it difficult for the psychologist to delimit his subject conceptually, but on the other hand they lighten the task of describing it, since the many different aspects go to form a vivid and concrete picture of the phenomenon in question. We are concerned with a functional complex which originally, on the primitive level, was felt as an invisible, breath-like presence. William James has given us a lively account of this primordial phenomenon in his Varieties of Religious Experience. Another well-known example is the wind of the Pentecostal miracle. The primitive mentality finds it quite natural to personify the invisible presence as a ghost or demon. The souls or spirits of the dead are identical with the psychic activity of the living. They merely continue it. The view that the psyche is a spirit is implicit in this. When therefore something psychic happens in the individual which he feels as belonging to himself, that something is his own spirit. But if anything psychic happens which seems to him strange, then it is somebody else's spirit, and it may be causing a possession. The spirit in the first case corresponds to the subjective attitude, in the latter case to public opinion, to the time spirit or to the original, not yet human anthropoid disposition, which we also call the unconscious. In keeping with its original wind nature, spirit is always an active, winged, swift-moving being, as well as that which vivifies, stimulates, incites, fires, and inspires. To put it in modern language, spirit is the dynamic principle, forming for that very reason the classical antithesis of matter, the antithesis, that is, of its stasis and inertia. Basically, it is the contrast between life and death. The subsequent differentiation of this contrast leads to the actually very remarkable opposition of spirit and nature. Even though spirit is regarded as essentially alive and enlivening, one cannot really feel nature as unspiritual and dead. We must therefore be dealing here with the Christian postulate of a spirit whose life is so vastly superior to the life of nature that in comparison with it the latter is no better than death. This special development in man's idea of spirit rests on the recognition that its invisible presence is a psychic phenomenon, i.e., one's own spirit, and that this consists not only of uprushes of life but of formal products too. Among the first, the most prominent, are the images and shadowy presentations that occupy our inner field of vision. Among the second, thinking and reason, which organize the world of images. In this way, a transcendent spirit superimposed itself upon the original, natural life spirit and even swung over to the opposite position, as though the latter were merely naturalistic. The transcendent spirit became the supernatural and transmundane cosmic principle of order, and as such was given the name of God, or at least it became an attribute of the one substance, as in Spinoza, or one person of the Godhead, as in Christianity. The corresponding development of spirit in the reverse, hylozoistic direction, a maiore ad minus, took place under anti-Christian auspices in materialism. The premise underlying this reaction is the exclusive certainty of the spirit's identity with psychic functions, whose dependence upon brain and metabolism became increasingly clear. One had only to give the one substance another name and call it matter, to produce the idea of a spirit which was entirely dependent on nutrition and environment, and whose highest form was the intellect or reason. This meant that the original pneumatic presence had taken up its abode in man's physiology, and a writer like Clagus could arraign the spirit as the adversary of the soul. For it was into this latter concept that the original spontaneity of the spirit withdrew after it had been degraded to a servile attribute of matter. Somewhere or other the deus ex machina quality of spirit had to be preserved, if not in the spirit itself, then in its synonym the soul, that glancing Aeolian thing, elusive as a butterfly, anima, psyche. Even though the materialistic conception of the spirit did not prevail everywhere, it still persisted, outside the sphere of religion, in the realm of conscious phenomena. Spirit as subjective spirit came to mean a purely endopsychic phenomenon, while objective spirit did not mean the universal spirit, or God, but merely the sum total of intellectual and cultural possessions which make up our human institutions and the content of our libraries. Spirit had forfeited its original nature, its autonomy and spontaneity over a very wide area, with the solitary exception of the religious field, where, at least in principle, its pristine character remained unimpaired. In this resume, we have described an entity which presents itself to us as an immediate psychic phenomenon distinguished from other psychisms whose existence is naively believed to be causally dependent upon physical influences. A connection between spirit and physical conditions is not immediately apparent, and for this reason it was credited with immateriality to a much higher degree than was the case with psychic phenomena in the narrower sense. Not only is a certain physical dependence attributed to the latter, but they are themselves thought of as possessing a kind of materiality, as the idea of the subtle body and the Chinese Kui soul clearly show. In view of the intimate connection that exists between certain psychic processes and their physical parallels, we cannot very well accept the total immateriality of the psyche. As against this, the consensus omnium insists on the immateriality of spirit, though not everyone would agree that it also has a reality of its own. It is, however, not easy to see why our hypothetical matter, which looks quite different from what it did even 30 years ago, alone should be real and spirit not. Although the idea of immateriality does not in itself exclude that of reality, popular opinion invariably associates reality with materiality. Spirit and matter may well be forms of one and the same transcendental being. For instance, the Tantrists, with as much right, say that matter is nothing other than the concreteness of God's thoughts. The sole immediate reality is the psychic reality of conscious contents, which are, as it were, labeled with a spiritual or material origin as the case may be. The hallmarks of spirit are, firstly, the principle of spontaneous movement and activity. Secondly, the spontaneous capacity to produce images independently of sense perception. And thirdly, the autonomous and sovereign manipulation of these images. This spiritual entity approaches primitive man from outside, but with increasing development it gets lodged in man's consciousness and becomes a subordinate function, thus apparently forfeiting its original character of autonomy. That character is now retained only in the most conservative views, namely in the religions. The descent of spirit into the sphere of human consciousness is expressed in the myth of the divine nous, caught in the embrace of Phusis. This process, continuing over the ages, is probably an unavoidable necessity, and the religions would find themselves in a very forlorn situation if they believed in the attempt to hold up evolution. Their task, if they are well advised, is not to impede the ineluctable march of events, but to guide it in such a way that it can proceed without fatal injury to the soul. The religions should therefore constantly recall to us the origin and original character of the spirit, lest man should forget what he is drawing into himself and with what he is filling his consciousness. He himself did not create the spirit, rather the spirit makes him creative, always spurring him on, giving him lucky ideas, staying power, enthusiasm, and inspiration. So much, indeed, does it permeate his whole being that he is in gravest danger of thinking that he actually created the spirit and that he has it. In reality, however, the primordial phenomenon of the spirit takes possession of him, and, while appearing to be the willing object of human intentions, it binds his freedom, just as the physical world does, with 1,000 chains and becomes an obsessive idea force. Spirit threatens the naive-minded man with inflation, of which our own times have given us the most horribly instructive examples. The danger becomes all the greater, the more our interest fastens upon external objects, and the more we forget that the differentiation of our relation to nature should go hand in hand with a correspondingly differentiated relation to the spirit, so as to establish the necessary balance. If the outer object is not offset by an inner, unbridled materialism results, coupled with maniacal arrogance or else the extinction of the autonomous personality, which is in any case the ideal of the totalitarian mass state. As can readily be seen, the common modern idea of spirit ill accords with the Christian view, which regards it as the summum bonum, as God himself. To be sure, there is also the idea of an evil spirit. But the modern idea cannot be equated with that either, since for us, spirit is not necessarily evil. We would have to call it morally indifferent or neutral. When the Bible says God is spirit, it sounds more like the definition of a substance, or like a qualification. But the devil, too, it seems, is endowed with the same peculiar spiritual substance, albeit an evil and corrupt one. The original identity of substance is still expressed in the idea of the fallen angel, as well as in the close connection between Jehovah and Satan in the Old Testament. There may be an echo of this primitive connection in the Lord's Prayer, where we say, "Lead us not into temptation," for is not this really the business of the tempter, the devil himself? This brings us to a point we have not considered at all in the course of our observations so far. We have availed ourselves of cultural and everyday conceptions which are the product of human consciousness and its reflections, in order to form a picture of the psychic modes of manifestation of the factor spirit. But we have yet to consider that, because of its original autonomy, about which there can be no doubt in the psychological sense, the spirit is quite capable of staging its own manifestation spontaneously. 2. Self-representation of the spirit in dreams. The psychic manifestations of the spirit indicate at once that they are of an archetypal nature. In other words, the phenomenon we call spirit depends on the existence of an autonomous primordial image which is universally present in the preconscious makeup of the human psyche. As usual, I first came up against this problem when investigating the dreams of my patients. It struck me that a certain kind of father complex has a spiritual character, so to speak, in the sense that the father image gives rise to statements, actions, tendencies, impulses, opinions, etc., to which one could hardly deny the attribute spiritual. In men, a positive father complex very often produces a certain credulity with regard to authority and a distinct willingness to bow down before all spiritual dogmas and values, while in women it induces the liveliest spiritual aspirations and interests. In dreams, it is always the father figure from whom the decisive convictions, prohibitions, and wise counsels emanate. The invisibility of this source is frequently emphasized by the fact that it consists simply of an authoritative voice which passes final judgments. Mostly, therefore, it is the figure of a wise old man who symbolizes the spiritual factor. Sometimes the part is played by a real spirit, namely the ghost of one dead, or, more rarely, by grotesque gnome-like figures or talking animals. The dwarf forms are found, at least in my experience, mainly in women. Hence it seems to me logical that in Ernst Barlach's play Der Tote Tag, 1912, the gnome-like figure of Steisbart, Rumpbeard, is associated with the mother, just as Bess is associated with the mother goddess at Karnak. In both sexes, the spirit can also take the form of a boy or a youth. In women, he corresponds to the so-called positive animus, who indicates the possibility of conscious spiritual effort. In men, his meaning is not so simple. He can be positive, in which case he signifies the higher personality, the self or filius regius as conceived by the alchemists, but he can also be negative, and then he signifies the infantile shadow. In both cases, the boy means some form of spirit. Graybeard and boy belong together. The pair of them play a considerable role in alchemy as symbols of Mercurius. It can never be established with 100% certainty whether the spirit figures in dreams are morally good. Very often they show all the signs of duplicity, if not of outright malice. I must emphasize, however, that the grand plan on which the unconscious life of the psyche is constructed is so inaccessible to our understanding that we can never know what evil may not be necessary in order to produce good by enantiodromia, and what good may very possibly lead to evil. Sometimes the probate spiritus recommended by John cannot, with the best will in the world, be anything other than a cautious and patient waiting to see how things will finally turn out. The figure of the wise old man can appear so plastically, not only in dreams but also in visionary meditation, or what we call active imagination, that, as is sometimes apparently the case in India, it takes over the role of a guru. The wise old man appears in dreams in the guise of a magician, doctor, priest, teacher, professor, grandfather, or any other person possessing authority. The archetype of spirit in the shape of a man, hobgoblin, or animal always appears in a situation where insight, understanding, good advice, determination, planning, etc. are needed but cannot be mustered on one's own resources. The archetype compensates this state of spiritual deficiency by contents designed to fill the gap. An excellent example of this is the dream about the white and black magicians, which tried to compensate the spiritual difficulties of a young theological student. I did not know the dreamer myself, so the question of my personal influence is ruled out. He dreamed he was standing in the presence of a sublime hieratic figure called the White Magician, who was nevertheless clothed in a long black robe. This magician had just ended a lengthy discourse with the words, "And for that we require the help of the black magician." Then the door suddenly opened and another old man came in, the black magician, who, however, was dressed in a white robe. He too looked noble and sublime. The black magician evidently wanted to speak with the white, but hesitated to do so in the presence of the dreamer. At that the white magician, pointing to the dreamer, said, "Speak, he is an innocent." So the black magician began to relate a strange story of how he had found the lost keys of paradise and did not know how to use them. He had, he said, come to the white magician for an explanation of the secret of the keys. He told him that the king of the country in which he lived was seeking a suitable tomb for himself. His subjects had chanced to dig up an old sarcophagus containing the mortal remains of a virgin. The king opened the sarcophagus, threw away the bones, and had the empty sarcophagus buried again for later use. But no sooner had the bones seen the light of day than the being to whom they once had belonged, the virgin, changed into a black horse that galloped off into the desert. The black magician pursued it across the sandy wastes and beyond, and there, after many vicissitudes and difficulties, he found the lost keys of paradise. That was the end of his story, and also, unfortunately, of the dream. Here the compensation certainly did not fall out as the dreamer would wish, by handing him a solution on a plate. Rather, it confronted him with a problem to which I have already alluded, and one which life is always bringing us up against, namely, the uncertainty of all moral valuation, the bewildering interplay of good and evil, and the remorseless concatenation of guilt, suffering, and redemption. This path to the primordial religious experience is the right one, but how many can recognize it? It is like a still small voice, and it sounds from afar. It is ambiguous, questionable, dark, presaging danger and hazardous adventure. A razor-edged path, to be trodden for God's sake only, without assurance and without sanction. 3. The Spirit in Fairy Tales. I would gladly present the reader with some more modern dream material, but I fear that the individualism of dreams would make too high a demand upon our exposition and would claim more space than is here at our disposal. We shall therefore turn to folklore, where we need not get involved in the grim confrontations and entanglements of individual case histories, and can observe the variations of the spirit motif without having to consider conditions that are more or less unique. In myths and fairy tales, as in dreams, the psyche tells its own story, and the interplay of the archetypes is revealed in its natural setting as formation, transformation, the eternal mind's eternal recreation. The frequency with which the spirit type appears as an old man is about the same in fairy tales as in dreams. The old man always appears when the hero is in a hopeless and desperate situation from which only profound reflection or a lucky idea, in other words, a spiritual function or an endopsychic automatism of some kind, can extricate him. But since, for internal and external reasons, the hero cannot accomplish this himself, the knowledge needed to compensate the deficiency comes in the form of a personified thought, i.e., in the shape of this sagacious and helpful old man. An Estonian fairy tale, for instance, tells how an ill-treated little orphan boy who had let a cow escape was afraid to return home again for fear of more punishment. So he ran away, chancing to luck. He naturally got himself into a hopeless situation with no visible way out. Exhausted, he fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it seemed to him that he had something liquid in his mouth, and he saw a little old man with a long gray beard standing before him, who was in the act of replacing the stopper in his little milk flask. "Give me some more to drink," begged the boy. "You have had enough for today," replied the old man. "If my path hadn't chanced to lead me to you, that would assuredly have been your last sleep, for when I found you, You were half dead." Then the old man asked the boy who he was and where he wanted to go. The boy recounted everything he could remember happening to him up to the beating he had received the previous evening. "My dear child," said the old man, "you are no better and no worse off than many others whose dear protectors and comforters rest in their coffins under the earth. You can no longer turn back. Now that you have run away, you must seek a new fortune in the world. As I have neither house nor home, nor wife nor child, I cannot take further care of you, but I will give you some good advice for nothing." So far the old man has been expressing no more than what the boy, the hero of the tale, could have thought out for himself. Having given way to the stress of emotion and simply run off like that into the blue, he would at least have had to reflect that he needed food. It would also have been necessary at such a moment to consider his position. The whole story of his life up to the recent past would then have passed before his mind, as is usual in such cases. An anamnesis of this kind is a purposeful process whose aim is to gather the assets of the whole personality together at the critical moment, when all one's spiritual and physical forces are challenged, and with this united strength to fling open the door of the future. No one can help the boy to do this. He has to rely entirely on himself. There is no going back. This realization will give the necessary resolution to his actions. By forcing him to face the issue, the old man saves him the trouble of making up his mind. Indeed, the old man is himself this purposeful reflection and concentration of moral and physical forces that comes about spontaneously in the psychic space outside consciousness, when conscious thought is not yet, or is no longer, possible. The concentration and tension of psychic forces have something about them that always looks like magic. They develop an unexpected power of endurance which is often superior to the conscious effort of will. One can observe this experimentally in the artificial concentration induced by hypnosis. In my demonstrations, I used regularly to put an hysteric of weak bodily build into a deep hypnotic sleep and then get her to lie with the back of her head on one chair and her heels resting on another, stiff as a board, and leave her there for about a minute. Her pulse would gradually go up to 90. A husky young athlete among the students tried in vain to imitate this feat with a conscious effort of will. He collapsed in the middle with his pulse racing at 120. When the clever old man had brought the boy to this point, he could begin his good advice, i.e., the situation no longer looked hopeless. He advised him to continue his wanderings, always to the eastward, where after 7 years he would reach the great mountain that betokened his good fortune. The bigness and tallness of the mountain are allusions to his adult personality. Concentration of his powers brings assurance and is therefore the best guarantee of success. From now on he will lack for nothing. "Take my scrip and my flask," says the old man, "and each day you will find in them all the food and drink you need." At the same time he gave him a burdock leaf that could change into a boat whenever the boy had to cross water. Often the old man in fairy tales asks questions like who, why, whence, and whither, for the purpose of inducing self-reflection and mobilizing the moral forces, and more often still he gives the necessary magical talisman, the unexpected and improbable power to succeed, which is one of the peculiarities of the unified personality in good or bad alike. But the intervention of the old man, the spontaneous objectivation of the archetype, would seem to be equally indispensable, since the conscious will by itself is hardly ever capable of uniting the personality to the point where it acquires this extraordinary power to succeed. For that, not only in fairy tales but in life generally, the objective intervention of the archetype is needed, which checks the purely affective reactions with a chain of inner confrontations and realizations. These cause the who, where, how, why. to emerge clearly and in this wise bring knowledge of the immediate situation as well as of the goal. The resultant enlightenment and untying of the fatal tangle often has something positively magical about it, an experience not unknown to the psychotherapist. The tendency of the old man to set one thinking also takes the form of urging people to sleep on it. Thus he says to the girl who is searching for her lost brothers, "Lie down, morning is cleverer than evening." He also sees through the gloomy situation of the hero who has got himself into trouble, or at least can give him such information as will help him on his journey. To this end he makes ready use of animals, particularly birds. To the prince who has gone in search of the kingdom of heaven, the old hermit says, "I have lived here for 300 years, but never yet has anybody asked me about the kingdom of heaven. I cannot tell you myself, but up there, on another floor of the house, live all kinds of birds, and they can surely tell you." The old man knows what roads lead to the goal and points them out to the hero. He warns of dangers to come and supplies the means of meeting them effectively. For instance, he tells the boy who has gone to fetch the silver water that the well is guarded by a lion who has the deceptive trick of sleeping with his eyes open and watching with his eyes shut. Or he counsels the youth who is riding to a magic fountain in order to fetch the healing draught for the king, only to draw the water at a trot because of the lurking witches who lasso everybody that comes to the fountain. He charges the princess whose lover has been changed into a werewolf to make a fire and put a cauldron of tar over it. Then she must plunge her beloved white lily into the boiling tar, and when the werewolf comes, she must empty the cauldron over its head, which will release her lover from the spell. Occasionally the old man is a very critical old man, as in the Caucasian tale of the youngest prince who wanted to build a flawless church for his father, so as to inherit the kingdom. This he does, and nobody can discover a single flaw, but then an old man comes along and says, "That's a fine church you've built, to be sure. What a pity the main wall is a bit crooked." The prince has the church pulled down again and builds a new one, but here too the old man discovers a flaw, and so on for the third time. The old man thus represents knowledge, reflection, insight, wisdom, cleverness, and intuition on the one hand, and on the other, moral qualities such as goodwill and readiness to help, which make his spiritual character sufficiently plain. Since the archetype is an autonomous content of the unconscious, the fairy tale, which usually concretizes the archetypes, can cause the old man to appear in a dream in much the same way as happens in modern dreams. In a Balkan tale, the old man appears to the hard-pressed hero in a dream and gives him good advice about accomplishing the impossible tasks that have been imposed upon him. His relation to the unconscious is clearly expressed in one Russian fairy tale, where he is called the King of the Forest. As the peasant sat down wearily on a tree stump, a little old man crept out. All wrinkled he was, and a green beard hung down to his knees. "Who are you?" asked the peasant. "I am Och, King of the Forest," said the mannequin. The peasant hired out his profligate son to him, and the king of the forest departed with the young man, and conducted him to that other world under the earth and brought him to a green hut. In the hut everything was green, the walls were green, and the benches. Oak's wife was green, and the children were green, and the little water women who waited on him were as green as rue. Even the food was green. The king of the forest is here a vegetation or a tree numen who reigns in the woods and through the nixies also has connections with water, which clearly shows his relation to the unconscious since the latter is frequently expressed through wood and water symbols. There is equally a connection with the unconscious when the old man appears as a dwarf. The fairy tale about the princess who was searching for her lover says, "Night came in the darkness, and still the princess sat in the same place and wept. As she sat there lost in thought, she heard a voice greeting her. 'Good evening, pretty maid.' Why are you sitting here so lonely and sad?" She sprang up hastily and felt very confused, and that was no wonder. But when she looked round, there was only a tiny little old man standing before her, who nodded his head at her and looked so kind and simple. In a Swiss fairy tale, the peasant's son who wants to bring the king's daughter a basket of apples encounters "Es schließ isig's Mendli, das Fruchtne, was du I dem Krate Haig," a little iron man who asked what he had there in the basket. In another passage, the Mendli has "Es isig's Schleidli iron clothes on." By isig, presumably, eisern, iron, is meant, which is more probable than eisig, icy. In the latter case, it would have to be "Es Kleidli vo is," clothes of ice. There are indeed little ice men, and little metal men too. In fact, in a modern dream I have even come across a little black iron man who appeared at a critical juncture, like the one in this fairy tale of the country bumpkin who wanted to marry the princess. In a modern series of visions in which the figure of the wise old man occurred several times, he was on one occasion of normal size and appeared at the very bottom of a crater surrounded by high rocky walls. On another occasion, he was a tiny figure on the top of a mountain, inside a low, stony enclosure. We find the same motif in Goethe's tale of the dwarf princess who lived in a casket. In this connection, we might also mention the anthroparian, the little leaden man of the Zosimos vision, as well as the metallic men who dwell in the mines, the crafty dactyls of antiquity, the homunculi of the alchemists, and the gnomic throng of hobgoblins, brownies, gremlins, etc. How real such conceptions are became clear to me on the occasion of a serious mountaineering accident. After the catastrophe, two of the climbers had the collective vision, in broad daylight, of a little hooded man who scrambled out of an inaccessible crevasse in the ice face and passed across the glacier, creating a regular panic in the two beholders. I have often encountered motifs which made me think that the unconscious must be the world of the infinitesimally small. Such an idea could be derived rationalistically from the obscure feeling that in all these visions we are dealing with something endopsychic, the inference being that a thing must be exceedingly small in order to fit inside the head. I am no friend of any such rational conjectures, though I would not say that they are all beside the mark. It seems to me more probable that this liking for diminutives on the one hand and for superlatives, giants, etc., on the other is connected with the queer uncertainty of spatial and temporal relations in the unconscious. Man's sense of proportion, his rational conception of big and small, is distinctly anthropomorphic, and it loses its validity not only in the realm of physical phenomena, but also in those parts of the collective unconscious beyond the range of the specifically human. The Atman is smaller than small and bigger than big. He is the size of a thumb, yet he encompasses the earth on every side and rules over the 10-finger space. And of the Kabiri, Goethe says, "Little in length, mighty in strength." In the same way, the archetype of the wise old man is quite tiny, almost imperceptible, and yet it possesses a fateful potency, as anyone can see when he gets down to fundamentals. The archetypes have this peculiarity in common with the atomic world, which is demonstrating before our eyes that the more deeply the investigator penetrates into the universe of microphysics, the more devastating are the explosive forces he finds enchained there. That the greatest effects come from the smallest causes has become patently clear not only in physics but in the field of psychological research as well. How often in the critical moments of life everything hangs on what appears to be a mere nothing. In certain primitive fairy tales, the illuminating quality of our archetype is expressed by the fact that the old man is identified with the sun. He brings a firebrand with him which he uses for roasting a pumpkin. After he has eaten, he takes the fire away again, which causes mankind to steal it from him. In a North American Indian tale, the old man is a witch doctor who owns the fire. Spirit, too, has a fiery aspect, as we know from the language of the Old Testament and from the story of the Pentecostal miracle. Apart from his cleverness, wisdom, and insight, the old man, as we have already mentioned, is also notable for his moral qualities. What is more, he even tests the moral qualities of others and makes his gifts dependent on this test. There is a particularly instructive example of this in the Estonian fairy tale of the stepdaughter and the real daughter. The former is an orphan distinguished for her obedience and good behavior. The story begins with her distaff falling into a well. She jumps in after it but does not drown, and comes to a magic country where, continuing her quest, she meets a cow, a ram, and an apple tree whose wishes she fulfills. She now comes to a wash house where a dirty old man is sitting who wants her to wash him. The following dialogue develops. Pretty maid, wash me, do. It is hard for me to be so dirty. What shall I heat the stove with? Collect wooden pegs and crow's dung and make a fire with that. But she fetches sticks and asks, where shall I get the bath water? Under the barn there stands a white mare. Get her to piss into the tub. But she takes clean water and asks, where shall I get a bath switch? Cut off the white mare's tail and make a bath switch of that. But she makes one out of birch twigs and asks, where shall I get soap? Take a pumice stone and scrub me with that. But she fetches soap from the village, and with that she washes the old man. As a reward he gives her a bag full of gold and precious stones. The daughter of the house naturally becomes jealous, throws her distaff into the well, where she finds it again instantly. Nevertheless, she goes on and does everything wrong that the stepdaughter had done right, and is rewarded accordingly. The frequency of this motif makes further examples superfluous. The figure of the superior and helpful old man tempts one to connect him somehow or other with God. In the German tale of the soldier and the black princess, it is related how the princess, on whom a curse has been laid, creeps out of her iron coffin every night and devours the soldier standing guard over the tomb. One soldier, when his turn came, tried to escape. That evening he stole away, fled over the fields and mountains, and came to a beautiful meadow. Suddenly a little man stood before him with a long gray beard. But it was none other than the Lord God himself, who could no longer go on looking at all the mischief the devil wrought every night. "Whither away?" said the little gray man. "May I come with you?" And because the little old man looked so friendly, the soldier told him that he had run away and why he had done so. Good advice follows, as always. In this story, the old man is taken for God in the same naive way that the English alchemist, Sir George Ripley, describes the old king as Antiquus Diorum, the Ancient of Days. Just as all archetypes have a positive, favorable, bright side that points upwards, so also they have one that points downwards, partly negative and unfavorable, partly chthonic, but for the rest merely neutral. To this, the spirit archetype is no exception. Even his dwarf form implies a kind of limitation and suggests a naturalistic vegetation numen sprung from the underworld. In one Balkan tale, the old man is handicapped by the loss of an eye. It has been gouged out by the Vili, a species of winged demon, and the hero is charged with the task of getting them to restore it to him. The old man has therefore lost part of his eyesight, that is, his insight and enlightenment, to the demonic world of darkness. This handicap is reminiscent of the fate of Osiris, who lost an eye at the sight of a black pig, his wicked brother Set, or again of Wotan, who sacrificed his eye at the spring of Mimir. Characteristically enough, the animal ridden by the old man in our fairy tale is a goat, a sign that he himself has a dark side. In a Siberian tale, he appears as a one-legged, one-handed, and one-eyed graybeard who wakens a dead man with an iron staff. In the course of the story, the latter, after being brought back to life several times, kills the old man by a mistake and thus throws away his good fortune. The story is entitled The One-Sided Old Man, and in truth, his handicap shows that he consists of one half only. The other half is invisible but appears in the shape of a murderer who seeks the hero's life. Eventually, the hero succeeds in killing his persistent murderer, but in the struggle he also kills the one-sided old man, so that the identity of the two victims is clearly revealed. It is thus possible that the old man is his own opposite, a life-bringer as well as a death-dealer, ad utrumque peritus, skilled in both, as is said of Hermes. In these circumstances, whenever the simple and kindly old man appears, it is advisable for heuristic and other reasons to scrutinize the context with some care. For instance, in the Estonian tale we first mentioned, about the hired boy who lost the cow, there is a suspicion that the helpful old man who happened to be on the spot so opportunely had surreptitiously made away with the cow beforehand in order to give his protégé an excellent reason for taking to flight. This may very well be, for everyday experience shows that it is quite possible for a superior, though subliminal, foreknowledge of fate to contrive some annoying incident for the sole purpose of bullying our simple Simon of an ego-consciousness into the way he should go, which for sheer stupidity he would never have found by himself. Had our orphan guessed that it was the old man who had whisked off his cow as if by magic, he would have seemed like a spiteful troll or a devil. And indeed the old man has a wicked aspect too, just as the primitive medicine man is a healer and helper and also the dreaded concoctor of poisons. The very word pharmakon means poison as well as antidote, and poison can in fact be both. The old man, then, has an ambiguous elfin character, witness the extremely instructive figure of Merlin, seeming, in certain of his forms, to be good incarnate and in others an aspect of evil. Then again, he is the wicked magician who, from sheer egoism, does evil for evil's sake. In a Siberian fairy tale, he is an evil spirit, on whose head were two lakes with two ducks swimming in them. He feeds on human flesh. The story relates how the hero and his companions go to a feast in the next village, leaving their dogs at home. These, acting on the principle, when the cat's away the mice do play, also arrange a feast, at the climax of which they all hurl themselves on the stores of meat. The men return home and chase out the dogs, who dash off into the wilderness. Then the creator spoke to Ememkut, the hero of the tale, "Go and look for the dogs with your wife." But he gets caught in a terrible snowstorm and has to seek shelter in the hut of the evil spirit. There now follows the well-known motif of the biter bit. The creator is Ememkut's father, but the father of the creator is called the self-created because he created himself. Although we are nowhere told that the old man with the two lakes on his head lured the hero and his wife into the hut in order to satisfy his hunger, it may be conjectured that a very peculiar spirit must have got into the dogs to cause them to celebrate a feast like the men, and afterwards, contrary to their nature, to run away, so that Ememkut had to go out and look for them, and that the hero was then caught in a snowstorm in order to drive him into the arms of the wicked old man. The fact that the creator, son of the self-created, was a party to the advice raises a knotty problem whose solution we had best leave to the Siberian theologians. In a Balkan fairy tale, the old man gives the childless Czarina a magic apple to eat, from which she becomes pregnant and bears a son, it being stipulated that the old man shall be his godfather. The boy, however, grows up into a horrid little tough who bullies all the children and slaughters the cattle. For 10 years he is given no name. Then the old man appears, sticks a knife into his leg, and calls him the Knife Prince. The boy now wants to set forth on his adventures, which his father, after long hesitation, finally allows him to do. The knife in his leg is of vital importance. If he draws it out himself, he will live. If anybody else does so, he will die. In the end, the knife becomes his doom, for an old witch pulls it out when he is asleep. He dies but is restored to life by the friends he has won. Here the old man is a helper but also the contriver of a dangerous fate which might just as easily have turned out for the bad. The evil showed itself early and plainly in the boy's villainous character. In another Balkan tale, there is a variant of our motif that is worth mentioning. A king is looking for his sister who has been abducted by a stranger. His wanderings bring him to the hut of an old woman who warns him against continuing the search. But a tree laden with fruit, ever receding before him, lures him away from the hut. When at last the tree comes to a halt, an old man climbs down from the branches. He regales the king and takes him to a castle where the sister is living with the old man as his wife. She tells her brother that the old man is a wicked spirit who will kill him. And sure enough, 3 days afterwards, the king vanishes without trace. His younger brother now takes up the search and kills the wicked spirit in the form of a dragon. A handsome young man is thereby released from the spell and forthwith marries the sister. The old man, appearing at first as a tree Newman, is obviously connected with the sister. He is a murderer. In an interpolated episode, he is accused of enchanting a whole city by turning it to iron, i.e., making it immovable, rigid, and locked up. He also holds the king's sister a captive and will not let her return to her relatives. This amounts to saying that the sister is animus possessed. The old man is therefore to be regarded as her animus. But the manner in which the king is drawn into this possession, and the way he seeks for his sister, make us think that she has an anima significance for her brother. The fateful archetype of the old man has accordingly first taken possession of the king's anima, in other words, robbed him of the archetype of life which the anima personifies, and forced him to go in search of the lost charm, the treasure hard to attain, thus making him the mythical hero, the higher personality who is an expression of the self. Meanwhile, the old man acts the part of the villain and has to be forcibly removed, only to appear at the end as the husband of the sister anima, or more properly as the bridegroom of the soul who celebrates the sacred incest that symbolizes the union of opposites and equals. This bold enantiodromia, a very common occurrence, not only signifies the rejuvenation and transformation of the old man, but hints at a secret inner relation of evil to good, and vice versa. So in this story we see the archetype of the old man in the guise of an evildoer, caught up in all the twists and turns of an individuation process that ends suggestively with the hieros gamos. Conversely, in the Russian tale of the Forest King, he starts by being helpful and benevolent, but then refuses to let his hired boy go, so that the main episodes in the story deal with the boy's repeated attempts to escape from the clutches of the magician. Instead of the quest, we have flight, which nonetheless appears to win the same reward as adventures valiantly sought, for in the end the hero marries the king's daughter. The magician, however, must rest content with the role of the biter bit. 4. Theriomorphic spirit symbolism in fairy tales. The description of our archetype would not be complete if we omitted to consider one special form of its manifestation, namely its animal form. This belongs essentially to the theriomorphism of gods and demons and has the same psychological significance. The animal form shows that the contents and functions in question are still in the extra-human sphere, i.e., on a plane beyond human consciousness, and consequently have a share on the one hand in the demonically superhuman and on the other in the bestially subhuman. It must be remembered, however, that this division is only true within the sphere of consciousness, where it is a necessary condition of thought. Logic says tertium non datur, meaning that we cannot envisage the opposites in their oneness. In other words, while the abolition of an obstinate antinomy can be no more than a postulate for us, this is by no means so for the unconscious, whose contents are without exception paradoxical or antinomial by nature, not excluding the category of being. If anyone unacquainted with the psychology of the unconscious wants to get a working knowledge of these matters, I would recommend a study of Christian mysticism and Indian philosophy, where he will find the clearest elaboration of the antinomies of the unconscious. Although the old man has, up to now, looked and behaved more or less like a human being, his magical powers and his spiritual superiority suggest that, in good and bad alike, he is outside or above or below the human level. Neither for the primitive nor for the unconscious does his animal aspect imply any devaluation, for in certain respects the animal is superior to man. It has not yet blundered into consciousness nor pitted a self-willed ego against the power from which it lives. On the contrary, it fulfills the will that actuates it in a well-nigh perfect manner. Were it conscious, it would be morally better than man. There is deep doctrine in the legend of the fall. It is the expression of a dim presentiment that the emancipation of ego consciousness was a Luciferian deed. Man's whole history consists from the very beginning in a conflict between his feeling of inferiority and his arrogance. Wisdom seeks the middle path and pays for this audacity by a dubious affinity with demon and beast, and so is open to moral misinterpretation. Again and again in fairy tales we encounter the motif of helpful animals. These act like humans, speak a human language, and display a sagacity and a knowledge superior to man's. In these circumstances we can say with some justification that the archetype of the spirit is being expressed through an animal form. A German fairy tale relates how a young man, while searching for his lost princess, meets a wolf who says, "Do not be afraid, but tell me, where is your way leading you?" The young man recounts his story, whereupon the wolf gives him as a magic gift a few of his hairs, with which the young man can summon his help at any time. This intermezzo proceeds exactly like the meeting with the helpful old man. In the same story, the archetype also displays its other wicked side. In order to make this clear, I shall give a summary of the story. While the young man is watching his pigs in the wood, he discovers a large tree whose branches lose themselves in the clouds. "How would it be," says he to himself, "if you were to look at the world from the top of that great tree?" So he climbs up. All day long he climbs, without even reaching the branches. Evening comes, and he has to pass the night in a fork of the tree. Next day he goes on climbing and by noon has reached the foliage. Only towards evening does he come to a village nestling in the branches. The peasants who live there give him food and shelter for the night. In the morning he climbs still further. Towards noon he reaches a castle in which a young girl lives. Here he finds that the tree goes no higher. She is a king's daughter, held prisoner by a wicked magician. So the young man stays with the princess, and she allows him to go into all the rooms of the castle. One room alone she forbids him to enter. But curiosity is too strong. He unlocks the door, and there in the room he finds a raven fixed to the wall with 3 nails. One nail goes through his throat, the 2 others through the wings. The raven complains of thirst, and the young man, moved by pity, gives him water to drink. At each sip a nail falls out, and at the 3rd sip the raven is free and flies out at the window. When the princess hears of it, she is very frightened and says, "That was the devil who enchanted me. It won't be long now before he fetches me again." And one fine morning she has indeed vanished. The young man now sets out in search of her, and as we have described above, meets the wolf. In the same way he meets a bear and a lion, who also give him some hairs. In addition, the lion informs him that the princess is imprisoned nearby in a hunting lodge. The young man finds the house and the princess, but is told that flight is impossible because the hunter possesses a three-legged white horse that knows everything and would infallibly warn its master. Despite that, the young man tries to flee away with her, but in vain. The hunter overtakes him, but, because he had saved his life as a raven, lets him go and rides off again with the princess. When the hunter has disappeared into the wood, the young man creeps back to the house and persuades the princess to wheedle from the hunter the secret of how he obtained his clever white horse. This she successfully does in the night, and the young man, who has hidden himself under the bed, learns that about an hour's journey from the hunting lodge there dwells a witch who breeds magic horses. Whoever was able to guard the foals for 3 days might choose a horse as a reward. In former times, said the hunter, she used to make a gift of 12 lambs into the bargain, in order to satisfy the hunger of the 12 wolves who lived in the woods near the farmstead, and prevent them from attacking. But to him she gave no lambs. So the wolves followed him as he rode away, and while crossing the borders of her domain they succeeded in tearing off one of his horse's hoofs. That was why it had only 3 legs. Then the young man made haste to seek out the witch, and agreed to serve her on condition that she gave him not only a horse of his own choosing but 12 lambs as well. To this she consented. Instantly she commanded the foals to run away, and, to make him sleepy, she gave him brandy. He drinks, falls asleep, and the foals escape. On the first day he catches them with the help of the wolf. On the second day the bear helps him, and on the third the lion. He can now go and choose his reward. The witch's little daughter tells him which horse her mother rides. This is naturally the best horse, and it too is white. Hardly has he got it out of the stall when the witch pierces the 4 hooves and sucks the marrow out of the bones. From this she bakes a cake and gives it to the young man for his journey. The horse grows deathly weak, but the young man feeds it on the cake, whereupon the horse recovers its former strength. He gets out of the woods unscathed after quieting the 12 wolves with the 12 lambs. He then fetches the princess and rides away with her. But the 3-legged horse calls out to the hunter, who sets off in pursuit and quickly catches up with them, because the 4-legged horse refuses to gallop. As the hunter approaches, the 4-legged horse cries out to the 3-legged, "Sister, throw him off!" The magician is thrown and trampled to pieces by the 2 horses. The young man sets the princess on the 3-legged horse, and the pair of them ride away to her father's kingdom, where they get married. The 4-legged horse begs him to cut off both their heads, for otherwise they would bring disaster upon him. This he does, and the horses are transformed into a handsome prince and a wonderfully beautiful princess, who after a while repair to their own kingdom. They had been changed into horses by the hunter, long ago. Apart from the theriomorphic spirit symbolism in this tale, it is especially interesting to note that the function of knowing and intuition is represented by a riding animal. This is as much as to say that the spirit can be somebody's property. The 3-legged white horse is thus the property of the demonic hunter, and the 4-legged one the property of the witch. Spirit is here partly a function, which, like any other object, horse, can change its owner, and partly an autonomous subject, magician as owner of the horse. By obtaining the 4-legged horse from the witch, the young man frees a spirit or a thought of some special kind from the grip of the unconscious. Here as elsewhere, the witch stands for a mater natura, or the original matriarchal state of the unconscious, indicating a psychic constitution in which the unconscious is opposed only by a feeble and still dependent consciousness. The 4-legged horse shows itself superior to the 3-legged since it can command the latter. And since the quaternity is a symbol of wholeness, and wholeness plays a considerable role in the picture world of the unconscious, the victory of 4-leggedness over 3-leggedness is not altogether unexpected. But what is the meaning of the opposition between 3-ness and 4-ness? Or rather, What does threeness mean as compared with wholeness? In alchemy, this problem is known as the axiom of Maria and runs all through alchemical philosophy for more than 1,000 years, finally to be taken up again in the Kabiri scene in Faust. The earliest literary version of it is to be found in the opening words of Plato's Timaeus, of which Goethe gives us a reminder. Among the alchemists, we can see clearly how the divine trinity has its counterpart in a lower chthonic triad, similar to Dante's three-headed devil. This represents a principle which, by reason of its symbolism, betrays affinities with evil, though it is by no means certain that it expresses nothing but evil. Everything points rather to the fact that evil, or its familiar symbolism, belongs to the family of figures which describe the dark, nocturnal, lower, chthonic element. In this symbolism, the lower stands to the higher as a correspondence in reverse. That is to say, it is conceived, like the upper, as a triad. 3. Being a masculine number, is logically correlated with the wicked hunter, who can be thought of alchemically as the lower triad. 4. A feminine number is assigned to the old woman. The two horses are miraculous animals that talk and know and thus represent the unconscious spirit, which in one case is subordinated to the wicked magician and in the other to the old witch. Between the 3 and the 4 there exists the primary opposition of male and female, but whereas 4-ness is a symbol of wholeness, 3-ness is not. The latter, according to alchemy, denotes polarity, since one triad always presupposes another, just as high presupposes low, lightness, darkness, good, evil. In terms of energy, polarity means a potential, and wherever a potential exists, there is the possibility of a current, a flow of events, for the tension of opposites strives for balance. If one imagines the quaternity as a square divided into two halves by a diagonal, one gets two triangles whose apices point in opposite directions. One could therefore say metaphorically that if the wholeness symbolized by the quaternity is divided into equal halves, it produces two opposing triads. This simple reflection shows how 3 can be derived from 4, and in the same way the hunter of the captured princess explains how his horse, from being 4-legged, became 3-legged, through having one hoof torn off by the 12 wolves. The 3-leggedness is due to an accident, therefore, which occurred at the very moment when the horse was leaving the territory of the Dark Mother. In psychological language, we should say that when the unconscious wholeness becomes manifest, it leaves the unconscious and crosses over into the sphere of consciousness, one of the 4 remains behind, held fast by the horror vacui of the unconscious. There thus arises a triad, which, as we know, not from the fairy tale but from the history of symbolism, constellates a corresponding triad in opposition to it. In other words, a conflict ensues. Here too we could ask with Socrates, 1, 2, 3. But, my dear Timaeus, of those who yesterday were the banqueters and today are the banquet givers, where is the 4th? He has remained in the realm of the Dark Mother, caught by the wolfish greed of the unconscious, which is unwilling to let anything escape from its magic circle save at the cost of a sacrifice. The hunter or old magician and the witch correspond to the negative parental imagos in the magic world of the unconscious. The hunter first appears in the story as a black raven. He has stolen away the princess and holds her a prisoner. She describes him as the devil. But it is exceedingly odd that he himself is locked up in the one forbidden room of the castle and fixed to the wall with 3 nails, as though crucified. He is imprisoned, like all jailers, in his own prison, and bound like all who curse. The prison of both is a magic castle at the top of a gigantic tree, presumably the world tree. The princess belongs to the upper region of light near the sun. Sitting there in captivity on the world tree, she is a kind of anima mundi, who has got herself into the power of darkness. But this catch does not seem to have done the latter much good either, seeing that the captor is crucified and moreover with 3 nails. The crucifixion evidently betokens a state of agonizing bondage and suspension, fit punishment for one foolhardy enough to venture like a Prometheus into the orbit of the opposing principle. This was what the raven, who is identical with the hunter, did when he ravished a precious soul from the upper world of light, and so, as a punishment, he is nailed to the wall in that upper world. That this is an inverted reflection of the primordial Christian image should be obvious enough. The Savior who freed the soul of humanity from the dominion of the prince of this world was nailed to a cross down below on earth, just as the thieving raven is nailed to the wall in the celestial branches of the world tree for his presumptuous meddling. In our fairy tale, the peculiar instrument of the magic spell is the triad of nails. Who it was that made the raven captive is not told in the tale, but it sounds as if a spell had been laid upon him in the triune name. Having climbed up the world tree and penetrated into the magic castle where he is to rescue the princess, our young hero is permitted to enter all the rooms but one, the very room in which the raven is imprisoned. Just as in paradise there was one tree of which it was forbidden to eat, so here there is one room that is not to be opened, with the natural result that it is entered at once. Nothing excites our interest more than a prohibition. It is the surest way of provoking disobedience. Obviously, there is some secret scheme afoot to free not so much the princess as the raven. As soon as the hero catches sight of him, the raven begins to cry piteously and to complain of thirst, and the young man, moved by the virtue of compassion, slakes it, not with hyssop and gall, but with quickening water, whereupon the 3 nails fall out and the raven escapes through the open window. Thus the evil spirit regains his freedom, changes into the hunter, steals the princess for the 2nd time, but this time locks her up in his hunting lodge on earth. The secret scheme is partially unveiled. The princess must be brought down from the upper world to the world of men, which was evidently not possible without the help of the evil spirit and man's disobedience. But since in the human world, too, the hunter of souls is the princess's master, the hero has to intervene anew, to which end, as we have seen, he filches the 4-legged horse from the witch and breaks the 3-legged spell of the magician. It was the triad that first transfixed the raven, and the triad also represents the power of the evil spirit. These are the 2 triads that point in opposite directions. Turning now to quite another field, the realm of psychological experience, we know that 3 of the 4 functions of consciousness can become differentiated, i.e., conscious, while the other remains connected with the matrix, the unconscious, and is known as the inferior function. It is the Achilles heel of even the most heroic consciousness. Somewhere the strong man is weak, the clever man foolish, the good man bad, and the reverse is also true. In our fairy tale, the triad appears as a mutilated quaternity. If only one leg could be added to the other 3, it would make a whole. The enigmatic axiom of Maria runs: from the 3rd comes the one as the 4th, ek tu trituto en tetarton, which presumably means, when the 3rd produces the 4th, it at once produces unity. The lost component, which is in the possession of the wolves belonging to the Great Mother, is indeed only a quarter, but together with the 3 it makes a whole which does away with division and conflict. But how is it that a quarter, on the evidence of symbolism, is at the same time a triad? Here the symbolism of our fairy tale leaves us in the lurch, and we are obliged to have recourse to the facts of psychology. I have said previously that 3 functions can become differentiated, and only one remains under the spell of the unconscious. This statement must be defined more closely. It is an empirical fact that only one function becomes more or less successfully differentiated, which on that account is known as the superior or main function, and together with extraversion or introversion constitutes the type of conscious attitude. This function has associated with it one or two partially differentiated auxiliary functions which hardly ever attain the same degree of differentiation as the main function, that is, the same degree of applicability by the will. Accordingly, they possess a higher degree of spontaneity than the main function, which displays a large measure of reliability and is amenable to our intentions. The fourth, inferior function proves, on the other hand, to be inaccessible to our will. It appears now as a teasing and distracting imp, now as a deus ex machina. But always it comes and goes of its own volition. From this it is clear that even the differentiated functions have only partially freed themselves from the unconscious. For the rest they are still rooted in it, and to that extent they operate under its rule. Hence the three differentiated functions at the disposal of the ego have three corresponding unconscious components that have not yet broken loose from the unconscious. And just as the three conscious and differentiated parts of these functions are confronted by a fourth, undifferentiated function which acts as a painfully disturbing factor, so also the superior function seems to have its worst enemy in the unconscious. Nor should we omit to mention one final turn of the screw. Like the devil who delights in disguising himself as an angel of light, the inferior function secretly and mischievously influences the superior function most of all, just as the latter represses the former most strongly. These unfortunately somewhat abstract formulations are necessary in order to throw some light on the tricky and elusive associations in our, save the mark, childishly simple fairy tale. The two antithetical triads, the one banning and the other representing the power of evil, tally to a hair's breadth with the functional structure of the conscious and unconscious psyche. Being a spontaneous, naive, and uncontrived product of the psyche, the fairy tale cannot very well express anything except what the psyche actually is. It is not only our fairy tale that depicts these structural psychic relations, but countless other fairy tales do the same. Our fairy tale reveals with unusual clarity the essentially antithetical nature of the spirit archetype, while on the other hand it shows the bewildering play of antinomies all aiming at the great goal of higher consciousness. The young swineherd who climbs from the animal level up to the top of the giant world tree and there, in the upper world of light, discovers his captive anima, the high-born princess, symbolizes the ascent of consciousness, rising from almost bestial regions to a lofty perch with a broad outlook, which is a singularly appropriate image for the enlargement of the conscious horizon. Once the masculine consciousness has attained this height, it comes face to face with its feminine counterpart, the anima. She is a personification of the unconscious. The meeting shows how inept it is to designate the latter as the subconscious. It is not merely below consciousness but also above it, so far above it indeed that the hero has to climb up to it with considerable effort. This upper unconscious, however, is far from being a superconscious, in the sense that anyone who reaches it, like our hero, would stand as high above the subconscious as above the earth's surface. On the contrary, he makes the disagreeable discovery that his high and mighty anima, the princess soul, is bewitched up there and no freer than a bird in a golden cage. He may pat himself on the back for having soared up from the flatlands and from almost bestial stupidity, but his soul is in the power of an evil spirit, a sinister father imago of subterrene nature in the guise of a raven, the celebrated theriomorphic figure of the devil. What use now is his lofty perch and his wide horizon, when his own dear soul is languishing in prison? Worse, she plays the game of the underworld and ostensibly tries to stop the young man from discovering the secret of her imprisonment by forbidding him to enter that one room. But secretly she leads him to it by the very fact of her veto. It is as though the unconscious had two hands of which one always does the opposite of the other. The princess wants and does not want to be rescued. But the evil spirit, too, has got himself into a fix. By all accounts, he wanted to filch a fine soul from the shining upper world, which he could easily do as a winged being, but had not bargained on being shut up there himself. Black spirit though he is, he longs for the light. That is his secret justification, just as his being spellbound is a punishment for his transgression. But so long as the evil spirit is caught in the upper world, the princess cannot get down to earth either, and the hero remains lost in paradise. So now he commits the sin of disobedience and thereby enables the robber to escape, thus causing the abduction of the princess for the second time, a whole chain of calamities. In the result, however, the princess comes down to earth and the devilish raven assumes the human shape of the hunter. The otherworldly anima and the evil principle both descend to the human sphere, that is, they dwindle to human proportions and thus become approachable. The three-legged, all-knowing horse represents the hunter's own power. It corresponds to the unconscious components of the differentiated functions. The hunter himself personifies the inferior function, which also manifests itself in the hero as his inquisitiveness and love of adventure. As the story unfolds, he becomes more and more like the hunter. He too obtains his horse from the witch. But unlike him, the hunter omitted to obtain the 12 lambs in order to feed the wolves, who then injured his horse. He forgot to pay tribute to the chthonic powers because he was nothing but a robber. Through this omission, the hero learns that the unconscious lets its creatures go only at the cost of sacrifice. The number 12 is presumably a time symbol, with the subsidiary meaning of the 12 labors, thialae, that have to be performed for the unconscious before one can get free. The hunter looks like a previous unsuccessful attempt of the hero to gain possession of his soul through robbery and violence. But the conquest of the soul is in reality a work of patience, self-sacrifice, and devotion. By gaining possession of the four-legged horse, the hero steps right into the shoes of the hunter and carries off the princess as well. The quaternity in our tale proves to be the greater power, for it integrates into its totality that which it still needed in order to become whole. The archetype of the spirit in this, be it said, by no means primitive fairy tale is expressed theriomorphically as a system of three functions which is subordinated to a unity, the evil spirit, in the same way that some unnamed authority has crucified the raven with a triad of 3 nails. The two supraordinate unities correspond in the first case to the inferior function which is the arch-enemy of the main function, namely to the hunter, and in the second case to the main function, namely to the hero. Hunter and hero are ultimately equated with one another, so that the hunter's function is resolved in the hero. As a matter of fact, the hero lies dormant in the hunter from the very beginning, egging him on, with all the unmoral means at his disposal, to carry out the rape of the soul, and then causing him to play her into the hero's hands against the hunter's will. On the surface, a furious conflict rages between them, but down below the one goes about the other's business. The knot is unraveled directly the hero succeeds in capturing the quaternity, or in psychological language, when he assimilates the inferior function into the ternary system. That puts an end to the conflict at one blow and the figure of the hunter melts into thin air. After this victory, the hero sets his princess upon the 3-legged steed, and together they ride away to her father's kingdom. From now on, she rules and personifies the realm of spirit that formerly served the wicked hunter. Thus, the anima is and remains the representative of that part of the unconscious which can never be assimilated into a humanly attainable whole. Postscript. Only after the completion of my manuscript was my attention drawn by a friend to a Russian variant of our story. It bears the title Maria Marevna. The hero of the story is no swineherd, but Tsarevich Ivan. There is an interesting explanation of the three helpful animals. They correspond to Ivan's three sisters and their husbands, who are really birds. The three sisters represent an unconscious triad of functions related to both the animal and spiritual realms. In the story, they intervene at the critical moment when the hero, unlike his German counterpart, gets into the power of the evil spirit and is killed and dismembered, the typical fate of the God-man. The evil spirit is an old man who is often shown naked and is called Koshchei, the Deathless. The corresponding witch is the well-known Baba Yaga. The three helpful animals of the German variant are doubled here, appearing first as the birdmen and then as the lion, the strange bird, and the bees. The princess is Queen Maria Marevna, a redoubtable martial leader. Mary, the Queen of Heaven, is lauded in the Russian Orthodox hymnal as leader of hosts, who has chained up the evil spirit with 12 chains in the forbidden room in her castle. When Ivan slakes the old devil's thirst, he makes off with the queen. The magic riding animals do not in the end turn into human beings. This Russian story has a distinctly more primitive character. 5. Supplement. The following remarks lay no claim to general interest, being in the main technical. I wanted at first to delete them from this revised version of my essay, but then I changed my mind and appended them in a supplement. The reader who is not specifically interested in psychology can safely skip this section. For in what follows, I have dealt with the abstruse-looking problem of the three- and four-leggedness of the magic horses, and presented my reflections in such a way as to demonstrate the method I have employed. This piece of psychological reasoning rests firstly on the irrational data of the material, that is, of the fairy tale, myth, or dream, and secondly on the conscious realization of the latent, rational connections which these data have with one another. That such connections exist at all is something of a hypothesis, like that which asserts that dreams have a meaning. The truth of this assumption is not established a priori. Its usefulness can only be proved by application. It therefore remains to be seen whether its methodical application to irrational material enables one to interpret the latter in a meaningful way. Its application consists in approaching the material as if it had a coherent inner meaning. For this purpose, most of the data require a certain amplification, that is, they need to be clarified, generalized, and approximated to a more or less general concept in accordance with Cardan's rule of interpretation. For instance, the three-leggedness, in order to be recognized for what it is, has first to be separated from the horse and then approximated to its specific principle, the principle of threeness. Likewise, the four-leggedness in the fairy tale, when raised to the level of a general concept, enters into relationship with the threeness, and as a result we have the enigma mentioned in the Timaeus, the problem of 3 and 4. Triads and tetrads represent archetypal structures that play a significant part in all symbolism and are equally important for the investigation of myths and dreams. By raising the irrational datum, three-leggedness and four-leggedness, to the level of a general concept, we elicit the universal meaning of this motif and encourage the inquiring mind to tackle the problem seriously. This task involves a series of reflections and deductions of a technical nature which I would not wish to withhold from the psychologically interested reader and especially from the professional. The less so as this labor of the intellect represents a typical unraveling of symbols and is indispensable for an adequate understanding of the products of the unconscious. Only in this way can the nexus of unconscious relationships be made to yield their own meaning, in contrast to those deductive interpretations derived from a preconceived theory, e.g., interpretations based on astronomy, meteorology, mythology, and, last but not least, the sexual theory. The three-legged and four-legged horses are in truth a recondite matter worthy of closer examination. The three and the four remind us not only of the dilemma we have already met in the theory of psychological functions, but also of the axiom of Maria Prophetessa, which plays a considerable role in alchemy. It may therefore be rewarding to examine more closely the meaning of the miraculous horses. The first thing that seems to me worthy of note is that the three-legged horse which is assigned to the princess as her mount is a mare, and is moreover herself a bewitched princess. Threeness is unmistakably connected here with femininity, whereas from the dominating religious standpoint of consciousness it is an exclusively masculine affair, quite apart from the fact that 3, as an uneven number, is masculine in the first place. One could therefore translate threeness as masculinity outright, this being all the more significant when one remembers the ancient Egyptian triunity of God, Kamutef, and Pharaoh. Three-leggedness, as the attribute of some animal, denotes the unconscious masculinity immanent in a female creature. In a real woman it would correspond to the animus who, like the magic horse, represents spirit. In the case of the anima, however, threeness does not coincide with any Christian idea of the Trinity, but with the lower triangle, the inferior function triad that constitutes the shadow. The inferior half of the personality is for the greater part unconscious. It does not denote the whole of the unconscious, but only the personal segment of it. The anima, on the other hand, so far as she is distinguished from the shadow, personifies the collective unconscious. If threeness is assigned to her as a riding animal, it means that she rides the shadow is related to it as the mar. In that case, she possesses the shadow. But if she herself is the horse, then she has lost her dominating position as a personification of the collective unconscious and is ridden, possessed, by Princess A, spouse of the hero. As the fairy tale rightly says, she has been changed by witchcraft into the three-legged horse, Princess B. We can sort out this imbroglio more or less as follows. 1. Princess A is the anima of the hero. She rides, that is, possesses, the three-legged horse, who is the shadow, the inferior function triad of her later spouse. To put it more simply, she has taken possession of the inferior half of the hero's personality. She has caught him on his weak side, as so often happens in ordinary life, for where one is weak one needs support and completion. In fact, a woman's place is on the weak side of a man. This is how we would have to formulate the situation if we regarded the hero and Princess A as two ordinary people. But since it is a fairy story played out mainly in the world of magic, we are probably more correct in interpreting Princess A as the hero's anima. In that case, the hero has been wafted out of the profane world through his encounter with the anima, like Merlin by his fairy. As an ordinary man, he is like one caught in a marvelous dream, viewing the world through a veil of mist. 2. The matter is now considerably complicated by the unexpected fact that the three-legged horse is a mare, an equivalent of Princess A. She, the mare, is Princess B, who in the shape of a horse corresponds to Princess A's shadow, i.e., her inferior function triad. Princess B, however, differs from Princess A in that, unlike her, she does not ride the horse but is contained in it. She is bewitched and has thus come under the spell of a masculine triad. Therefore, she is possessed by a shadow. 3. The question now is, whose shadow? It cannot be the shadow of the hero, for this is already taken up by the latter's anima. The fairy tale gives us the answer. It is the hunter or magician who has bewitched her. As we have seen, the hunter is somehow connected with the hero, since the latter gradually puts himself in his shoes. Hence one could easily arrive at the conjecture that the hunter is at bottom none other than the shadow of the hero. But this supposition is contradicted by the fact that the hunter stands for a formidable power which extends not only to the hero's anima, but much further, namely to the royal brother-sister pair of whose existence the hero and his anima have no notion, and who appear very much out of the blue in the story itself. The power that extends beyond the orbit of the individual has a more than individual character, and cannot therefore be identified with the shadow if we conceive and define this as the dark half of the personality. As a supra-individual factor, the noumen of the hunter is a dominant of the collective unconscious, and its characteristic features, hunter, magician, raven, miraculous horse, crucifixion or suspension high up in the boughs of the world tree, touch the Germanic psyche very closely. Hence the Christian Weltanschauung, when reflected in the ocean of the Germanic unconscious, logically takes on the features of Wotan. In the figure of the hunter we meet an imago Dei, a god image, for Wotan is also a god of winds and spirits, on which account the Romans fittingly interpreted him as Mercury. 4. The prince and his sister, Princess B, have therefore been seized by a pagan god and changed into horses, i.e., thrust down to the animal level into the realm of the unconscious. The inference is that in their proper human shape the pair of them once belonged to the sphere of collective consciousness. But who are they? In order to answer this question, we must proceed from the fact that these two are an undoubted counterpart of the hero and Princess A. They are connected with the latter also because they serve as their mounts, and in consequence they appear as their lower, animal halves. Because of its almost total unconsciousness, the animal has always symbolized the psychic sphere in man, which lies hidden in the darkness of the body's instinctual life. The hero rides the stallion, characterized by the even, feminine, number 4. Princess A rides the mare who has only 3 legs, 3 and a masculine number. These numbers make it clear that the transformation into animals has brought with it a modification of sex character. The stallion has a feminine attribute, the mare a masculine one. Psychology can confirm this development as follows. To the degree that a man is overpowered by the collective unconscious, there is not only a more unbridled intrusion of the instinctual sphere, but a certain feminine character also makes its appearance, which I have suggested should be called anima. If, on the other hand, a woman comes under the domination of the unconscious, the darker side of her feminine nature emerges all the more strongly, coupled with markedly masculine traits. These latter are comprised under the term animus. 5. According to the fairy tale, however, the animal form of the brother-sister pair is unreal and due simply to the magic influence of the pagan hunter god. If they were nothing but animals, we could rest content with this interpretation. But that would be to pass over in unmerited silence the singular allusion to a modification of sex character. The white horses are no ordinary horses. They are miraculous beasts with supernatural powers. Therefore, the human figures out of which the horses were magically conjured must likewise have had something supernatural about them. The fairy tale makes no comment here, but if our assumption is correct that the two animal forms correspond to the subhuman components of hero and princess, then it follows that the human forms, Prince and Princess B, must correspond to their superhuman components. The superhuman quality of the original swineherd is shown by the fact that he becomes a hero, practically a half-god, since he does not stay with his swine but climbs the world tree, where he is very nearly made its prisoner, like Wotan. Similarly, he could not have become like the hunter if he did not have a certain resemblance to him in the first place. In the same way, the imprisonment of Princess A on the top of the world tree proves her electness, and insofar as she shares the hunter's bed, as stated by the tale, she is actually the bride of God. It is these extraordinary forces of heroism and election, bordering on the superhuman, which involve two quite ordinary humans in a superhuman fate. Accordingly, in the profane world, a swineherd becomes a king, and a princess gets an agreeable husband. But since, for fairy tales, there is not only a profane but also a magical world, human fate does not have the final word. The fairy tale therefore does not omit to point out what happens in the world of magic. There too a prince and princess have got into the power of the evil spirit, who is himself in a tight corner from which he cannot extricate himself without extraneous help. So the human fate that befalls the swineherd and Princess A is paralleled in the world of magic. But insofar as the hunter is a pagan god image and thus exalted above the world of heroes and paramours of the gods, the parallelism goes beyond the merely magical into a divine and spiritual sphere, where the evil spirit, the devil himself, or at least a devil, is bound by the spell of an equally mighty or even mightier counter-principle indicated by the three nails. This supreme tension of opposites, the mainspring of the whole drama, is obviously the conflict between the upper and lower triads, or, to put it in theological terms, between the Christian God and the devil who has assumed the features of Wotan. 6. We must, it seems, start from this highest level if we want to understand the story correctly, for the drama takes its rise from the initial transgression of the evil spirit. The immediate consequence of this is his crucifixion. In that distressing situation he needs outside help, and as it is not forthcoming from above, it can only be summoned from below. A young swineherd, possessed with the boyish spirit of adventure, is reckless and inquisitive enough to climb the world tree. Had he fallen and broken his neck, no doubt everybody would have said, what evil spirit could have given him the crazy idea of climbing up an enormous tree like that? Nor would they have been altogether wrong, for that is precisely what the evil spirit was after. The capture of Princess A was a transgression in the profane world, and the bewitching of the, as we may suppose, semi-divine brother-sister pair was just such an enormity in the magical world. We do not know, but it is possible, that this heinous crime was committed before the bewitching of Princess A. At any rate, both episodes point to a transgression of the evil spirit in the magical world as well as in the profane. It is assuredly not without a deeper meaning that the rescuer or redeemer should be a swineherd, like the prodigal son. He is of lowly origin and has this much in common with the curious conception of the redeemer in alchemy. His first liberating act is to deliver the evil spirit from the divine punishment meted out to him. It is from this act, representing the first stage of the lysis, that the whole dramatic tangle develops. 7. The moral of this story is in truth exceedingly odd. The finale satisfies insofar as the swineherd and Princess A are married and become the royal pair. Prince and Princess B likewise celebrate their wedding, but this, in accordance with the archaic prerogative of kings, takes the form of incest, which, though somewhat repellent, must be regarded as more or less habitual in semi-divine circles. But what, we may ask, happens to the evil spirit, whose rescue from condign punishment sets the whole thing in motion? The wicked hunter is trampled to pieces by the horses, which presumably does no lasting damage to his spirit. Apparently he vanishes without trace, but only apparently, for he does after all leave a trace behind him, namely a hard-won happiness in both the profane and the magical world. Two halves of the quaternity, represented on one side by the swineherd and Princess A and on the other by Prince and Princess B, have each come together and united. Two marriage pairs now confront one another, parallel but otherwise divided, inasmuch as the one pair belongs to the profane and the other to the magical world. But in spite of this indubitable division, Secret psychological connections, as we have seen, exist between them which allow us to derive the one pair from the other. Speaking in the spirit of the fairy tale, which unfolds its drama from the highest point, one would have to say that the world of half-gods is anterior to the profane world and produces it out of itself, just as the world of half-gods must be thought of as proceeding from the world of gods. Conceived in this way, the swineherd and Princess A are nothing less than earthly simulacra of Prince and Princess B, who in their turn would be the descendants of divine prototypes. Nor should we forget that the horse-breeding witch belongs to the hunter as his female counterpart, rather like an ancient Epona, the Celtic goddess of horses. Unfortunately, we are not told how the magical conjuration into horses happened. But it is evident that the witch had a hand in the game because both the horses were raised from her stock and are thus, in a sense, her productions. Hunter and witch form a pair, the reflection, in the nocturnal chthonic part of the magical world, of a divine parental pair. The latter is easily recognized in the central Christian idea of sponsus et sponsa, Christ and his bride, the Church. If we wanted to explain the fairy tale personalistically, the attempt would founder on the fact that archetypes are not whimsical inventions but autonomous elements of the unconscious psyche which were there before any invention was thought of. They represent the unalterable structure of a psychic world whose reality is attested by the determining effects it has upon the conscious mind. Thus, it is a significant psychic reality that the human pair is matched by another pair in the unconscious, the latter pair being only in appearance a reflection of the first. In reality, the royal pair invariably comes first, as an a priori, so that the human pair has far more the significance of an individual concretization in space and time of an eternal and primordial image, at least in its mental structure, which is imprinted upon the biological continuum. We could say, then, that the swineherd stands for the animal man who has a soulmate somewhere in the upper world. By her royal birth she betrays her connection with the pre-existent, semi-divine pair. Looked at from this angle, the latter stands for everything a man can become if only he climbs high enough up the world tree. For to the degree that the young swineherd gains possession of the patrician, feminine half of himself, he approximates to the pair of half-gods and lifts himself into the sphere of royalty, which means universal validity. We come across the same theme in Christian Rosenkreutz's Chemical Wedding, where the king's son must first free his bride from the power of a Moor, to whom she has voluntarily given herself as a concubine. The Moor represents the alchemical negredo in which the arcane substance lies hidden, an idea that forms yet another parallel to our mythologum, or, as we would say in psychological language, another variant of this archetype. As in alchemy, our fairy tale describes the unconscious processes that compensate the conscious, Christian situation. It depicts the workings of a spirit who carries our Christian thinking beyond the boundaries set by ecclesiastical concepts, seeking an answer to questions which neither the Middle Ages nor the present day have been able to solve. It is not difficult to see in the image of the second royal pair a correspondence to the ecclesiastical conception of bridegroom and bride, and in that of the hunter and witch a distortion of it, veering towards an atavistic, unconscious Wotanism. The fact that it is a German fairy tale makes the position particularly interesting, since this same Wotanism was the psychological godfather of National Socialism, a phenomenon which carried the distortion to the lowest pitch before the eyes of the world. On the other hand, the fairy tale makes it clear that it is possible for a man to attain totality, to become whole, only with the cooperation of the spirit of darkness, indeed that the latter is actually a causa instrumentalis of redemption and individuation. In utter perversion of this goal of spiritual development, to which all nature aspires and which is also prefigured in Christian doctrine, National Socialism destroyed man's moral autonomy and set up the nonsensical totalitarianism of the state. The fairy tale tells us how to proceed if we want to overcome the power of darkness. We must turn his own weapons against him, which naturally cannot be done if the magical underworld of the hunter remains unconscious, and if the best men in the nation would rather preach dogmatisms and platitudes than take the human psyche seriously. 6. Conclusion. When we consider the spirit in its archetypal form as it appears to us in fairy tales and dreams, it presents a picture that differs strangely from the conscious idea of spirit, which is split up into so many meanings. Spirit was originally a spirit in human or animal form, a daimonion that came upon man from without. But our material already shows traces of an expansion of consciousness, which has gradually begun to occupy that originally unconscious territory and to transform those daimonia, at least partially, into voluntary acts. Man conquers not only nature but spirit also, without realizing what he is doing. To the man of enlightened intellect, it seems like the correction of a fallacy when he recognizes that what he took to be spirits is simply the human spirit and ultimately his own spirit. All the superhuman things, whether good or bad, that former ages predicated of the daimonia, are reduced to reasonable proportions as though they were pure exaggeration, and everything seems to be in the best possible order. But were the unanimous convictions of the past really and truly only exaggerations? If they were not, then the integration of the spirit means nothing less than its demonization, since the superhuman spiritual agencies that were formerly tied up in nature are introjected into human nature, thus endowing it with a power which extends the bounds of the personality ad infinitum in the most perilous way. I put it to the enlightened rationalist. Has his rational reduction led to the beneficial control of matter and spirit? He will point proudly to the advances in physics and medicine, to the freeing of the mind from medieval stupidity, and, as a well-meaning Christian, to our deliverance from the fear of demons. But we continue to ask, what have all our other cultural achievements led to? The fearful answer is there before our eyes. Man has been delivered from no fear. A hideous nightmare lies upon the world. So far, reason has failed lamentably, and the very thing that everybody wanted to avoid rolls on in ghastly progression. Man has achieved a wealth of useful gadgets, but, to offset that, he has torn open the abyss, and what will become of him now? Where can he make a halt? After the last World War, we hoped for reason. We go on hoping. But already we are fascinated by the possibilities of atomic fission and promise ourselves a golden age, the surest guarantee that the abomination of desolation will grow to limitless dimensions. And who or what is it that causes all this? It is none other than that harmless, ingenious, inventive, and sweetly reasonable human spirit who unfortunately is abysmally unconscious of the demonism that still clings to him. Worse, this spirit does everything to avoid looking himself in the face, and we all help him like mad. Only heaven preserve us from psychology, that depravity might lead to self-knowledge. I rather let us have wars, for which somebody else is always to blame, nobody seeing that all the world is driven to do just what all the world flees from in terror. It seems to me, frankly, that former ages did not exaggerate, that the spirit has not sloughed off its demonisms, and that mankind, because of its scientific and technological development, has in increasing measure delivered itself over to the danger of possession. True, the archetype of the spirit is capable of working for good as well as for evil, but it depends upon man's free, i.e., conscious decision whether the good also will be perverted into something satanic. Man's worst sin is unconsciousness, but it is indulged in with the greatest piety even by those who should serve mankind as teachers and examples. When shall we stop taking man for granted in this barbarous manner, and in all seriousness seek ways and means to exorcise him, to rescue him from possession and unconsciousness, and make this the most vital task of civilization? Can we not understand that all the outward tinkerings and improvements do not touch man's inner nature, and that everything ultimately depends upon whether the man who wields the science and the techniques is capable of responsibility or not? Christianity has shown us the way, but, as the facts bear witness, it has not penetrated deeply enough below the surface. What depths of despair are still needed to open the eyes of the world's responsible leaders, so that at least they can refrain from leading themselves into temptation? On the psychology of the trickster figure. It is no light task for me to write about the figure of the trickster in American Indian mythology within the confined space of a commentary. When I first came across Adolphe Bandelier's classic on this subject, The Delight Makers, many years ago, I was struck by the European analogy of the carnival in the medieval church, with its reversal of the hierarchic order, which is still continued in the carnivals held by student societies today. Something of this contradictoriness also inheres in the medieval description of the devil as Simia Dei, the ape of God, and in his characterization in folklore as the simpleton, who is fooled or cheated. A curious combination of typical trickster motifs can be found in the alchemical figure of Mercurius. For instance, his fondness for sly jokes and malicious pranks, his powers as a shapeshifter, his dual nature, half animal, half divine, his exposure to all kinds of tortures, and, last but not least, his approximation to the figure of a savior. These qualities make Mercurius seem like a demonic being resurrected from primitive times, older even than the Greek Hermes. His rogueries relate him in some measure to various figures met with in folklore and universally known in fairy tales: Tom Thumb, Stupid Hans, or the buffoon-like Hanswurst, who is an altogether negative hero and yet manages to achieve through his stupidity what others fail to accomplish with their best efforts. In Grimm's fairy tale, the spirit Mercurius lets himself be outwitted by a peasant lad, and then has to buy his freedom with the precious gift of healing. Since all mythical figures correspond to inner psychic experiences and originally sprang from them, it is not surprising to find certain phenomena in the field of parapsychology which remind us of the trickster. These are the phenomena connected with poltergeists, and they occur at all times and places in the ambience of pre-adolescent children. The malicious tricks played by the poltergeist are as well known as the low level of his intelligence and the fatuity of his communications. Ability to change his shape seems also to be one of his characteristics, as there are not a few reports of his appearance in animal form. Since he has on occasion described himself as a soul in hell, the motif of subjective suffering would seem not to be lacking either. His universality is coextensive, so to speak, with that of shamanism, to which, as we know, the whole phenomenology of spiritualism belongs. There is something of the trickster in the character of the shaman and medicine man, for he too often plays malicious jokes on people, only to fall victim in his turn to the vengeance of those whom he has injured. For this reason, his profession sometimes puts him in peril of his life. Besides that, the shamanistic techniques in themselves often cause the medicine man a good deal of discomfort, if not actual pain. At all events, the making of a medicine man involves, in many parts of the world, so much agony of body and soul that permanent psychic injuries may result. His approximation to the Savior is an obvious consequence of this, in confirmation of the mythological truth that the wounded wounder is the agent of healing, and that the sufferer takes away suffering. These mythological features extend even to the highest regions of man's spiritual development. If we consider, for example, the demonic features exhibited by Yahweh in the Old Testament, we shall find in them not a few reminders of the unpredictable behavior of the trickster, of his senseless orgies of destruction and his self-imposed sufferings, together with the same gradual development into a savior and his simultaneous humanization. It is just this transformation of the meaningless into the meaningful that reveals the trickster's compensatory relation to the saint. In the early Middle Ages, this led to some strange ecclesiastical customs based on memories of the ancient Saturnalia. Mostly they were celebrated on the days immediately following the birth of Christ, that is, in the new year, with singing and dancing. The dances were the originally harmless tripudia of the priests, lower clergy, children, and subdeacons, and took place in church. An episcopus puerorum, children's bishop, was elected on Innocents' Day and dressed in pontifical robes. Amid uproarious rejoicings, he paid an official visit to the palace of the archbishop and bestowed the episcopal blessing from one of the windows. The same thing happened at the Tripudium Hypodiaconorum and at the dances for other priestly grades. By the end of the 12th century, the subdeacon's dance had degenerated into a real festum stultorum, fool's feast. A report from the year 1198 says that, at the Feast of the Circumcision in Notre Dame, Paris, so many abominations and shameful deeds were committed that the holy place was desecrated, not only by smutty jokes, but even by the shedding of blood. In vain did Pope Innocent III inveigh against the jests and madness that make the clergy a mockery, and the shameless frenzy of their play-acting. 250 years later, March 12, 1444, a letter from the theological faculty of Paris to all the French bishops was still fulminating against these festivals, at which even the priests and clerics elected an archbishop or a bishop or pope, and named him the Fool's Pope, Fatuorum Papam. In the very midst of divine service, masqueraders with grotesque faces, disguised as women, lions, and mummers, performed their dances, sang indecent songs in the choir, ate their greasy food from a corner of the altar near the priest celebrating Mass, got out their games of dice, burned a stinking incense made of old shoe leather, and ran and hopped about all over the church. It is not surprising that this veritable witches' Sabbath was uncommonly popular, and that it required considerable time and effort to free the church from this pagan heritage. In certain localities, even the priests seem to have adhered to the Libertas Decembrica, as the fool's holiday was called, in spite, or perhaps because, of the fact that the older level of consciousness could let itself rip on this happy occasion with all the wildness, wantonness, and irresponsibility of paganism. These ceremonies, which still reveal the spirit of the trickster in his original form, seem to have died out by the beginning of the 16th century. At any rate, the various conciliar decrees issued from 1581 to 1585 forbade only the festum puerorum and the election of an episcopus puerorum. Finally, we must also mention in this connection the festum asinorum, which, so far as I know, was celebrated mainly in France. Although considered a harmless festival in memory of Mary's flight into Egypt, it was celebrated in a somewhat curious manner which might easily have given rise to misunderstandings. In Beauvais, the ass procession went right into the church. At the conclusion of each part, introit, Kyrie, Gloria, etc., of the high mass that followed, the whole congregation brayed, that is, they all went "we-ah" like a donkey, hac modulatione hinham concludebantur. A codex dating apparently from the 11th century says, "At the end of the Mass, instead of the words ite missa est, the priest shall bray 3 times, ter hinhamabit, and instead of the words Deo gratias, the congregation shall answer why hinham 3 times." Ducange cites a hymn from this festival, Orientis partibus, adventavit asinus pulcher et fortissimus sarcinis aptissimus. Each verse was followed by the French refrain, Hez, sire asnes, car chantez belle bouche, rechignez vous aurez du foin assez et de l'avoine à planter. The hymn had 9 verses, the last of which was, Amen, dicas, asine, hie genuflectebatur, iam satur de gramine. Amen, amen, itera aspernare vetera. Ducange says that the more ridiculous this rite seemed, the greater the enthusiasm with which it was celebrated. In other places the ass was decked with a golden canopy whose corners were held by distinguished canons. The others present had to don suitably festive garments, as at Christmas. Since there were certain tendencies to bring the ass into symbolic relationship with Christ, and since, from ancient times, the God of the Jews was vulgarly conceived to be an ass, a prejudice which extended to Christ himself, as is shown by the mock crucifixion scratched on the wall of the Imperial Cadet School on the Palatine, the danger of theriomorphism lay uncomfortably close. Even the bishops could do nothing to stamp out this custom, until finally it had to be suppressed by the Auctoritas Supremi Senatus. The suspicion of blasphemy becomes quite open in Nietzsche's Ass Festival, which is a deliberately blasphemous parody of the Mass. These medieval customs demonstrate the role of the trickster to perfection, and when they vanished from the precincts of the Church, they appeared again on the profane level of Italian theatricals, as those comic types who, often adorned with enormous ithyphallic emblems, entertained the far from prudish public with ribaldries in true Rabelaisian style. Callot's engravings have preserved these classical figures for posterity, the Pulcinellas, Cucorognas, Chico Scaras, and the like. In picaresque tales, in carnivals and revels, in magic rites of healing, in man's religious fears and exaltations, this phantom of the trickster haunts the mythology of all ages, sometimes in quite unmistakable form, sometimes in strangely modulated guise. He is obviously a psychologum, an archetypal psychic structure of extreme antiquity. In his clearest manifestations, he is a faithful reflection of an absolutely undifferentiated human consciousness, corresponding to a psyche that has hardly left the animal level. That this is how the trickster figure originated can hardly be contested if we look at it from the causal and historical angle. In psychology, as in biology, we cannot afford to overlook or underestimate this question of origins, although the answer usually tells us nothing about the functional meaning. For this reason, biology should never forget the question of purpose, for only by answering that can we get at the meaning of a phenomenon. Even in pathology, where we are concerned with lesions which have no meaning in themselves, the exclusively causal approach proves to be inadequate, since there are a number of pathological phenomena which only give up their meaning when we inquire into their purpose. And where we are concerned with the normal phenomena of life, this question of purpose takes undisputed precedence. When, therefore, a primitive or barbarous consciousness forms a picture of itself on a much earlier level of development and continues to do so for hundreds or even thousands of years, undeterred by the contamination of its archaic qualities with differentiated, highly developed mental products, then the causal explanation is that the older the archaic qualities are, the more conservative and pertinacious is their behavior. One simply cannot shake off the memory image of things as they were and drags it along like a senseless appendage. This explanation, which is facile enough to satisfy the rationalistic requirements of our age, would certainly not meet with the approval of the Winnebagos, the nearest possessors of the trickster cycle. For them, the myth is not in any sense a remnant. It is far too amusing for that, and an object of undivided enjoyment. For them, it still functions, provided that they haven't been spoiled by civilization. For them, There is no earthly reason to theorize about the meaning and purpose of myths, just as the Christmas tree seems no problem at all to the naive European. For the thoughtful observer, however, both trickster and Christmas tree afford reason enough for reflection. Naturally, it depends very much on the mentality of the observer what he thinks about these things. Considering the crude primitivity of the trickster cycle, it would not be surprising if one saw in this myth simply the reflection of an earlier, rudimentary stage of consciousness, which is what the trickster obviously seems to be. The only question that would need answering is whether such personified reflections exist at all in empirical psychology. As a matter of fact, they do, and these experiences of split or double personality actually form the core of the earliest psychopathological investigations. The peculiar thing about these dissociations is that the split-off personality is not just a random one, but stands in a complementary or compensatory relationship to the ego personality. It is a personification of traits of character which are sometimes worse and sometimes better than those the ego personality possesses. A collective personification like the trickster is the product of an aggregate of individuals and is welcomed by each individual as something known to him, which would not be the case if it were just an individual outgrowth. Now, if the myth were nothing but an historical remnant, one would have to ask why it has not long since vanished into the great rubbish heap of the past, and why it continues to make its influence felt on the highest levels of civilization, even where, on account of his stupidity and grotesque scurrility, the trickster no longer plays the role of a delight maker. In many cultures, his figure seems like an old riverbed in which the water still flows. One can see this best of all from the fact that the trickster motif does not crop up only in its mythical form, but appears just as naively and authentically in the unsuspecting modern man, whenever, in fact, he feels himself at the mercy of annoying accidents which thwart his will and his actions with apparently malicious intent. He then speaks of hoodoos and jinxes, or of the mischievousness of the object. Here the trickster is represented by counter-tendencies in the unconscious, and in certain cases by a sort of second personality, of a puerile and inferior character, not unlike the personalities who announce themselves at spiritualistic seances and cause all those ineffably childish phenomena so typical of poltergeists. I have, I think, found a suitable designation for this character component when I called it the shadow. On the civilized level, it is regarded as a personal gaffe, slip, faux pas, etc., which are then chalked up as defects of the conscious personality. We are no longer aware that in carnival customs and the like there are remnants of a collective shadow figure which prove that the personal shadow is in part descended from a numinous collective figure. This collective figure gradually breaks up under the impact of civilization, leaving traces in folklore which are difficult to recognize. But the main part of him gets personalized and is made an object of personal responsibility. Rodden's trickster cycle preserves the shadow in its pristine mythological form and thus points back to a very much earlier stage of consciousness which existed before the birth of the myth, when the Indian was still groping about in a similar mental darkness. Only when his consciousness reached a higher level could he detach the earlier state from himself and objectify it, that is, say anything about it. So long as his consciousness was itself trickster-like, such a confrontation could obviously not take place. It was possible only when the attainment of a newer and higher level of consciousness enabled him to look back on a lower and inferior state. It was only to be expected that a good deal of mockery and contempt should mingle with this retrospect, thus casting an even thicker pall over man's memories of the past, which were pretty unedifying anyway. This phenomenon must have repeated itself innumerable times in the history of his mental development. The sovereign contempt with which our modern age looks back on the taste and intelligence of earlier centuries is a classic example of this, and there is an unmistakable allusion to the same phenomenon in the New Testament, where we are told in Acts 17:30 that God looked down from above, «Υπερηδώ despiciens, on the chrooi tes agioias, the times of ignorance, or unconsciousness. This attitude contrasts strangely with the still commoner and more striking idealization of the past, which is praised not merely as the good old days, but as the golden age, and not just by uneducated and superstitious people, but by all those legions of theosophical enthusiasts who resolutely believe in the former existence and lofty civilization of Atlantis. Anyone who belongs to a sphere of culture that seeks the perfect state somewhere in the past must feel very queerly indeed when confronted by the figure of the trickster. He is a forerunner of the Savior, and, like him, God, man, and animal at once. He is both subhuman and superhuman, a bestial and divine being whose chief and most alarming characteristic is his unconsciousness. Because of it, he is deserted by his, evidently human, companions, which seems to indicate that he has fallen below their level of consciousness. He is so unconscious of himself that his body is not a unity, and his two hands fight each other. He takes his anus off and entrusts it with a special task. Even his sex is optional despite its phallic qualities. He can turn himself into a woman and bear children. From his penis he makes all kinds of useful plants. This is a reference to his original nature as a creator, for the world is made from the body of a god. On the other hand, he is in many respects stupider than the animals, and gets into one ridiculous scrape after another. Although he is not really evil, he does the most atrocious things from sheer unconsciousness and unrelatedness. His imprisonment in animal unconsciousness is suggested by the episode where he gets his head caught inside the skull of an elk, and the next episode shows how he overcomes this condition by imprisoning the head of a hawk inside his own rectum. True, he sinks back into the former condition immediately afterwards by falling under the ice and is outwitted time after time by the animals, but in the end he succeeds in tricking the cunning coyote, and this brings back to him his savior nature. The trickster is a primitive, cosmic being of divine animal nature, on the one hand superior to man because of his superhuman qualities, and on the other hand inferior to him because of his unreason and unconsciousness. He is no match for the animals either, because of his extraordinary clumsiness and lack of instinct. These defects are the marks of his human nature, which is not so well adapted to the environment as the animals, but instead has prospects of a much higher development of consciousness, based on a considerable eagerness to learn, as is duly emphasized in the myth. What the repeated telling of the myth signifies is the therapeutic anamnesis of contents which, for reasons still to be discussed, should never be forgotten for long. If they were nothing but the remnants of an inferior state, it would be understandable if man turned his attention away from them, feeling that their reappearance was a nuisance. This is evidently by no means the case, since the trickster has been a source of amusement right down to civilized times, where he can still be recognized in the carnival figures of Pulcinella and the clown. That is one important reason for his still continuing to function. But it is not the only one, and certainly not the reason why this reflection of an extremely primitive state of consciousness solidified into a mythological personage. Mere vestiges of an early state that is dying out usually lose their energy at an increasing rate, otherwise they would never disappear. The last thing we would expect is that they would have the strength to solidify into a mythological figure with its own cycle of legends, unless of course they received energy from outside, in this case from a higher level of consciousness or from sources in the unconscious which are not yet exhausted. To take a legitimate parallel from the psychology of the individual, namely the appearance of an impressive shadow figure antagonistically confronting a personal consciousness, this figure does not appear merely because it still exists in the individual, but because it rests on a dynamism whose existence can only be explained in terms of his actual situation. For instance, because the shadow is so disagreeable to his ego consciousness that it has to be repressed into the unconscious. This explanation does not quite meet the case here, because the trickster obviously represents a vanishing level of consciousness which increasingly lacks the power to express and assert itself. Furthermore, repression would prevent it from vanishing, because repressed contents are the very ones that have the best chance of survival, as we know from experience that nothing is corrected in the unconscious. Lastly, the story of the trickster is not in the least disagreeable to the Winnebago consciousness or incompatible with it, but, on the contrary, pleasurable and therefore not conducive to repression. It looks, therefore, as if the myth were actively sustained and fostered by consciousness. This may well be so, since that is the best and most successful method of keeping the shadow figure conscious and subjecting it to conscious criticism. Although, to begin with, this criticism has more the character of a positive evaluation, we may expect that with the progressive development of consciousness, the cruder aspects of the myth will gradually fall away, even if the danger of its rapid disappearance under the stress of white civilization did not exist. We have often seen how certain customs, originally cruel or obscene, became mere vestiges in the course of time. The process of rendering this motif harmless takes an extremely long time, as its history shows. One can still detect traces of it even at a high level of civilization. Its longevity could also be explained by the strength and vitality of the state of consciousness described in the myth, and by the secret attraction and fascination this has for the conscious mind. Although purely causal hypotheses in the biological sphere are not as a rule very satisfactory, due weight must nevertheless be given to the fact that in the case of the trickster, a higher level of consciousness has covered up a lower one, and that the latter was already in retreat. His recollection, however, is mainly due to the interest which the conscious mind brings to bear on him, the inevitable concomitant being, as we have seen, the gradual civilizing, i.e., assimilation, of a primitive demonic figure who was originally autonomous and even capable of causing possession. To supplement the causal approach by a final one, therefore, enables us to arrive at more meaningful interpretations not only in medical psychology, where we are concerned with individual fantasies originating in the unconscious, but also in the case of collective fantasies, that is, myths and fairy tales. As Radin points out, the civilizing process begins within the framework of the trickster cycle itself, and this is a clear indication that the original state has been overcome. At any rate, the marks of deepest unconsciousness fall away from him. Instead of acting in a brutal, savage, stupid, and senseless fashion, the trickster's behavior towards the end of the cycle becomes quite useful and sensible. The devaluation of his earlier unconsciousness is apparent even in the myth, and one wonders what has happened to his evil qualities. The naive reader may imagine that when the dark aspects disappear, they are no longer there in reality. But that is not the case at all, as experience shows. What actually happens is that the conscious mind is then able to free itself from the fascination of evil and is no longer obliged to live it compulsively. The darkness and the evil have not gone up in smoke. They have merely withdrawn into the unconscious owing to loss of energy, where they remain unconscious so long as all is well with the conscious. But if the conscious should find itself in a critical or doubtful situation, then it soon becomes apparent that the shadow has not dissolved into nothing but is only waiting for a favorable opportunity to reappear as a projection upon one's neighbor. If this trick is successful, there is immediately created between them that world of primordial darkness where everything that is characteristic of the trickster can happen, even on the highest plane of civilization. The best examples of these monkey tricks, as popular speech aptly and truthfully sums up this state of affairs in which everything goes wrong and nothing intelligent happens except by mistake at the last moment, are naturally to be found in politics. The so-called civilized man has forgotten the trickster. He remembers him only figuratively and metaphorically when, irritated by his own ineptitude, he speaks of fate playing tricks on him or of things being bewitched. He never suspects that his own hidden and apparently harmless shadow has qualities whose dangerousness exceeds his wildest dreams. As soon as people get together in masses and submerge the individual, the shadow is mobilized, and as history shows, may even be personified and incarnated. The disastrous idea that everything comes to the human psyche from outside and that it is born a tabula rasa is responsible for the erroneous belief that under normal circumstances the individual is in perfect order. He then looks to the state for salvation and makes society pay for his inefficiency. He thinks the meaning of existence would be discovered if food and clothing were delivered to him gratis on his own doorstep, or if everybody possessed an automobile. Such are the puerilities that rise up in place of an unconscious shadow and keep it unconscious. As a result of these prejudices, the individual feels totally dependent on his environment and loses all capacity for introspection. In this way, his code of ethics is replaced by a knowledge of what is permitted or forbidden or ordered. How, under these circumstances, can one expect a soldier to subject an order received from a superior to ethical scrutiny? He has not yet made the discovery that he might be capable of spontaneous ethical impulses and of performing them, even when no one is looking. From this point of view, we can see why the myth of the trickster was preserved and developed. Like many other myths, it was supposed to have a therapeutic effect. It holds the earlier low intellectual and moral level before the eyes of the more highly developed individual so that he shall not forget how things looked yesterday. We like to imagine that something which we do not understand does not help us in any way, but that is not always so. Seldom does a man understand with his head alone, least of all when he is a primitive. Because of its numinosity, the myth has a direct effect on the unconscious, no matter whether it is understood or not. The fact that its repeated telling has not long since become obsolete can, I believe, be explained by its usefulness. The explanation is rather difficult because two contrary tendencies are at work: the desire on the one hand to get out of the earlier condition and on the other hand not to forget it. Apparently Radin has also felt this difficulty, for he says, "Viewed psychologically, it might be contended that the history of civilization is largely the account of the attempts of man to forget his transformation from an animal into a human being." A few pages further on, he says, with reference to the Golden Age, "So stubborn a refusal to forget is not an accident. And it is also no accident that we are forced to contradict ourselves as soon as we try to formulate man's paradoxical attitude to myth. Even the most enlightened of us will set up a Christmas tree for his children without having the least idea what this custom means, and is invariably disposed to nip any attempt at interpretation in the bud. It is really astonishing to see how many so-called superstitions are rampant nowadays in town and country alike, but if one took hold of the individual and asked him, loudly and clearly, "Do you believe in ghosts, in witches, in spells and magic?" he would deny it indignantly. It is 100 to 1 he has never heard of such things, and thinks it all rubbish. But in secret he is all for it, just like a jungle dweller. The public knows very little of these things anyway, For everyone is convinced that in our enlightened society that kind of superstition has long since been eradicated, and it is part of the general convention to act as though one had never heard of such things, not to mention believing in them. But nothing is ever lost, not even the blood pact with the devil. Outwardly it is forgotten, but inwardly not at all. We act like the natives on the southern slopes of Mount Elgon, in East Africa, one of whom accompanied me part of the way into the bush. At a fork in the path we came upon a brand new ghost trap, beautifully got up like a little hut, near the cave where he lived with his family. I asked him if he had made it. He denied it with all the signs of extreme agitation, asserting that only children would make such a juju. Whereupon he gave the hut a kick, and the whole thing fell to pieces. This is exactly the reaction we can observe in Europe today. Outwardly people are more or less civilized, but inwardly they are still primitives. Something in man is profoundly disinclined to give up his beginnings, and something else believes it has long since got beyond all that. This contradiction was once brought home to me in the most drastic manner when I was watching a strudel, a sort of local witch doctor, taking the spell off a stable. The stable was situated immediately beside the Gotthard railway line, and several international expresses sped past during the ceremony. Their occupants would hardly have suspected that a primitive ritual was being performed a few yards away. The conflict between the two dimensions of consciousness is simply an expression of the polaristic structure of the psyche, which, like any other energetic system, is dependent on the tension of opposites. That is also why there are no general psychological propositions which could not just as well be reversed. Indeed, their reversibility proves their validity. We should never forget that in any psychological discussion we are not saying anything about the psyche, but that the psyche is always speaking about itself. It is no use thinking we can ever get beyond the psyche by means of the mind, even though the mind asserts that it is not dependent on the psyche. How could it prove that? We can say, if we like, that one statement comes from the psyche, is psychic and nothing but psychic, and that another comes from the mind, is spiritual and therefore superior to the psychic one. Both are mere assertions based on the postulates of belief. The fact is that this old trichotomous hierarchy of psychic contents, helic, psychic, and pneumatic, represents the polaristic structure of the psyche, which is the only immediate object of experience. The unity of our psychic nature lies in the middle, just as the living unity of the waterfall appears in the dynamic connection between above and below. Thus, the living effect of the myth is experienced when a higher consciousness, rejoicing in its freedom and independence, is confronted by the autonomy of a mythological figure and yet cannot flee from its fascination, but must pay tribute to the overwhelming impression. The figure works because secretly it participates in the observer's psyche and appears as its reflection, though it is not recognized as such. It is split off from his consciousness and consequently behaves like an autonomous personality. The trickster is a collective shadow figure, a summation of all the inferior traits of character in individuals. And since the individual shadow is never absent as a component of personality, the collective figure can construct itself out of it continually. Not always, of course, as a mythological figure, but in consequence of the increasing repression and neglect of the original mythologisms as a corresponding projection on other social groups and nations. If we take the trickster as a parallel of the individual shadow, then the question arises whether that trend towards meaning, which we saw in the trickster myth, can also be observed in the subjective and personal shadow. Since this shadow frequently appears in the phenomenology of dreams as a well-defined figure, we can answer this question positively. The shadow, although by definition a negative figure, sometimes has certain clearly discernible traits and associations which point to a quite different background. It is as though he were hiding meaningful contents under an unprepossessing exterior. Experience confirms this, and what is more important, the things that are hidden usually consist of increasingly numinous figures. The one standing closest behind the shadow is the anima, who is endowed with considerable powers of fascination and possession. She often appears in rather too youthful form and hides in her turn the powerful archetype of the wise old man, sage, magician, king, etc. The series could be extended, but it would be pointless to do so, as psychologically one only understands what one has experienced oneself. The concepts of complex psychology are, in essence, not intellectual formulations, but names for certain areas of experience, and though they can be described, they remain dead and irrepresentable to anyone who has not experienced them. Thus I have noticed that people usually have not much difficulty in picturing to themselves what is meant by the shadow, even if they would have preferred instead a bit of Latin or Greek jargon that sounds more scientific. But it costs them enormous difficulties to understand what the anima is. They accept her easily enough when she appears in novels or as a film star, but she is not understood at all when it comes to seeing the roles she plays in their own lives, because she sums up everything that a man can never get the better of and never finishes coping with. Therefore it remains in a perpetual state of emotionality which must not be touched. The degree of unconsciousness one meets with in this connection is, to put it mildly, astounding. Hence it is practically impossible to get a man who is afraid of his own femininity to understand what is meant by the anima. Actually, it is not surprising that this should be so, since even the most rudimentary insight into the shadow sometimes causes the greatest difficulties for the modern European. But since the shadow is the figure nearest his consciousness and the least explosive one, it is also the first component of personality to come up in an analysis of the unconscious. A minatory and ridiculous figure, he stands at the very beginning of the way of individuation, posing the deceptively easy riddle of the Sphinx, or grimly demanding answer to a quaestio crocodilina. If, at the end of the trickster myth, the savior is hinted at, this comforting premonition or hope means that some calamity or other has happened and been consciously understood. Only out of disaster can the longing for the savior arise. In other words, the recognition and unavoidable integration of the shadow create such a harrowing situation that nobody but a savior can undo the tangled web of fate. In the case of the individual, the problem constellated by the shadow is answered on the plane of the anima, that is, through relatedness. In the history of the collective, as in the history of the individual, everything depends on the development of consciousness. This gradually brings liberation from imprisonment in agnya, unconsciousness, and is therefore a bringer of light as well as of healing. As in its collective mythological form, so also the individual shadow contains within it the seed of an enantiodromia, of a conversion into its opposite,